All right. Oh yes, your stream is open. I see it.
Nice. We're gonna see how this goes here. First time I've ever streamed, and first time I've ever streamed Draft League content.
Yeah, this will be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited. Excited to see how it goes.
Oh god, I opened the stream and I just hear both of us on loop because it's like I hear you a sec. I hear myself and it's so disorienting. There we go. Muted it.
Nice. Okay. Oh, hello, Quinn.
Hey, Quinn. Yippee!
Yippee! It's the first time for me. Hello. I'll try to keep my attention towards chat as much as I can.
I'll try to keep having attention. I'm very tired today.
Well, I wasn't able to corral Jord into joining for the league, but at least I can say that I have him here for the stream to help me, because I definitely need help with this one.
Now you've got this. Yeah, I haven't actually looked much at people's teams yet. I'm gonna do that right now.
Oh my god.
I think Cadillacs has a very interesting team. A lot of new Pokemon.
Yeah, I can't wait to reveal them to everyone who is viewing. As a big surprise, as if all the coaches haven't seen who everyone else drafted yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that in particular because I know a lot of the other draft leagues, Cadillacs tends to use a lot of the same Pokemon, and this team is completely different.
Right. Yeah, no Doug Trio. I mean, we don't know whether he drafted Doug Trio or not. We'll have to see.
Yeah, because the two I was thinking, neither of which are on his team, are
thanks, Quinn.
Rillaboom and Togekiss.
Yeah, right. Alright, we're going to advertise.
Doug Trio, sweet. Doug Trio is great.
East.
Though it does die in like one hit, but other than that, it's pretty great.
Alright, I'm gonna have the stream open in the background of my, well, just so I can keep track of chat in a different way rather than having to pop back on OBS and stuff.
What you should do for fun is crank up the audio on stream so you hear yourself.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
really annoying.
Sounds like a great idea.
Yeah. Oh, and then have that play through stream as well, so it's an endless loop of your voice.
Yeah, that'll be great. But yeah, Aaron was warning me about that yesterday. He's like, whatever you do not have the stream open with enough volume for your mic to pick it up, or else your ears will start to screech.
Yeah. I don't know. It's so disorienting if, like, since I opened your stream and I could hear you and me while we were already talking. That's so confusing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm happy I had people to help. Alright, let's see if I can turn this music up a touch. Hi, Dustclops, how are you? Welcome.
Oh, hello, Dustclops.
Maybe a touch louder on the music? On your end, does that sound alright, Jord?
I'd have to turn up audio.
Oh yeah, true. Me too. TSG's here too. There we go. Now we got some now we got some viewers. Now we got a stream. There we go. Yeah, no, I'm excited to see how a lot of people use their drafts, and I'm also excited to reveal them to anyone who is watching that hasn't seen.
I will say I think the music seems pretty quiet, but it's also hard to tell because I hear your voice and my voice as I'm trying to talk.
Oh, okay.
So it's really
hard
confusing.
to tell. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is very chill music. It's chill hop radio. I have another tab ready in case I need to switch to something a little bit more like
Music's a tad loud, is it? Oh, I couldn't hear it,
a
but
tad loud.
my audio is
All right.
kind of I'm just gonna keep this stream muted. You guys can tell us how the audio is.
Yeah, I just changed it now. TSG. How does it sound? How's it sound now? Yeah, that's right. I forgot, Dusclops. You had joined as a replacement coach last season. Was it for the doubles league or the singles league? I can't remember. There's too many things.
If it was the doubles league, did they replace me? Someone replaced me in the doubles league.
That's a good question. I think that might have been somebody else.
Okay.
You came 0-5 and it was doubles. It was doubles. Okay. Yeah. That is right. I do remember you. Volume's good. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that, TSG. All right.
Oh yeah, did you want to jump into the general VC, or are we going to stay in this VC?
We can jump in, sure. Might as well.
Sure. All right.
All right, I'll meet you there. There we are.
Hello.
We're almost ready to kick things off here.
All right. Good luck. You've got this, Ashton.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some of the matches of the league. Who's played so far? Has it just been one match?
It has, yeah. It would have been Cadillacs and Omar.
Yeah, I spectated that match. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a really strong pair of coaches to kick things off too. Like both of them are very good battlers. Yeah.
Oh, you play tonight, Dusclops? Okay.
Me too. I think you and I both play tonight, Dusclops. I play at, I think, 7 p.m. Eastern. I think you might play 2 hours later than me, if I remember correctly.
Stop allowing Hoopa Unbound. Yeah, Hoopa Unbound is scary. The one downside to it is it's not the fastest, but you can scarf it, obviously. But the 4 times weakness to U-turn.
Yeah. Its speed tier gives it very, I will say, in relation to what Dusclops just said, it's got its limitations for having that.
Yeah, it's mostly just its offenses are pretty crazy. But yeah, when it comes to physical defense, it's incredibly fragile. Well, it's only got base 80 HP, right, I think. 80 HP, 60 defense, I want to say. So it's pretty glass cannon-y on the physical side. So yeah, U-turn just nukes it.
Who runs U-turn? Nobody runs U-turn.
Yeah, it's one of those moves no one ever uses.
Yeah, they never made a meta called Volt Turn either. It's just not common. Yeah, I do like Hoopa, but it needs to have a lot of support around it in draft, I think, because when you expect Hoopa, it's very easy to prep for. It's a lot easier to prep for Hoopa.
It's faster than I thought it was. Base 80 speed. I thought the Unbound one was slower than the little Hoopa.
I thought it was 70 for some reason.
70 is the regular one. Unbound is 80.
Oh, wow. Unbound's faster.
Yeah.
Is Hoopa in B tier or C tier? The confined one.
Let me take a look.
Because that wouldn't have been a bad mon in either of those tiers.
It is in B tier.
It is B tier, okay. All right, we're almost there, I think. So what I might do is just kind of give a little bit of an intro and
I think you should troll in for like the next 3 hours. We keep saying we're almost there. We'll start.
yes. Don't worry, we're almost ready. But yeah. Hello, Cadillacs. Welcome.
Hello, Cadillacs.
All right. Well, I think we'll get on into it. So, yeah, as anyone who is not a coach in this current season of the URSDL knows, I'm the commissioner of that league, and we have decided to start or kick things off for season 4 of the URSDL. It's our singles league. We have a sister league that's doubles, and I began making some content with regards to that league, so I thought I'd dabble into the single season 2. But yeah, we have some familiar faces that you might recognize if you've paid attention to me at all through that season, just based on the team logos alone. A couple changes to certain coaches' individual team logos. For example, well, you got Mr. TSG with his...
Yeah, TSG, I love your logo. It's my favorite one.
Yeah, that's... I didn't know, like, damn, you must have gotten somebody really talented to commission that poster. But yeah, so we have some familiar faces. We have, returning from the doubles league, you have myself, Ashton, you have Omar Nader, Mark, Dagster, Tox, Cadillacs, Dustclops, and Evil. And then some new faces we have include Froggerman225, who's the coach of the Glynn County Gudras, and iNasty, coach of the London Drapion. So yeah, very well-rounded, very exciting season that we're gonna be following along with here. Lots of very talented coaches, lots of very well-versed coaches. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. It's no terrestrializing this season. We had it available in the doubles league. It was I held a poll for it for all the coaches who had signed up from just being in the server, and it was decided upon that we would forgo that for the singles league. So kind of changing the rules up a little bit for this season. We added Megas back, so we're going to be able to see a little bit of interesting team compositions, as you know, you wouldn't see in many other leagues a lot of the time Megas being paired with Gen 9 Pokemon. I think that's something that we kind of have closer to the unique side of things rather when comparing us to other leagues. So yeah, you'll see a lot of familiar, unfamiliar Pokemon being paired with each other, and I think this is a very fun season because it's a time to experiment.
No, Terra is a godsend this season. Is it possible to have both Mega and Terra in the same battle?
I really hope it is, so that we could potentially dabble with this in maybe doubles next season. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but normal Natdex does that? Oh, that's okay. That's interesting.
Goodness,
I didn't think it would be possible. So okay, yeah, that could be pretty busted. Oh, and Z moves. Oh, just cram everything in there. Every minute.
Z moves, yeah. I want a Mega with a Z move that can terrestrialize.
Yeah, I want to terrestrialize my Dynamax.
Dynamax Terra Ubers. Oh my cripes. Yeah, just imagine like Terra
Wait,
Grimson.
Dynamax is legal in Ubers? Oh my goodness.
Oh, jeez. Oh, only on one per mon. So it's in Natdex Ubers, it's like that? The Primals can Terra? Bleh.
Oh, that's actually disgusting.
Yeah, Kyogre with a Terra Water Spout? Oh my gosh. That's not fair. So yeah, I will also make a note of how the team logos are ordered correspond with the draft order. So it's a snake style draft format. We start from pick 1, go all the way down till we hit pick 12. And then in the second round, you go from pick 12 to pick 1. Then third round, you go pick 1 to pick 12, and etc., etc. So you just kind of go up the list, then down the list, then from down the list to up the list. So in the randomization process, the Glynn County Gudras got the first pick, and the London Drapion would have gotten the 12th pick. So it goes from left to right in each row. So the order would go Froggerman, then Omar, then Oh no, I'm blanking. Who's the coach of the Insane Spectres? Hi, Raptor, or Isaac. I mean, Raptor. Oh, you know what I did?
What did you do?
That is Black Bolt, and I forgot to change the logo out.
Blasphemy!
Yeah.
How dare you?
What if I did it now? I could probably do it now, right? We're doing it live. It's okay. It's my first time. I'm allowed to make mistakes. All right, there we go. That's fixed it. Okay, so yeah, it goes Froggerman, Omar, Black Bolt. Then you have myself, Mr. TSG, aka Mr. Grimes. Then Evil got the 6th pick. Mark got the 7th. Dustclops got the 8th. Cadillacs with the 9th pick. And you have Dagster with the 10th. Tox with the 11th. And iNasty with the 12th. So we'll just kick right on into it and see what the first pick of Season 4 was. All right. What do we think about this?
Yeah. So I mentioned before Ashton started streaming that I think Conkeldurr is a really strong Pokemon. I just am surprised it was pick number 1, though.
Mm-hmm.
I did not think it would go first round.
I have a lot of very strong ideas about what makes Conkeldurr good. Like, I mean, of course, you have lots of versatility offensively. You can do things with Guts. You could do things with Assault Vest. You could do, a lot of different things with EV spreads, given that the majority or a substantial amount of its base stat total is invested into attack already. You almost don't need to invest attack in this Pokemon every week. So there's a lot of room to change things up. So I can see what gives this Pokemon a lot of value in a format like this. But yeah, just given everything that might have been available in terms of the concept of, draft the next best thing, I don't know if Conkeldurr would have been my first pick in the first round. Definitely could see it going late in round 1, early in round 2 as an earliest point, but...
Yeah, the thing I was thinking for it being first pick, though, is you have access to anything. I would have picked Ursaluna because it does a very similar job, but in my opinion, better. Yeah, except it is an S tier, so I guess if you want it at an A tier, Conkeldurr works.
And it could have been a strategy for Froggerman going forward that we'll have to wait and see what he ends up doing with his draft plan here, but it might have been a thing to just try to snag whatever was really good in the lower tiers, though he's always drafting a tier ahead of everyone else and saving his S tier to the end. But we'll have to see what his pathing was. Discount Ursaluna. Hi, Dexter. How's it going? But yeah, so that would be our first round, or first pick of Season 4. And we'll move right along here to Omar. And we see Tapu Koko. I personally really love this pick. I think it definitely is deserving of a top 3 pick, given what other Mons benefit off its electric terrain. And, of course, needless to say, it benefits from its own severely. One of the more prominent, most versatile, if not the most versatile, electric type, Volt Switch / U-turn user, electric type, in draft format. There's just so many things you can do with this Mon. Having the ability to cover some of its weaker matchups and in 1v1 scenarios, like ground type Pokemon, of course, would be an issue for this Pokemon. But when it has something like Nature's Madness, being able to, whenever you're expecting those things to switch in and try to deal with it, you don't have to. You don't have to worry entirely, and given its speed-based stat total in speed, it's just extremely good pick. It's gonna outspeed most, if not all, of the ground types in this format. So being able to get up in Nature's Madness and U-turn out and switch into something that can handle Koko's weaknesses is very strong.
Yeah, it's such a strong Pokemon, and electric terrain is just even better now in Gen 9 than it was in previous gens. Right. So I think this is a really good pick.
Yeah, I agree.
I can definitely understand why it went so early in round 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then we move on here to the third pick, Black Bolt, not the Insane Spectres, but the Milotic Mirage. They decided to go with Dragapult. I was so gutted when this thing went. I was so gutted. I was like, oh wow, Conkeldurr went first. Oh, I'm happy for this. Might be my first chance since Dragapult got released to draft it. But unfortunately, Black Bolt had other ideas.
Yeah, Dragapult's just still such a strong mon.
Yeah, it'll always be a strong, like, even with Pursuit being allowed in this season, you know, there's the name of versatility, or the game of versatility it's the name of the game in draft format. Especially if you're talking to certain people like me. I love my versatile mons. Yeah, Dragapult's just a huge threat. It's just a huge threat. You can almost never expect one thing over another. You could be expecting Dragon Dance and your opponent pulls a sub Willow Hex set on you, and you know you're not prepared for that. So yeah, it's just Dragapult.
Yeah, and due to its base 142 speed, there's very little that actually outspeeds it without being scarfed.
Absolutely.
And in a lot of matchups, you can get away with running it bulkier instead of speedy because it just naturally outspeeds most things.
Right. Yeah, speed is that's hitting that speed tier early on in Black Bolt's draft plan. It's gonna be huge. Yeah, just like Jord was saying, in a lot of matchups where speed tiers are the name of the game, having something that is very likely going to be unmatched in speed in a lot of matchups, you're going to be able to afford to run more modest and adamant nature Dragapults in given weeks, and having that availability just, you know, when prepping, it's part of what makes this mon broken. But yeah, very good mon here, and we'll keep moving along. I decided to pick up my first pick in Tapu Bulu. My thought process behind this, you would have likely not seen this mon go as early as I picked it, but I saw an opportunity to snag something that was particularly valuable in its tier. It was slotted down to tier B. Something I like to do in my my draft leagues that I commission is I like to leave tiering suggestions open for everybody as more of like a democratic way of deciding where everything belongs. And Tapu Bulu, there was a poll for Tapu Bulu created for it to move from A tier to B tier. And where it got voted in there, I was kind of rubbing my hands together when I saw it make it to me in the fourth pick overall in the first round of the draft. It's like, I wonder if I shouldn't get a really, really good B tier. So that was the thinking behind that.
I thought the main reason you picked it is just because you wanted to do some boolin'.
Oh, I'm a big booler. Everyone knows. No, definitely not. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong B tier pick. One of the top B tiers, I think.
Yeah.
There are a lot of good Pokemon in B tier, but I do really like that pick.
I think ever since they added the certain Pokemon from Legends Arceus and Gen 9 into the game, I think B tier in the draft format, at least in this sort of style of draft, like the GBA style, is B tier's gotten a lot more fruitful in terms of what's valuable. Yeah.
Still waiting for Game Freak to draw Tapu Bulu's legs. Can we start a petition for that?
Right.
They better give Tapu Bulu legs in the next Pokemon game.
Just gonna take a look here to see who all we have in the VC before I continue on, in case anyone wanted to hop in and give us an idea as to why they picked their Pokemon. Wink, wink, nudge to TSG if you want to join. Here's your time to talk about your boy. Melmetal goes as the fifth pick. So one of my favorite Pokemon. One of my favorite Steel types, really, to draft.
You can never go wrong with Melmetal.
You can never go wrong with Melmetal.
Just look at those stats; they're pretty insane.
It is, absolutely. Like, if you don't have a special fire type Pokemon, you're gonna have a problem.
But even with that base HP, unless it's like a Specs overheat or something, it'll often survive at least one special fire attack.
True.
Like, it's hard to take down.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that this mon can do other than just click double Iron Bash with a choice band. I'll just say that I've drafted it a number of times in the past before Gen 9 draft leagues began. Yeah, you can just do so much with its defenses. I've run especially defensive Melmetal before with sub protect and 2 attacks. Like you can just do so much. Yeah, very just a monster, really.
Yeah, I expected this to go
Yeah,
round one. Also, I did expect you to pick it TSG. That's kind of your Pokemon.
Yeah, everyone knows.
Yeah.
Big mommy Melmetal. I used this joint in a RR Nuzlocke once. It steamrolls. Yeah, right? It's one thing I haven't dabbled in before is Nuzlocks. But I can imagine Melmetal would be really good in one. Probably didn't die once. Alright, moving along. The 6th pick overall goes to Evil. And he's decided to pick Dondozo. Another one that I was kind of curious to see go in the first round. It definitely has some value in the tier. It definitely has some value in the tier that it was decided to be moved into. It was initially C tier, got slotted up into B tier, rightfully so. I think it was just kind of a placeholder in C by me while I got the rest of the parts of the league set up for the season. Yeah, very good mon overall. Same kind of stat spreads as Melmetal, more or less. Yeah, just very solid mon.
I am very surprised it went round 1 though.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it's good, but I do think there's better B tiers, and I'm also surprised focusing on B tier in the first round.
Yeah, it just doesn't have as much oomph to back it up as Melmetal does, given its move pool. There's not a lot of depth in Dondozo's move pool, and I'm not just gonna sit here and shit on the mon because it is really strong at what it does. But yeah, it just doesn't do it as well as certain Pokemon that kind of fill that role. But yeah.
I haven't played too much Gen 9 really, but I don't know. I personally am not a huge fan of Dondozo. It is a good bulky water though.
Oh, very good bulky water for sure. Lacks recovery, but with the stats, it doesn't necessarily. If it had recovery, reliable recovery, I'll say, I think probably has rest. But I think I've seen it on ladders with rest talk sets, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But
yeah, I guess I'm just not too familiar with it. I remember it in the doubles league, but I have not really used it in singles.
Yeah, who knows? Even when knows something that we don't hear, so I'll have to wait and see what happens. Whether this
Except I was just checking, and it got switched out in the free period, so no one has Dondozo anymore.
Right. So if anyone wants this Dondozo, it's there. All right. Picks number 7. We got Mark in the Philadelphia Fampi picking up the S tier Houndstone. Our last respects boy.
Yeah, Houndstone's weird in that last respects is the thing that makes it so strong.
Yeah, you wouldn't
because you look at its stats and it's fine.
Exactly.
But last respects is so insane.
I was just about to say, you wouldn't look at it from its stats, just looking at its stats and say that this mon is belonging of S tier. Doesn't need to be a versatile mon when it has last respects, but its abilities are what. Another thing that make it shine too, you have the ability to run Fluffy, I think is a strong ability, and then you have Sand Rush if you decide to run a Sand Setter. I could definitely see that Mark might be setting himself up for a Sand Setter in the future, so we'll have to wait and see what he ends up picking. But I could definitely see why a mon like Houndstone goes this early, especially where other Last Respects users like Basque Legion were banned. Yeah, definitely a worthwhile S tier value pick. Good revenge killer, given that it has last respects. I'm excited to see how that gets used, especially under the use of Mark. A little bit worried, not gonna lie. But all right, and we have Clickbait. Clickbait the Pokemon. Walking Wake is another round 1 mon. Try to go a little bit faster here.
I find Walking Wake's design weird. I just want to say that.
it's interesting. It's it wants to be a dinosaur, but it also isn't.
Yeah, because I just remember in the game, they have that image that looked like all 3 of the legendary dogs combined. That's definitely not this thing.
No. I mean, I'm excited because Dusclops had kind of mentioned that he had done a lot of extensive testing with this along with his other future draft picks on his team. So, did you want to talk about a little bit about Walking Wake here, Dustclops, by the way? I know you're in the call with us. If you wanted to. Like, I know how strong it is on a Sun team, but... Yeah, when I see this, like, I'm just thinking, as soon as I see it, I saw that Walking Wake was a Water Dragon type. This is like the first, I think this is the first league that we've had Walking Wake, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't hear you right now. I'll turn the audio up and see. No, I can't hear you, Dustclops.
Yeah, I don't think we can hear you, sorry.
But yeah, I do think Walking Wake is a pretty insane Pokemon. Just the fact that it gets a water move that gets buffed by the sun. That alone is pretty crazy.
Right. Dagster was asking Dustclops if you had the right microphone set.
Yeah, it might just be in the Discord settings. It selected the wrong device.
If you're alright with it, Dustclops, I can move along, and if whenever you have everything figured out with your audio, we can come back to Walking Wake if you wanted to. Because I'm excited to hear what you have to say about it, given what you were mentioning earlier after the draft plan, or after the draft had finished. I'm personally excited to hear what you had to say, but for now we'll move on. Just, yeah, feel free to give us a message whenever you, or send a message in chat whenever you have everything situated. But yeah, moving on, I accidentally scrolled down to this a couple times. Cadillacs picked Sneasler. Amon ended up going in A tier.
Yeah, Sneasler, I really like Sneasler. I don't like the name, and it looks like a weird lanky Sneasel, but I do really like the Pokemon.
Me too.
Stat-wise, move-wise. I can't remember what its special move is called, but it's pretty crazy. A 30% chance to just trigger a status condition.
Yeah, Dire Claw, I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really powerful move.
Poison Fighting is a very good stab combo as well.
Yeah, incredibly powerful offensive capability.
Mm-hmm. Base 130 attack. It's basically, a more potent Weavile.
50%? Oh, 50% to trigger a non-hit. Okay, that's crazy.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so Sneasler is really good.
I have to look back at your battle Cadillacs to see if you were able to get that off a couple times. I don't recall it because I remember you...
I believe it triggered Sleep.
Did it? Okay. The last thing I remember is that Zoroark got 2 kills. That's the thing I remember. 30% for Poison Touch. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Toxicroak Premium, honestly. Yeah, just a very solid one. I think it's very good in A tier as well. Calyx is definitely going to prove us wrong with some of his picks here as we continue on. But
I think that's a really good value round 1 pick. Like, it's
absolutely
a useful Pokemon.
Speaking of Ursaluna, there he is.
Yep.
There it is. Yeah. What more to say about this Pokemon? He already has base 140 attack, but they gave it guts, just like Ursaluna or Ursaring has. And you slap a Flame Orb on this thing and give it Facade, and you're not going to switch into it.
Yeah, and unlike Conkeldurr, it's got Stab on its Facade, so that is terrifying with a base 140 attack.
Absolutely terrifying.
And it gets access to Trailblaze, so you can potentially gain speed. Though even with base 50 speed, you often have to get +2 before
I keep revealing
it can really sweep. But yeah.
Very
Big Bear.
potent wall breaker.
Aaron, you should nickname it Cocaine Bear.
Cocaine Bear. Never even thought about that nickname. That's hilarious. I'll nickname my Bulu what you had suggested, Aaron, if you nickname yours Cocaine Bear.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything bad I have to say about Ursaluna as a pick. I was surprised it didn't go earlier, actually.
Bullshit. No, this
I
was
assumed
definitely a
of the
worth
new
round one pick.
Pokemon, this might be one of the first 3 to go, but I'm surprised it lasted as long.
Yeah. No, this would have been a first half of round one in my eyes for sure. Just impressive wall breaking capabilities, pretty decent defensive stats to couple or to pair with its base 140 physical attack stat. I mean, hey, if Dagster gets this thing under Trick Room too, gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
Is if it outspeeds you when you switch in a Pokemon that can, you know, be immune to a headlong rush, but not a Facade, you get a fast Facade off. Pokemon might not be around for much longer, but moving along, you might have already seen this pick because I accidentally revealed it again, but I accidentally revealed a pick. Annihilate goes round one.
Yeah, that I'm also not surprised about at all. Annihilate is such a powerful mon. Rage Fist is pretty broken.
Yeah, another one of those Pokemon where a lot of its value is brought to it by the fact that it either has a really good typing combination or it has a very potent move. This would be one of those cases where it's both. I will say Annihilate might not necessarily be as well known without the ability to terrestrialize the VGC. I think it's one of the very well-known Pokemon for being a defensive Rage Fist boosting Pokemon in VGC. But
yeah, without terrestrialization, it does lose a bit of its bulk, kind of, but still, it's very powerful. If you can get hit enough times, Rage Fist Drain Punch combo is just so strong.
Mm-hmm. No, it's nice that they gave more love to, or paid more homage to Marshadow's typing, gave us another ghost fighting type. I'm very excited about that. Another strong ghost type Pokemon introduced.
It gets bulk up, and because we're allowing Gen 8 moves, I'm curious, on Showdown, would it allow it to learn Power Up Punch? Because that's cut in Gen 9, and this is a Gen 9 Pokemon.
Oh.
But Primate's not Gen 9, so if this gets Power Up Punch, that could be pretty nutty too.
Very well might. I haven't looked into that too deeply, so we'll have to see. If it does, we might have a little bit more of an issue with this Pokemon.
Yeah, I just think it's a pretty scary mon. I don't want to fight Annihilate.
No. Oh, you don't have to.
Yeah, I'm glad about that.
You can take over my team if you want to face him that week, if I have to face dogs.
No.
Alright, we're closing out round one here with Mega Alakazam. Definitely one of the more notable megas. It's the tier 1 mega. There's 3 mega tiers in this tier list this season. We formatted that way to kind of give a little bit more distinction on separation and how good the mega picks are in previous metas. We'll have to wait and see how they perform this season. Maybe that'll have an impact on how tierings for megas change going forward if we continue on the trend of Nat decks. But yeah, we kind of left Mega Alakazam in Mega 1 tier because it's Mega Alakazam and it has base 175 special attack. And, you know, even without access to Nazi Plot, does it need it?
Oh, your audio's working, Dustclaps?
Oh, right on. Do we want to go back and talk about Walking Wake a bit?
So next time we roll back around?
Yeah.
Or we could talk about Walking Wake if you want to let us know your thoughts behind your pick.
He's deafened. Give him a sec here. Next time we roll back around. Okay, right on. Sounds good.
All right. I also want to say about Mega Alakazam, though, that it's an utterly terrifying mon. Oh,
sorry.
We hear you.
Oh, hello.
No problem.
Okay, so sorry, the stream was delayed. I was about to hop in for Wake right when you said it, but apparently you said it in the, I don't know,
like 20 seconds ago.
Yeah.
My bad.
Okay,
yeah, the stream might occasionally buffer too, and that leads to a delay.
Yeah. So when I picked Wake, so I've played a good bit with Wake, just on ladder and stuff, and I honestly have had a lot of fun with it. It's a really strong mon. 125 special attack is pretty good, and 109 speed is pretty solid too. Now, obviously, where this joint really shines is going to be in the sun, and you might notice I didn't pick any sun stuff, which is kind of why I ended up, retconning that choice, later. But in the meantime, during this week, I actually am playing against a potential Sun team, so never punished. But so
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I think it's just a really strong, fun mon with some cool moves. I think having the water move that like is boosted in the sun is pretty nice. I think having Snarl is always fun. I think yeah, I think and it has a fire move. It has Hurricane if it needs it. Obviously, you don't use that on a sunset, but all things considered, I just think Wake is a lot of fun, especially being a water dragon and stuff.
You would not
But
expect
yeah,
a
that's
water
Interesting
dragon.
because it works on both sun and rain teams.
Yep, I was just about to say. You
Yeah,
would not expect
exactly.
this
It
mon
can
to have a
work
fire
on
type
either.
coverage. Yeah.
Yeah, TSG, it does still get boosted in the rain, and it gets boosted in the sun. Just a really cool, strong move.
It's a cool move.
That move is just awesome, in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks like a really fun mon to use. I haven't fooled around much with Gen 9, so I'm not too familiar with it, but the fact that it gets Hurricane means, yeah, it's a great rain mon too.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how
Honestly,
a water
strongly
dragon works.
recommend trying it out sometime.
Yeah.
Strongly.
Yeah.
I was excited. It's only weak to two typings in Dragon and Pharaoh 2.
Yeah, right. Water Dragon is a sick typing.
I love it.
Yeah, that's an awesome typing, but be careful of Freeze Dry, except there's not too many Pokemon that get it.
There's like 2 freeze dry users. Like
Yeah. So look out for those 2 and you'll be fine.
Lapras
look out for your
and the other one.
cryogonals. Got to play around your cryogonals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did we cover everything on Mega Alakazam from earlier? I mean, it's kind of a glass cannon, based on looking at the stats. Not a lot of physical prowess. With Pursuit being
Not a lot
allowed,
of physical prowess. Are you telling me you don't want to run it physical?
it
Look
does
at
learn
that
Fire
face 50
Punch.
attack.
If I want to be able to hit Kartanas, I might want to run Fire Punch Mega Alakazam. We'll have to see.
But I do want to add that I am just traumatized by Mega Alakazam because I'm pretty sure in a doubles league it really kicked my ass next to what's that mon that sets Psychic Terrain? I'm so tired.
Tapu Lele.
No, not the Indeedee.
Oh, Indeedee.
Yeah, so Psychic Terrain expanding force just destroyed my whole team.
Very
I
potent
couldn't
threat.
outspeed Alakazam.
Yeah, another instance where the base steer being covered there is going to make it very easy for Inasti to be able to take advantage of opposing speed tiers. And with that, we have covered everything from round 1, so there's a little bit of a recap for everyone watching what round 1 looked like. I'd say one of my favorite Pokemon that was drafted in this round was definitely Omar's Koko. I also think Dagster's Ursaluna is going to be a very potent threat this season. I think a couple of notable Pokemon going there in round 1. A little bit salty about the Dragon Ball, that's why I didn't bring it up. But
I really liked
wanted it.
seeing Sneasler go round 1.
Yeah,
I think it's an interesting pick, but a really good mon.
This might have been.
I like that it got picked that early.
This might have been one of the. I think this might have been the draft league that most of the round 1 picks, or like this is like the round 1 in all my draft league experience where there was not a lot of not as many S tiers. Because you have A tier Conkeldurr, you have B tier Bulu, you have B tier Dondozo, you have A tier Steezler. And then Mega, not including the Megas, of course, but yeah, a lot of lower tier Pokemon picked off in round 1 here.
Yeah, it was a really interesting round 1.
Yeah, so on that note, we'll go back up the ladder from pick 12, where Inasti will double up on his Mega Alakazam pick and pick up Urshifu Rapid. I think this is an amazing
that's a really powerful combo.
This is a very amazing teammate for Alakazam. I'm scared. As soon as I saw this, I was like, damn. But yeah, given that Single Strike was left banned for the season, notably, I say rightfully so. Next best thing, right? You have something that covers around the base 95 to base 110 speed tier range. Has the ability to, might not be as useful in singles, but you have Unseen Fist, which is could be a prominent factor if someone wanted to stall a turn to get a Flame Orb off, like for a particular reason, or like get one of their orbs activated and want to protect. Urshifu Rapid could just break through that with Unseen Fist and get a huge amount of damage with a Surging Strikes or a Fighting type move. Yeah, very strong mon.
I just want to point out that Urshifu single strike is just worse Scrafty. Scrafty's the GOAT. You can't beat it.
We all know Scrafty's just better Urshifu.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this one might not be able to lose to Scrafty because it's not weak to fighting like the other one was.
Yeah, this one is just physical Keldeo instead.
Yeah, physical Keldeo. I will say it's probably the best water fighting type. Not there's a whole lot of those, but definitely out of what's available in draft format, I think there's a lot of value in having this Pokemon.
I think this is a really strong pick. I really like. Honestly, I prefer water fighting over fighting dark.
Me too. I'd say I'd agree with you. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily like. I don't know. It's weird comparing the two Urshifus. I think they're both really strong though.
Right. Second pick of round 2. We have Jirachi to pair with Tox's Annihilape. I am very worried now with this combination, given the fact that we might have just learned that Annihilape gets access to Power Punch. So when paired with a Wish user that can cover most of Annihilape's weaknesses, barring Ghost and I'm missing one, I think.
Dark?
Ghost.
Or wait, no, it's not dark.
Yeah,
fighting type.
I guess just Ghost, because Jirachi resists the flying type and psychic type typings. But yeah, I think this is a very versatile pairing.
I just love Jirachi as a Pokemon. I've used it a lot, so
you are the Jirachi
it's a really
master.
fun mon to use. Though I've always used it in doubles, so I don't think I've used it in singles.
Of course, everyone knows this mon singles for Iron Head flinching strats. Primarily, yep. I will say it's not all of what this mon does, of course. All the base 100 Pokemon, I think, are versatile in their respective rights.
Yeah, if you can paralyze a few of their team before getting Jirachi in, just constantly flinch and don't let them do anything.
Exactly.
It's such a strong Pokemon.
We spin back to the Aron's, and Mega Scizor to pair with that Ursaluna. So I'm kind of seeing where the have a strong Pokemon to pivot, a reliable pivot into Ursaluna comes into play here with this pick. Very, very tough mon.
Yeah, he's just got 2 powerhouses right here.
Synergetically too, like Scizor's one weakness being to fire. If it's a Pokemon that gets access to stab, Ursaluna can just punish that immensely. So you have the ability to, really make use of Ursaluna or Scizor being threatened by fire types. If you expect the fire type to come in, you U-turn that turn, and Ursaluna gets a free hit off on something. So there's a lot of potential uses for this pairing. A lot of opportunity for this pairing to make a lot of waves together.
Right. Yeah, and Scizor priority bullet punch with Technician is just so strong too.
Right.
Like it's just such a threatening mon. I forget, does Bug Bite get boosted by Technician, or was it slightly too powerful for a Technician boost?
I think it was slightly too powerful. I'm pretty sure I saw that Technician never got changed from base 60 power and below. Bug Bite to base 65, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's too bad. No bug move to benefit from it. So I guess just click X Scissor. Wait, it does get boosted? Are you I need to check this.
Bug Bite gets boosted? Is Technician base 70 power then?
It's base 60, but I thought Bug Bite was 65 power, but I could be wrong.
I think it is. While you're looking that up, Jord, the next pick here is Iron Treads going to the Seattle Onyx. Cadillacs with a very good utility mon here. A couple of really strong A tiers to make up his first 2-round picks. I personally really like Iron Treads, given what I've been noticing it doing. It's just a very well-rounded utility mon. It gets access to Rapid Spin, Volt Switch, which you wouldn't expect out of a ground steel type. Stealth Rocks, Stealth Rocks, Rapid Spin, Volt Switch all being on the same Pokemon, given that its typing is like what it is. I think this one could have already gone in S tier too. Because we've seen a lot of times Excadrill being put in S tier, and that Pokemon's also A. I think this is more utilitarian version of Excadrill, if you'd ask me. But no, I'm a huge fan of this pick.
Yeah, I am too. I really like it.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, it's a good mon. I don't have anything to say. Sorry, I'm still just focused.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, base it's faster than most of the things available in draft format with the base 106 speed. Outspeeding things like Victini could be potentially significant, I'll say, is the right word I'm looking for. But yeah, no, I love this pick a lot. If it had made it to me in a perfect world while I got in Dragon Bolt, I would have picked it. But that's alright. So move along here. We see Dusclops with his second pick, picked up Aerodactyl Mega.
Wait, I do have to say, Bug Bite apparently is base 60 power, so it does get a Technician boost.
I could have sworn it was 65. Maybe they changed it.
Yeah, because I'm just looking on Cerebi. It's base 60 in Gen 7, 8, and 9.
This is one of my favorite Mega Pokemon, Mega Aerodactyl. I enjoy its typing outside of being a little bit hard to switch into rocks with if you wanted to use it a little bit more passively. Otherwise, you have base 150 speed, you have access to Tough Claws to make use of that base 135 attack even more. You have access to Stealth Rock, Roost, Defog, lots of different coverage moves, an Earthquake, Fire Fang. Just a lot can be said about this Pokemon in terms of its ability to be changeable from week to week. You know, you can do a lot with this Pokemon. There's never not a week where this Pokemon is innately a bad pick for opponent's drafts. I argue to say, you know, you can have an argument for this Pokemon coming in any matchup. Gets Aqua Tail too, good point.
Yeah, it's got a very versatile move pool and really good offensive stats while also having fairly moderate bulk too.
Very good bulk. I think if you invested a lot in its defenses, I've done a couple times with this Pokemon. I've run Spidef Aerodactyls before. You know, you can really threaten some Pokemon you can really matchup check some Pokemon, I'll say.
I know it gets Hone Claws. Does it get Dragon Dance too?
It does get Dragon Dance. They added it in Gen 8, I believe, to Aerodactyl.
Okay. Yeah. That's pretty crazy then.
It is.
Yeah, it's a strong Pokemon.
If my memory serves me correctly, there was a poll for it to move down to Mega 2, and I think the majority of people saw how versatile it was, and they're like, no, we're going to keep it Mega 1. So. Yeah,
I think it's just a bit too strong for Mega 2. The fact that it can set up really helps too with that versatility.
Move on to Mark here. We see another Gen 9 addition. A very strong one at that. Roaring Moon to pair with that Houndstone. I don't know what to say to this other than, I'm scared.
Yeah, Roaring Moon is a very strong Pokemon. One of my favorite Gen 9s, actually. It's one of the few that I actually bothered shiny hunting.
It's got a nice shiny. A lot of Paradox.
It does. But yeah, it's just a really cool Pokemon.
Yeah, another Pokemon with versatility. Make, I think, a lot of singles sets that I've seen. Well, just random battle, really. I haven't dabbled in Gen 9 a whole lot yet, but you know, you see a lot of photosynthesis being used, a lot of Life Orb, a lot of fun ways to pair with Terra. Another mon I think that Terra would benefit from in this league, make this mon a little bit more of a strong point in draft format, and where it's not allowed, it's not going to hinder it, but I think it just would benefit a lot more if Terra was allowed.
Yeah, it helps you say Terra Steel to tank a Fairy hit.
Exactly.
The 4x Fairy weakness is kind of crappy, but it's still an insanely powerful Pokemon.
Absolutely. Oh wow, yeah, this is something I also expected to go round 1 over a couple of round 1 choices, but Great Tusk.
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't go round 1.
I remember
Great Tusk is one of the most used Pokemon in OU, I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure it is too. Headlong Rush, just like Ursaluna gets access to, just basically ground type close combat, got a massive amount of physical prowess. You know, another mon that gets access to Rapid Spin, I believe. Ground fighting is also pretty annoying typing to try to check defensively. A couple typings I can only see doing that maybe are Steel Flying, and just flying in general. But no, just it's strong enough to where that might not matter in a given week. You give it a photosynthesis boost and attack, and it's gonna, make you regret challenging it. Another Donphan form going in round 2 here.
Oh, I need to check something real quick. Does it get Trailblaze? I hope not.
I hope not too. I know it gets Ice Spinner.
Yeah, I don't think it gets Trailblaze, but that could be scary if it does.
Right.
I'm just having trouble finding it in the Pokedex. There it is. Great Tusk. Okay, good. It doesn't.
Oh, thank goodness.
If it could get us grass coverage, speed boosting move, that would have been really good. But still, I guess Rapid Spin.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, boosting that thing's speed. It can potentially be a sweeper with those stats.
Oh, good. Yeah, just enormous potential.
Yeah, it's a really great mon.
I think it's one of those new Pokemon too that it hasn't gotten enough chance to prove itself, even though it's already really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, moving on, Cameron Grimes stock. I love that team name. Anyway, Mandibuzz gets picked. I think this is a really strong pick for Mr. Grimes and the Cameron Grimes stock. Something to pair really well with Melmetal. It's a safe defogger too, which would help something like Melmetal if ever spikes were let up on the field. It just got massive amount of defenses. Good utility mon, gets foul, things like foul play. If you wanted to run Tailwind, you could. It's very well known
Since
for
this Nat X, it still gets toxic.
Yeah, it still gets toxic. Might be a little bit questionable in A. I don't know if I'd pick.
I honestly don't think so. I'd take it in A.
I'd take it in A too. I think it's really good mon. It's got a lot of value regardless of what tiers it's in.
Yeah, just with its bulk, it's such a hard mon to kill, and foul play is such an excellent move on it.
It is, absolutely. Not the best offensive stats in the world, but if you have
you dropped it, yes, I haven't really looked
You haven't dropped it, okay. Yeah, we're going to cover the grace period changes at the end here.
Yeah, a lot of this is kind of my first real looks at the teams. I've kind of looked it over a bit.
All right, moving on to me. I did something a little bit interesting. I get myself a second fairy type. I just really wanted something. I made a draft plan after I was kind of scrambling after Dragapult got picked because everything was revolving around that. I was kind of unrealistically expecting to get at a pick 4, I think, but I was very close, so don't blame me, please. But I knew Mega Dancy. If I didn't pick it now, I would have had to re-scramble my draft plan again. So I was trying to pick in the order that I knew I'd be safest to get it, and I thought it would have been now. So you might be questioning why I got 2 fairies. I just think where Bulu doesn't have that offensive fairy coverage move, if you're not running a special Bulu, which is not usually common or recommended.
Yeah, it's too bad Bulu doesn't get play rough.
If it got play rough, if it got play rough. I know there was a lot of leaks about it getting play rough potentially when Gen 8 got released, but weren't meant to be, unfortunately. But yeah, I just really wanted a special wall breaker that could pair with Bulu, and they don't have the same weaknesses. If I was to stack typings like that.
Yeah, I don't think stacking typings is bad at all. I am a bit surprised that you picked 2 fairies in a row, though.
That's fair. Yeah, I was just thinking we'll have to see what I pick here next. But I was looking what everyone else was picking at their typing composition. I was like, what is the likelihood that my third pick is going to get picked, and what is the likelihood that this is going to get picked? And yeah, Diancie was just like, this is such a one up in the air, and it's so valuable, I might as well.
Yeah, I love Mega Diancie. It's one of my favorite Megas.
Yeah, it's nice that it gets Magic Bounce too. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's got a lot of weaknesses. I tried to negate its ground weakness with Grassy Terrain a little bit. And I
have a really interesting question.
Sure.
How does Magic Bounce work against Glamora? If you hit Glamora and it creates toxic spikes, do those get bounced back?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, that's just something that came to mind.
I'm gonna make a quick change here. I forgot something. Okay. We have Black Bolt's second pick. Torn T, another fast Pokemon with Dragapult, another versatile mon with Dragapult. I'm scared. Another pick where I'm scared. I think a lot of, I'm starting to see a lot of directions being drawn in the sand here. A lot of lines being drawn in the sand here where certain teams are.
You mean being drawn in the rain?
Being drawn
That's what
in the
it's
rain.
starting to look like.
It's starting to look like a little bit of potential for growth and rain here. I like Torn, even if you might miss a Hurricane outside of the rain. It's got Defog, you've got Regenerator with U-Turn, you've got a fast speed tier, you've got Knockoff, you got ability to run physical and special coverage moves. You have just a lot going for this Pokemon. One of my favorite Pokemon to draft as well. Like, I've drafted it with Melmetal. I if I could draft Melmetal and Torn together every time, I would. I mean, not that they're really great together. They're just two Pokemon I like to draft. But yeah, another Pokemon that if I had my choice to only me have access to, I would.
Yeah, so far Black Bolt's team right here is very scary.
Yeah. All right, and Omar picking up Heatran. This is interesting in a good way because I'm excited to see where this team goes from here because I wasn't sure if I saw it right away. I can see how there's synergy in having a Pokemon like Coco being able to bring in stuff for free, bringing in Heatran to get a free Stealth Rock off. They have some good type synergy in the sense that Coco doesn't have to worry about poison types as much if it's able to get that free pivot into Heatran, giving Heatran the chance to set rocks or trap something in with Magma Storm.
Yeah, so far ground is a weakness.
Ground is a weakness.
Big common weakness.
Mm-hmm.
But I do really like this pick, and very strong fairy and steel typings that are covered on the team now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, we're seeing, if we were to kind of pay respect to how good this Dragon Steel Fairy core is shaping out to be, I'll have to see what Dragon type Omar decides to go with here. But yeah, definitely one of the stronger candidates for that at the moment, given what has been drafted. But we move on to
also, I love Heatran because fire types aren't really that tanky, and Heatran's one of the few fire types that are successfully a good defensive Pokemon.
That's right. Yeah, no, Flash Fire is really strong in a Pokemon that's neutrally affected by fire too, I think.
Yeah.
But I eat my own words here. Is that this expression? I said Froggerman might be saving his S tier, but we see Meowscarada get picked in S tier.
Yeah, I like Meowscarada. I think that I'm actually kind of surprised it didn't go earlier. I think it's a really strong new mon.
Mm-hmm.
If I stayed in the league, it's one I would have drafted.
Isn't Flower Trick the move it gets that is the one that crits 100% of the time?
Yeah, always crits. Is it? I think base 70 always crits.
Base 70 or base 80 even?
Let me double check. Base 70 always crits.
Base 70, okay.
Can't miss either.
That's insane. Yeah, I wish I had more to say about this Pokemon. Again, it's one of those things where I haven't dabbled enough into Gen 9 yet, and that's one of those Pokemon that I haven't dabbled with entirely.
Yeah, and it's got Protean, so you could do Protean U-turns, stab, Flower Trick, and knock off, and just a really good mon in general. It gets Play Rough as well. So it's got pretty decent coverage.
That's not bad coverage. Play Rough on Dark type.
Yeah. And it's the fastest Protean/Libero Pokemon.
That's true. Before that, it was Greninja at 118, wasn't it? Or 121. It might have been 121 for Greninja.
Yeah, I think 121, and this is 123.
123, yeah. Exciting stuff. I'm excited to see what Froggerman does with this Pokemon. And that recaps off our round 2 picks. Yeah, a lot of good things went here. I personally really enjoyed seeing Iron Treads go. It was something that I think a lot of people would have loved on their team. It's one of those Pokemon that kind of just kind of like the Savali effect. It completes a draft, and just having that typing together. I think Ground Steel is a really good typing too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be probably my personal favorite pick of this round. I also
My
like
personal favorite is your Mega Diancie, just because I really like that Pokemon.
yeah. Oh, I appreciate that. Like I'm excited to use that Pokemon. I've used it once.
Okay.
Before, so this will be my second time using it. I don't remember how well I did. I don't know if I did entirely well. I might have gone 5-3 with it, but we'll see.
I just love it. It's such good offense while still having pretty good defense, and Diamond Storm is a great move as well.
Well, we've made it all the way back to Froggerman's first pick wheel. So now we're going to his second and third pick wheel with Goodra. So Froggerman getting his first Pokemon for his Dragon Steel Fairy Core. He already started his Fire Rock Grass Core last round with Masquerada, so now he's cementing a really strong Dragon type to start his other core.
So far, just looking at the team, I'm kind of surprised regular Goodra over the Hisuian variant is A tier though, so never mind.
I can see both
I thought
of them
they were
working
both
well.
the same tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think the Hisuian one's better. The Dragon Steel typing is really good.
Yeah,
I do love Goodra. I use it a lot.
Yeah, I guess the thought for me behind this, like my thinking, seeing Goodra go rather than Hisuian Goodra, just in the argument there. It's so early to be talking about this stuff, but like I think special fire types will give a lot of problems with the first two Pokemon. So something that can be a very good sponge to that maybe could be the reason behind this. But it's such a that's just spitballing. It's so early.
But yeah, the tiering also made me realize I didn't realize they were different tiers.
It was one of those form things between a new form and an old form, where a new form was tiered differently.
Yeah.
Just given how different they were, I guess. But yeah, I can see there's a lot of value in Goodra. I think I underrate Goodra a lot. So if it's in B tier and it's underrated in A tier, I think Goodra's a very valuable pick for this team. I think Froggerman did a really good job getting this early.
Yeah, I also love Sap Sipper because you could switch in on a Leech Seed and run a physical set. Depending on if you're fighting a more stally team with Venusaur or something.
Yeah, it gets all the versatility too. I forgot about its move pool being so potent. Like Earthquake and stuff.
Yeah, it's got a really good move pool. It's obviously slightly better on the special side with its stats, but you can run it physical because base 100 is still really good.
Base 100's no slouch. You have the Pixies that are the mythicals that are base 100 stats.
And if you manage to trigger...
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's lots of room for versatility with this one. I love versatility. I'm going to say that word. We should have a counter on the top left or top right of the screen for how many times I say the word versatility.
Yes. Also, I want to say I love slapping an Assault Vest on that thing because it just never dies.
It never dies to special moves. Alright, moving on to things that never die to special moves. Ting Lu. Got Vessel of Ruin in the house. I can see this team really taking a lot of shape now that this pick has been made. Having a bulky ground type. Something that will... be able to take advantage of opposing electric types coming in to abuse Coco's electric train. Something that can resist to poison. Just bulky enough to take a lot of hits that both Heat Rain and Coco are weak to, aka ground. You have Ting Lu, you have a Bulkymon with Ruination and Rocks.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add to this. Just as you said, it's just a really good Pokemon. It's another thing that I like slapping an Assault Vest on too. Just look at those defenses. You slap an Assault Vest on that, and it's such a good bulky offensive Pokemon.
Got base 110 physical attack, you slap an Assault Vest on it, you give it Heavy Slam, and you're not dying to a special fairy type attack, and most fairies, where they're specially defensive, not physically defensive, get hit hard by Heavy Slam. So
yeah.
I was
Doesn't it get Body Press?
I think it does get Body Press. And it might even get a defense boosting move too. So very
it's
scary mod.
Just a really good Pokemon.
Yeah, I think they correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody in the chat knows, if you know Jord, I think they might have had the stats a little bit higher at one point, and then they had to change them after he got released.
Not that I know of, but maybe.
Okay, I was thinking for some reason that his HP was base 165 and now it's base 155. I could be wrong.
Don't think so, because all of those Pokemon have the same base stat total.
Oh, okay, so maybe.
So I don't think they just nerf one of them.
Unless they change, yeah, unless they're all bad, I guess. Yeah, okay, I totally forgot about that. If they all did, yeah, true. Didn't think about that point. But yeah, I used to spawn in the doubles league where Trash Slicing was available. I drafted Terra Steel, and yeah, it was just a fun mon. Just resisting fairy type attacks, making more use of Heavy Slam. You know, a bulky mon like this with access to a Nature's Madness type move in Ruination. It's a good mon. But yeah, moving on to Mr. S tier, the Black Bolt. Picks up King Gambit. This mon was A tier. I don't think it should be anywhere besides S now, especially where Pursuit's allowed.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't know how it works on Showdown because Pursuit is not a Gen 9 move, but this is a Gen 9 evolution. If this is able to get Pursuit, I think that's pretty crazy. But
absolutely,
if not, you might have to just check on Showdown at some point to see. But yeah, it's a really crazy Pokemon.
Yeah, it's like 4 times weakness to fighting is nothing when you consider not only its base stats, but the fact that it makes so much use of being a revenge killer with its ability Supreme Overlord. You just bring it in at the right time. If it's a Pursuit Trapper, you bring it in at the right time too. Pursuit something, and that Pokemon is dead. I'm sorry, but it is just gone.
Yeah.
This Pokemon does not need boosts, but you give it a free boost with Supreme Overlord, and then it gets access to Swords Dance on top of that. So, yeah.
And Sucker Punch.
King Gambit. One of the more prominent VGZ Pokemon, too. Yeah, I think it's a very offensive pairing with Dragapult as well. Good typing coverage. Dragapult covers the fighting, fire, and I was gonna say ground, but it doesn't get levitate. But yeah, most of it. And yeah, we're gonna move on here to my 3rd round pick. So this is the Pokemon I was kind of hinting towards as being something that I could afford to wait on after Mega Diancie. I think Mega Diancie was the most likely thing to go in my draft plan at that stage. So I decided to pick Zygarde up now just to kind of solidify that, hey, my Dragon Steel Fairy Core is coming into shape. And this is a Pokemon I want to... This is a piece of the puzzle I need now, because if I don't have a ground type that can abuse grassy terrain later, then I don't have that. Yeah, 1,000 Arrows.
Zygarde.
Yeah,
Zygarde is such a good Pokemon. 1,000 Arrows is so strong.
It's the first thing everyone thinks about.
Even 1,000 Waves can be good, trapping an opponent.
Trapping an opponent in, getting a coil off or two. Even a substitute glare set could be run in a certain week where it might be necessary to be a little bit of a nuisance with this set. Yeah, and again, to bring up the point of where Gen 8 cut moves aren't banned, can be a subtoxic user as well. A very bulky one at that. Very well-rounded stats. I just like this Pokemon with my team composition so far. I think it pairs nicely.
I agree. Very good Pokemon.
Yeah. So we'll move on.
So far in round 3, I've been liking everyone's teams and how they're forming out.
Yeah, no. Lots of shape happening. See a lot of where each draft is going. Mega Gardevoir. I've seen this paired with Male Metal a couple times in the Ultra Recon draft leagues. I think the last person to do it that I remember was Cadillacs in the 2nd season of the Doubles draft league. Just a strong special attacker paired with a strong physical attacker, and that's as far as that needs to be said. Get a good teleport user or pivot. Another one of those things like, or where the one Pokemon that is a threat on its own can safely bring in another Pokemon that's a threat on its own. Seeing a lot of those trends in
I love Mega Gardevoir. The only problem I have with it is how it's only got base 100 speed, whereas there's a lot of faster megas or psychics. So that's the one thing it struggles a little with.
I would say too. Mm-hmm.
But it is such a good Pokemon, and yeah, I think comboed with Melmetal. This is weak to physical attacks, but you could just switch into Melmetal. Like that's a really good combo.
It is very potent. I would argue like one of the like in terms of talking about the cases where the Mega Pokemon versatility is not or is hindered after the Pokemon Mega evolves. Like I think base in the argument of base form Gardevoir and Mega Gardevoir. I think there's a lot of potential for both to be versatile. So you're not losing out on drafting Mega Gardevoir over a valuable B tier Gardevoir. And you have, of course, the special wall breaking potential offered by this Pokemon. A little bit more bulk on the special side. And yeah, just a typing coverage that is a threat.
Yeah. Also, if you manage to take down most of their physical attackers, you can just Calm Mind's Draining Kiss.
I'm scared about that. I'm going to say that a lot too, is that I like how scary my draft is, but there's others that I'm scared more of, just because I'm not the one drafting it. Another mon that I'm scared of, because I think it's another one of those cases where this Pokemon hasn't got a chance to shine enough, is Excalibur. I'm very...
Oh, TSG dropped it too? Okay.
You dropped Mega Gardevoir too? Oh, man.
I'll have to look at your team.
Yeah, I think I remember what Mega you picked it up for, and I do agree that that's another good Pokemon that pairs with it, if I'm thinking of the right one. I won't say it yet.
Yeah, I like the Mega you did choose.
Yeah, just in case people want to be surprised by it. But Excalibur, another mon I haven't necessarily dabbled with a whole lot. I just know it's very versatile. In terms of its stats and its move pool. Decent speed. It's one of those Pokemon that you kind of wish was a little bit faster, especially for a Dragon type. A lot of people would argue that if you don't have a Dragon type that's at least base 100, it's a little bit of a problem week to week, because you want to have the ability to make use of a very offensive typing. Ice Dragon.
Plus, when you combine that Dragon with Ice, that is a very offensive typing.
Two very offensive typings combined into one Pokemon, and it's Excalibur. Thermal Exchange is the ability that's unique to it, I believe, and it's could be interesting. I think isn't its physical attack raised by a stage if it's hit by fire type attack?
Yep, yeah. That's a really cool ability.
Excited to see how that makes use of. Welcome back, Dusclops. We're in round 3 right now. Partway through.
And its unique move, Glaive Rush, is interesting. Base 120, but you take double damage the next turn. It's pretty risky to use, but
do you have to?
That's a strong move.
Are you locked into Glaive Rush when you start using it, or can you just choose it and then unchoose it?
You can. It's just a one-turn move.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
We're moving on. Mark picked up Slowking Galar. He's drafted this a couple times, and I think it's become one of his staple Pokemon in the sense that he's very good at using it. I think it's just, like, in terms of one of the slow Bro and Slowking forms, it's just very strong in what it does. Having the ability to be, having the poison typing now, meaning that it can't be toxic, so that your generator gets even more usage, I think is extremely nice.
Yeah, I haven't really used this form of Slowking. I used to use the other Slowking a lot, but I haven't really been too into like competitive showdown since Gen 6, so yeah, I just haven't really used this one. It does seem really strong though. Yeah. The Psychic Poison typing is really good.
First resistance to fairy. No, Houndstone resists fairy. I was just looking at the synergy between it and Roaring Moon. This is going to be a difficult mon to break, and one of those, again, safe pivots to pivot into things like Houndstone later on, or Roaring Moon at any point.
Yeah, and any bulky regenerator is just strong, and that's exactly what this is.
Oh, good! So good that you said that, Jord, because the next Pokemon we have is Amoonguss.
Yep. There you go, bulky regenerator.
Bulky regenerator.jpg. That's your mushroom. I think this mon pairs very well with Aerodactyl and Walking Wake. I won't exclude Walking Wake from that picture, but just as someone who's used Mega Aerodactyl before, I think this is a great mon. Type synergy is amazing. You have one Pokemon that's weak to the rock type and a Pokemon that can abuse that. Well, two Pokemon if you include Walking Wake. You can get your fire type and flyer type covered by Aerodactyl, which has access to Roost, and the only thing that kind of stinks about the two is that Ice, even though it's not necessarily a common typing, you have the shared weakness to Ice at the current moment. But electric types, you have a sponge for those.
Amoonguss also kind of synergizes with everything because a bulky spore user is also nice. It's hard to take it down in one hit before it can spore you.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon that I stopped using as much, but it will never not be a Pokemon I look at.
I will say,
personally.
so I picked up Amoonguss before thinking that I wanted Tang. So I did end up switching this pick because I do have Tang as my bulky regenerator now. But you know, I thought about this, and then I was like, and then I kind of just decided I preferred Tang because of knock. But yeah,
that's fair. Yeah, have a little bit more utility. You think either Walking Wake or Aerodactyl will at least get knock, just to kind of take that pressure off of Amoonguss for not being one. But yeah, I think Tangos makes a lot of sense for your team too, Dusclops, because it gives you less weaknesses that you like don't need to be able to act as like a synergetic mon with Walking Wake and Aerodactyl. And of course you get like one less resist and Fairy, but like where it's so early on, I don't know if you need that yet. Like you don't have to fret about that too hard. You can always grab a poison or a steel or a fire later on. And we'll see.
Right.
We'll see how.
Yeah, and though Tangrowth can't get Spore, it still gets Sleep Powder, and it gets some more offensive potential than Amoonguss does.
Yeah,
exactly.
And that's the real reason I went Tang. Is just because its offensive potential is pretty much like a lot better than Amoonguss's.
Yeah,
while still having good defensive utility as well.
Isn't it base 110 special attack or something like that?
Yeah, and then its attack is like not horrible either. I think it's like 100.
That's pretty good. Yeah, get a little bit more physical and special prowess offensively.
Prowess like you can, like it gets Quake, which is like something I use sometimes.
Right on.
Yeah, because you could run it if you want it physical with like Power Whip, Knockoff, Earthquake.
Yeah, and you can even do a mixed, just minus speed.
Yeah,
you don't need speed on that. That's really
good.
Exactly. But you need speed on this, Reggie. You're lucky. You have to invest speed in it every week now. Yeah, another one of those Pokemon where the speed tier is so prominent and so significant that in most matchups you won't have to. Well, if not all, for Regieleki's case, unless you're trying to outspeed a Choice Scarf user, you won't need to invest a lot in its speed stats.
Another Pokemon where it's good there's no Terra allowed. Yeah, Terra Electric Regieleki does insane damage.
Yeah, Terra Electric, or even just to give it another coverage move that doesn't have access to that it really needs. Like if it needed something to hit a ground type, it could Terra Water or something along those lines.
Yeah, or Terra Flying to boost acrobatics and ignore the ground moves.
It's not something I want to see in a Terra League yet.
Yeah, but, I think it just got banned to Ubers actually now that it's in the Gen 9.
Gen 9, yeah. Isn't it one of the things coming over to Pokemon Home too?
Yeah, so it's accessible in Gen 9 and it got banned to Ubers.
My gosh.
Fun fact about Aleki is it's the fastest quick ban that's ever happened.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, under 24 hours, it was gone.
It's the fastest quick ban and the fastest base stat speed.
Exactly. It's rather poetic.
Again, early on to mention that Calyx's team at the moment is currently very weak to ground, but I know for a fact, given how strong of a drafter and battler Calyx is, he will surely alleviate the weakness as we go forward. Speaking of going forward, a mon that he liked to draft that is now going to be changing owners. Dagster picks up Rillaboom. another one of those instances where pairing a grassy terrain Pokemon with Pokemon that can thrive with grassy terrain added, notably Ursaluna, where it doesn't need to run Earthquake and run Headlong Rush, and not be affected by the nullifications of ground type boosts and grassy terrain. Good partner. A lot of physical threats so far.
Yeah, and 2 of his Mons already have Pivot there too, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
With U-turn.
Yeah, a lot to say about this Pokemon. Priority Grassy Slide. Yeah, Grassy Glide. God, my brain. But yeah,
Don't worry, my brain's like melted today. I haven't slept in a while.
Yeah, we might have to take a break here at the halfway point of this because we're only about a quarter to a third of the way done. Yeah, just another one of those instances where this Mon's weaknesses are benefited off of by Ursaluna, a Pokemon that can switch in safely and be a safe pivot. Switching to Ursaluna gets a free hit off. I can see Aaron's or Dexter's draft continuing on this trend of Ursaluna paired with pivots.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot can be said about this Pokemon. It's as good as it is for a reason, but we're going to talk about Greninja now. So something to note about Greninja, you might notice it is a free pick. It's because it's S tier, and the reason why it's S tier is because Protein was allowed. It was a lot of debating as to whether or not, with the Protein nerf in Gen 8 or Gen 9, that Protein might be a little bit less potent on mons like Greninja, but didn't. I think there might have been a poll for it, but it was still left in S tier.
Yeah, I think I suggested dropping it down because I do think Protean is definitely considerably worse than it was.
Mm-hmm. Not being able to switch up more than once in a turn or in an outing.
Yeah. I honestly, the Pokemon that's least impacted by it is Cinderace, because it can still click Pyro Ball without triggering anything, whereas like this, if you click Dark Pulse, it still triggers it even though it's a stab typing already.
Because it's
since you're a dual typing, it turns you into Mono Dark.
Right, so that's could be the argument in terms of the difference between a mon like Greninja and a mon like, or Greninja Meowscarada and a mon like Cinderace is you have to be unfortunately wary of the effects of clicking a stab move on a dual type Pokemon versus stab on a single type Pokemon.
Yeah, I want to say I really respect the Greninja pick. It's one of my favorite Pokemon, but I personally wouldn't have picked it in S tier this league. Meowscarada I might have, because I think just with its moves, it's insanely powerful. Yeah. Moves and stats.
In terms of synergy, regardless of, or just kind of forgetting about the fact that it's S tier with Protein, or has access to Protein, I think it's very offensive pairing with Jirachi and Annihilape, and honestly not a bad support Pokemon, getting access to Spikes. And
yeah, I do think it's very good for the team, and
yeah.
I haven't really looked at S tier to see what could have been better, but I just think its value in S tier isn't as good as it would have been in previous gens.
That's a good point, absolutely. Last Pokemon of round 3, so we're at the quarter-way mark with iNasty's final pick, and Togekiss. This is
I'm kind of surprised Togekiss took this long to go, just because it's a Pokemon that just works on every team, really.
If I was drafting my draft plan, my initial draft plan with Dragapult, this would have been my second pick, for sure. There's a couple of picks I might have picked before it, actually. I don't know. So it might not have making it to me if iNasty had the plan, but yeah, very strong Wish Passer. Fairy Flying is a pretty good typing. Having a lot of versatility. You could be Scarf, you could be Bulk, you could Defogger with Boots, you could be, I don't know, Assault Vest. I haven't seen it, but don't knock it till you try it. You know, Leftovers.
Hey, I slap Assault Vest on everything.
There you go. Assault Vest crazy people it'll work. I'll make it work. But yeah, you got another mon going that has Serene Grace as one of its notable abilities. And
yeah, so far I really like iNasty's team.
I like his team too. If I had to swap, his would be one of the teams I'd swap mine for if I had the ability to just magically unzip and zip into someone else's draft, or zip over to someone else's draft. But yeah, I will say I think this is probably one of my favorite rounds of the draft, including what we haven't seen yet, just in terms of what went. Ting Lu's going to be one that I took a liking to this round, Togekiss as well. They're just two Pokemon that I like. In terms of what I think is my favorite Pokemon that was drafted this round, I think either Ting Lu or Excalibur would be my picks. A lot of value in those
for me,
as late as they went.
For me, it's probably Ting Lu, King Gambit, or Rillaboom. Those are all ones that I could have seen going earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll keep her going here. I'm excited to see how some of these shape out more. Superior to add on to the Togekiss pick that was just made. Getting into the Firewater Grass Core now.
Superior's an interesting mon. Because offensively it's not incredible, but the fact that every time you click Leaf Storm it's getting stronger.
Yeah.
Due to contrary, that it can be pretty scary, but it does lack the coverage.
That's right, yeah.
Because isn't it mostly just Grass and Dragon Pulse?
Dragon Pulse, yeah. I mean, Hidden Power, it used to be prominently a good Hidden Power user, but since Hidden Power is banning in Gen 8, it dropped down out of people's radars a little bit.
Yeah, so I don't think it's the strongest mon, but any team that's not got a lot of grass resistances, this can sweep.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very good matchup check mon for B tier, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's not like necessarily the strongest or the weakest Pokemon in B tier. I still think it could have been wiggled into A2. But yeah, definitely mon that if you don't prep for, if you don't have the right tools in your arsenal, you might have a bad time against this Pokemon, especially given its teammates. And
yeah,
teammates. We love teammates. Arcanine Hisui joins the offensive versatility teammates over here.
Okay, yeah, so far this team is incredibly strong offensive. Like, I really like Hisui and Arcanine.
Yeah. Having a stab rock type on top of a fire, like, I'm trying to think if there's one type that makes it hard for this Pokemon to hit. Water is the first thing that comes to mind, but you hit water neutrally with rock type moves. I'm pretty sure it gets access to Head Smash.
Yeah, Head Smash and Flare Blitz with Rock Head, so
Head.
You're not taking recoil damage.
Right. Yeah, it's a mon that I'm excited to see used. I think it might have been B tier before it got moved to A tier. A little bit different in terms of stats too, compared to base Arcanine. I think it might have a little bit less physical attack on the base form, but
yeah, this is slightly higher physical attack and HP,
and
but slightly lower speed and special attack.
That's what it is. Okay. No, I'm excited. It's one of those Pokemon I really want to see do well.
Same here.
Yeah. Okay, this is starting to become a scary team. Latias goes to the Aaron's Aerons. The typing synergy between this Pokemon and what's been drafted on this team so far, it's pretty well unleaded. Yeah, it gives Aaron a little bit more broader range of speed tiers too. Up to this point, notably, a lot of his Pokemon have been between base 50 and base 75, I think. I believe that's what Rillaboom hits.
Yeah, this gives him some speed. This gives him
85.
Yeah, this gives him a nice fire resistance to synergize with Scizor and Rillaboom.
A very nice fire resistance, that base special defense.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of physical fires, although we did just see Arcanine Hisui, but yeah, no, just a good overall teammate. Another Pokemon that gets recovery alongside Scizor.
Yeah, Latias is just an excellent Pokemon. So far, I really like this team.
Me too. Yeah.
Also, I'm slightly biased because I might have made some suggestions to him during the draft.
Well, your suggestions are paying off. I think he's got one of the strongest ones so far. Hatterene gets picked, and I think it's a very valuable mon. This is like the value draft for Cadillacs' draft. I think he's got a very valuable draft here. Lots of
Yeah,
strong
if you're
E-tier
still
picks
here,
so far.
Cadillacs, I want to say I really like how your team turned out, and since I've played in quite a few leagues with you so far, this is very different from all your other teams. A lot of new Pokemon in it. I really like it.
Yeah, new Pokemon versatility is a big name of this. This draft that you have so far, and you know what I've seen from your draft's completion. Yeah, I'm a fan. It was funny how you were like, as soon as you made this pick, it was either this pick or another pick. I think it was this pick because it was immediately following your Regieleki pick. You're like, oh yeah, Regieleki in Trick Room. Because Saturine's very strong in Trick Room and Regieleki's not. But no, you have a lot of different modes that this team can adapt to, and you haven't even picked your S tier yet. So if your team is already this good at taking advantage of different modes, then by God help us.
Full Trick Room team. Sneasler and Regieleki are top tier Trick Room Pokemon.
Yeah, and Iron Treads, base 106, that's a hidden base tier.
I didn't realize it was that fast. I knew it was pretty fast, but I didn't know it was above base 100.
Yeah. That's tier loss for sure. That's the Cadillac's way. Moving on to our first Tauros form. The Tauroses have been taking up Storm from what I remember seeing in VGC. It's nice to see one being recognized for its potential in singles. Dusclops with the Tauros Blaze pick.
Yeah, since I haven't played much competitive, I haven't really seen how Tauros is used right now. So I'll be interested in seeing it get used in the league.
Did you want to talk about this pick, Dusclops, and why you feel like it fits your team so far?
Yeah, for sure. So at this point, I was thinking I have a water type and I have a grass type, so I wanted to complete my fire, water, grass core, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to do it in like a kind of unique way where I had like another type that was pretty good, and then I remembered, oh yeah, that new Tauros joint has fire and fighting, and honestly, it's a pretty good pick. I've played around with it a lot on ladder, and it's pretty fun. So you got a few different sets you can do here. You know, you have band. You could do scarf if you really need the speed. You could even do a bulk up leftovers intimidate set. You could do like, you could do assault vest. I did assault vest with like trailblaze and then fire fighting ground move.
It gets Trailblaze?
Yeah, it gets trailblaze.
Oh my lord. Well, it makes sense on the Pokemon, like in terms of its like genetics and stuff and background,
Yeah,
of what it is, but
yeah,
competitively, that's
exactly.
Yeah, this has
And
a
honestly,
Trailblazer. That's pretty crazy.
This is a pretty fun Pokemon, and I figured all of this cool ass stuff on like, you know, fire and fighting. I'm like, yeah, I think that's a pretty solid choice.
Oh,
So
I forgot.
yeah, that's kind of just that was my thought process.
Dab. Yeah, this is a great choice.
Yeah, pretty versatile pick for B tier, and yeah, like I was saying earlier, I'm very happy that you saw enough potential in this Pokemon to draft it in singles. Like, it needs a place to shine that isn't doubles right now, I think.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, it's like, you know, it's surprisingly versatile. I feel like people overlook it just because it's a Tauros and they don't realize, oh, fire and fighting, bulk up.
Bulk up.
Really good physical defense.
Yeah.
Good speed, you know?
Intimidate, yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I just completely forgot that the new forms of Tauros were fighting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I kind of, when I first saw them, when they first got released, I thought they were dark.
They
But,
do look like dark types.
They look like a movie too,
Yeah.
because I was hitting them with like certain moves. I was like, wait, I think it was a fairy type move, and I was like, wait, it's weak to fairy, so that means it's dark? And then come to find out it's fighting.
Nope, it is in fact fighting.
Another mon I'm excited to see used. Like that and Arcanine Isui, I think they need to. I can't wait to see if they'll show up as fire types in the meta. Yeah, moving on to Mark's next pick. Now, why must you do this to us? Why? You have Slowking, Galar, and Florges together? Oh my gosh. So you have a Wish Passer, right? And that Wish Passer is weak to poison, right? Well, what do you have that's... jeez. Two Pokemon that resist poison that can be very bulky together. a special defensive wall in Slowking, and a fluffy Houndstone. Everyone get your wall breakers ready. It's time to click buttons. This is
Yeah.
It's a good pick. I'm just super jealous of how much defensive synergy is on this team already, and just a little bit of preemptive. Keep your eyes open for how this draft shapes out to be in the next 2 picks. Because it's going to be even harder. It's going to make everyone else's job even harder to prep for this. Of course, you can expect it, but when a coach like Mark, who's as skilled as Mark, is behind this, it's not going to be as easy as everyone thinks.
Yeah, so far this team is not one I would enjoy playing against. Very, very bulky core there with Slowking and Floor. How's it pronounced? Florges?
I call it Florges, but I don't know if it's right. I just call it Florges. I think I've heard people call it Florges, and maybe they're right, but I always call it Florges.
Either way, that's a really good combo.
It is. A lot of synergy there. Like, that's a team that screams synergy. Scizor. So we have both the other Scizor form being picked here. One of those bonds that will never go away in terms of its competitive it's just always going to be recognized as a strong mon. You can never kill Scizor like as a competitive Pokemon, like not literally, and like you can always hit it with fire type attacks. That's what I mean. But like you'll never be able to shun this mon. It's never going to be a bad Pokemon. Yeah,
Scizor, just based on stats, moves, everything, it'll just always be good.
Absolutely. You get a Bullet Punch user for priority, you get U-Turn on Pokemon. I think this would be my choice for, like, this is a good choice for a pivoting mod for Evil's team. Something that can get those other physical threats in. A very physical draft, I will say so far, but again, super early on.
I do want to see a special attacker, like a really good special sweeper, maybe.
Absolutely.
To help fill this team out.
So, this was a surprise to me. I was not expecting a C tier to go this early, but Jolteon goes. TSG or Mr. Grimes wanted to establish that, a fast electric type role early. He wanted to cement that as soon as possible. Jolteon is definitely one of those. It was one of those Pokemon, again, kind of like Mega, or what was it? Like Superior, we were talking about that earlier. Kind of got shunned out a little bit by the loss of hidden power. One Pokemon that really benefit from having hidden power. A lot of times you see it run hidden power water or something to hit ground types. But, base 130 speed on electric type, no one's going to complain about that. Mr. Grimes, did you want to talk about this pick at all? I just noticed you're in the VC with us. Did you want to tell us why you drafted Jolteon?
I will say I am very surprised that it went this early.
Mm-hmm. Like, I might have drafted it before as early as round 5, and I thought that was early.
Another electric mon I would have considered instead of Jolteon would be Raikou.
Mm-hmm.
Though it is a higher tier, but that's one I thought would go before Jolteon.
Right.
Jolteon is a really good C tier. I just didn't expect it to go this early.
Yeah, if at any point I might skip ahead here, Mr. Grimes, but if you wanted to talk about Jolteon at any point or a previous pick at any point, let me know. I just just like send a message in chat or whatever. But I'll just keep moving here, and whenever you're around, let me know if you want to. I'm just gonna.
So I apologize. Here. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Oh, no worries. It's good timing. I like talking about my picks. So I'm up with my first 4th round pick, and it's Magnezone. My thoughts on this were, again, very valuable Pokemon in its tier, B tier. It's got the ability to trap with Magna Pull, only steel types, but if those steel types are weak to electric, then you have that going for you. Recently got the utility in being able to use Teleport if ever you're super worried about a ground type potentially preventing you from Volt switching. So that was the main thought behind this, is giving me a very strong pivot that benefited as a partner to the other Pokemon on my draft. Yeah, just I feel like I can cover the weaknesses of Magnezone well so far. I'm gonna establish that a little bit more. It's not like I'm trying to build around Magnezone though, but I think as a partner with other things, it's very strong. Yeah, I was a huge fan of this pick, and one of the other coaches messaged me at one point after I picked this, and he said, "Hey, I really like that pick for you. It seems like a really valuable pick." And I said, "Yeah, I will say, I don't entirely love Magnezone as an electric type, just because it's very not predictable. It has some opportunities to be versatile, but I don't know. If I wanted an electric type, I would have loved one that was a little bit faster, maybe, and had a little bit more versatility going for it. But in draft is the name of the game, and whatever gets taken, gets taken. I didn't get sniped at this point, and I kind of knew I wanted Magnezone to fill that tier anyway. I think I got the best electric type available in B tier, given the point that I was at. But yeah, I'm not particularly. It's not my favorite electric type, I'll say that. But yeah, I'm excited to use it. I think it'll be my first time that I've drafted it. But yeah, we were moving on to Black Bolt and his Milotic Mirage. I love Finny. Another one of the taboos going here. I think that only leaves Lele left. A little bit of spoilers. Lele did get picked up in free agency too, I believe. So either that or it's going to be effective round 2. I do believe Dusclops here drafted it, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Finny, very well.
That's right. I got Lele.
You did, right on. Yeah, very good partner again with Dragapult, and by extent, King Gambit. It has the ability to do a lot. This is a very versatile water as well. It's unfortunately one of those bulky waters that doesn't get access to reliable recovery, and it would have to be outside of Mystery Train to use that anyway. But you do have access to Draining Kiss and Calm Mind together, so there's that going forward too. But this is one of my favorite fairy types to draft. Big fan of this pick. I think this pick fits very well with this team, and I can't wait to see how Black Bolt continues this trend of strong picks. Another ground type from the Ontario Obstacoons, Garchomp goes. I was a little bit surprised by the fact that 2 physical ground types went back to back for this team. Especially given that the free tier points taken up by both of them together was a little bit high. Although Omar never picked a Mega, or has not picked a Mega yet, so he could very well that could very well have an effect on how many free points he has available for his last 2 picks. But yeah, I think this is definitely a good Pokemon. I think it's definitely one of the more versatile Pokemon in S tier. I was just a little bit surprised to see 2 ground types go, but Omar knows more about his draft than me, so I can't judge. You have a Pokemon that can be bulky, it can be offensive, you can run it mixed, you can run it with Rocky Helmet, you could run it with Life Orb, you can run it with Scarf, Band, you could run it with so many different things, in so many different ways. One of those Pokemon that's very hard to switch into as well, given its stabs and its coverage. So you get one of those dragon types that gets access to moves that hit fairies in Iron Head and Poison Jab, I believe. One of those Pokemon that has a stab that can hit steel types, because you're always thinking about why Dragon is so shunned out in Dragon Steel Fairy cores, or with respect to Dragon Steel Fairies. It can only hit one of those super effectively, or at least effectively, and that's itself. So having that stab and coverage to hit the other 2, very good. It's one of those Pokemon that never lost value more than other Pokemon in its category when Fairy types got added to the meta. So I love this pick. I think it's a good one. I can see why it pairs well with a lot of themes of this team, and it's just an overall really good partner for Coco too. So I can see why it's good. As we move on to the last pick
Also, I'm
of...
back.
Hello, welcome back.
Hello.
Just,
Hello.
I just finished talking about Tapu Fini and Garchomp getting picked prior to what we see here as the last pick of round 4. It's Galvantula. So yeah, I'm interested to see how webs come into play for this team as we continue. I don't know if they necessarily come into play hugely now, other than perhaps Meowscarada outspeeding some slightly slower things. I don't know if Conkeldurr necessarily benefits from webs too much. Goodra may, given that it's base 80 speed, I think. But
Yeah, base 80 Goodra probably benefits a bit from that.
yeah, it's a good speed tier for webs to benefit, or to give it some, give it an aid. That's about the speed tier, like maybe 70 even, but you're getting into sketchy territory.
I just like webs in general because it even helps Conkeldurr outspeed other slow mons.
Yeah, it becomes one of those faster wall breakers, but while still being a little bit slower than the glass cannons, or a lot slower. But yeah, Goodra definitely, Meowscarada definitely, Conkeldurr definitely in the right scenario. First web setter goes here. Another fast electric type goes after we see Jolteon get picked up earlier, and Magnezone. So a lot of electric types getting picked up this round.
And this gives another pivot mon to this team too with Volt Switch.
Absolutely true. We give so another mon that can safely bring in something like Conkeldurr. And with that is our round 4 picks. Love a lot of picks here. I think Dusclops just sold me on Tauros for this round. I would also argue that Serperior was a really good pick here. Florges on Mark's team's looking awful scary. Latias on Dagster's team's looking awful scary. A lot of Pokemon here were just very, very good at bringing much needed additions to respective drafts.
I like a lot of these picks.
It's a very good round 4 group.
Actually, looking at it, there's not a single pick that I dislike. I'd say Jolteon is the most surprising pick for me here.
I would say that too. It's the most surprising.
I really like it. It's just I'm surprised by it.
I'm biased on Jolteon because I like it too, but yeah, I'm surprised by it going in round 4. I think it could have made it to round 6 even at the latest. Well, given what I would have picked a round 5 actually if I was Mr. Grimes, because of the fact that all the electric types that went this round. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't have picked it. I was surprised to see it this early for sure.
Yeah, as I said, I still would have, though I don't know what he wanted to pick up in other tiers, but I would have gone for Raikou personally.
Right. Yeah,
because it does a similar job, but with more bulk and offense.
I don't know, because like Raikou only gains 5 special attack, but like Jolteon only has 5 less special attack, and then it has 20 more speed or 15 more speed.
But did you know Raikou gets scald for some reason?
Oh shit! What?
Yep.
Okay.
It just has better coverage. I feel extra sensory and scald.
Did it get Aurasphere, or am I confusing that with
it does get Aurasphere, I believe.
Yes.
Dude, what is that coverage? What?
Yeah,
I don't know why it gets Scald. That's the thing
Scald,
that baffles me the most.
Yeah, Scald, Aurasphere, Extrasensory, and Shadow Ball.
I learned that when I drafted it.
Okay, yeah, maybe you do pick Raikou.
Like, it's one of those, like, all-around mons, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Plus setup with Calm Mind.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Calm
too, yeah.
Okay,
you're right.
I had a very bad, like, period of time where I was always drafting Seismitoad in Gen 7. I was like, this Pokemon, I don't know, there's just nothing wrong with it in its respective tier. Like, it's just, one weakness when hidden powers were a thing. If you paired it with another quad weakness, then they have to choose which one they cover. It gets Stealth Rock, gets Knockoff, it gets ability to be special or physical. You can run it with Poison Touch, you can run it with Swift Swim if you were so inclined. Yeah, it's just well-rounded. One of the most well-rounded, valuable water types.
I really like Seismitoad. It is an excellent C tier.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah. This is one of those teams where Seismitoad's almost like glue to a lot of what's been picked on this team so far. I think it's, got its purposes, and it kind of baits in grass types for Goodra. Since you mentioned Sap Sipper being a potential option on that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a really good combo then.
Yeah.
Does this get flip turn? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Otherwise, I would have put this in tier as Swampert was, because I think Swampert's B tier.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't get flip turn. That's definitely something that shouldn't have been
I
overlooked.
really don't think it does.
If it got flip turn, I'd snatch it up in round 4. If it was C. But yeah, I love Seismitoad bias against it. Not a bad speed tier to fill here for Froggerman. And okay. Omar picks up Rotom Heat. This is a Pokemon that people have argued its value for a while since Gen 8, I think. Recently, just where, you know, Rotoms were another Pokemon that benefited highly from hidden power access. A lot of people were trying to debate whether or not Rotom Wash and Rotom Heat were just as valuable as each other. Yeah, a lot of arguments on the value of this Pokemon. I'm a little curious as to why. I think it's a good Pokemon. I think Omar has Pokemon that pairs or synergizes well with it. I'm a little bit interested as to why or what his route is with having a couple stack types right now, because I noticed
stacking electric, stacking fire, stacking ground.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting.
Yeah, like, I mean, again, it's early. I'll keep saying it's early until it's the second half here. There's a lot of good pieces to this team. I just don't know how well they benefit off each other yet. But there is little pieces. Like Coco Garchomp is kind of like the core of it all to me so far.
So
Yeah,
one thing I will say is there's something to be said for the idea that, so sometimes overload is a good strategy. So sometimes, like, you can counter one electric type. Can you counter multiple? You know, sometimes there's a little something to that.
That is a very good point.
Yeah, and if there's two to go together, one of them that can set up the other one to benefit off of it, or one is not weak to ground and the other is, and then that one can also, if it needed to, put itself in a position to benefit from electric terrain even though it's off the ground. So yeah, I don't know.
And I think Rotom is really nice here because it is immune to ground and it can synergize really nicely with Heatran because of that.
That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah, and both his ground types resist rock. That would be a weakness to this.
Yeah,
True
that
enough.
too. That's a good.
Okay, I'm starting to see it.
I am curious though. Tapu Koko, but no future Paradox Pokemon.
Yeah,
I figure you'd want to go for one of the Iron Pokemon to
that's
get
a good point.
terrain.
That's kind of why I was surprised at the Garchomp pick earlier, because he already had the ground type, and if you wanted to slot a really good Paradox Pokemon to benefit, like a Fork Drive Pokemon, like, yeah, you can do something like that. I don't know. I need a little bit more information as the rounds continue from the entire obstacles to build a better opinion, because right now it's only 5 picks in, but I'm excited to say that all the Donphan forms are drafted. Woo!
Every single Donphan, let's go!
Every single Donphan in the first 5 rounds.
I'm a Donphan fan.
I'm a Donphan fan. Yeah, another Mon that you can't kill, like in terms of its ability to be just overall a really good Pokemon. Another one of those Pokemon that very strong in the utility category, gets access to rocks, rapid spin, priority moves, and ice shard.
Why does it get ice shard? That's the biggest mystery.
This thing gets knocked too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Slaps you with its ears.
Yeah, Donphan is crazy. It's a great Pokemon.
Yeah. Very good now that it has the ability to boost its speed. Kind of one of those mons like Ursaluna where it's in a speed tier that it would need a couple Trailblazes to potentially get into a position where it could make use of it.
Although you don't need the Trailblaze, you can just spin.
Yeah,
Oh,
rapid
true.
spin.
I forgot
Get
about
rid of entry hazards.
I literally just said rapid spin. And I just forgot about it in the instant I said it. But yeah, I can't really say anything bad about this Pokemon. You know, it's got its weaknesses as every Pokemon does. You know, weaker special defense. It's gonna die to any water, grass type hit really. But
yeah, unlike its Paradox forms, it doesn't have the speed either, but it's a really good B tier Mon.
yeah, can't yeah, can't say anything much wrong about this Pokemon. Moving on to Halifax Huntails. So I decided to get something that I felt that my draft was. I think my draft almost required this. Was a.
Hey guys, did you know that in terms of male, human, and
I was
female
about to say
Pokemon
that
breeding,
same thing.
Oh my god. Lordy Lifton.
You beat me to it.
Oh man. I don't know if I can continue.
We all know the real reason you picked Vaporeon.
Oh, vape. But I wanted a Wish Passer, and I wanted a Wish Passer that synergized with Bulu and Zygarde. That was the thinking.
And a Pokemon with 130 HP makes for a great Wish Passer.
Great Wish Passer. That was the first thing that I saw, and I was like, I'm getting this now because chances are it's not going to make it back to me. It was a mon that I could safely take a grass type attack, I could bait in a grass type attack, go into Bulu for a wish, or I could bait an electric attack and go into Zygarde for a wish. Both Pokemon that really benefit from this. And yeah, just honestly not a bad Pokemon. Like base 110 special attack if ever I needed to get a little bit of chip on something that would otherwise threaten my other team members, ground types and fire types notably. So, it's no slouch in that department either. A little bit frivolous on the Fizz side, but we can account for that with the space 130 HP, wink wink.
Or the always silly acid armor toxic wish sets.
Yes. How dare you reveal my hidden tech. Or not my hidden techs, but I might pull that out at some point. We'll see. But
at some point, that's a set I've used before. I hate Stall, but I can't deny that I have used Stall in the past.
I hate Stall when it's used against me, but not when I use it, and it works.
No, I hate using it too, but I have used it.
Yeah, I hated using it when I drafted it, and I think it was last season or 2 seasons ago in this league. I think it was last season, because it was 2 seasons ago. I drafted like Tangrowth, Mew, Toxapex, Mandibuzz. It was disgusting. Yeah, never gonna do it again. But anyway, moving on to something a little bit less stally, Savali. Very versatile Pokemon. Another one of those glue picks where, if ever you're missing a key roll / key rolls, and you need that kind of emergency pick, like, oh fuck, I need this. Savali's that, because not only are you filling emergency rolls or like key rolls that you might be missing a lot of, you could be potentially filling in a typing that you might be missing. And on a given week, it might be any typing. So a lot can be said about how much versatility this thing has going for it. Of course, you get the 120 base attack, base power multi-attack every time you change your typing. Otherwise, it's just a 120 base normal type attack, and that could be good too. It gets access to Defog, Parting Shot, U-Turn. It gets coverage moves on its own, like Thunderbolts. It might get a fire type attack. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to remember from when I used it last. It gets Poison Fang, which could be good in a certain scenario. So yeah, lots can be said.
I know Terra's banned, but I wonder how it works if you Terra this while it's holding an item to change its typing.
I believe the drive is the determining factor for the type of the multi-attack.
Okay,
so
that's pretty interesting.
I think that's how it works normally. Like if it's just holding the drive, then it switches the attack.
That's pretty interesting. Oh yeah, and TFG says I guess Flame Charge, so yeah, it can boost
Flame
speed
Charge.
too.
Flame Charge and Sword Stance, I think it gets too.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Silvally is underrated.
It is.
As a
I agree.
whole.
It's
Like,
overlooked.
People do not give this thing enough credit.
It's definitely overlooked. A Pokemon that before or after Gen 8 I kept overlooking. I think a lot of people were overhyping it too, though. At one point.
I don't know.
In Gen 7.
95 is not fantastic as far as stats go, but
It's not bad though. It's only slightly worse than all the mythic Pokemon that are base 100.
Exactly.
yeah, exactly.
All right, moving on to Evil's 5th pick. So a lot of bulky Wish Passers getting drafted. I think Mark kind of set the trend for that in the round where he picked Florges, because now we see Vaporeon and now Sylveon go. So the other very well-known prominent bulky fairy Wish Passer goes in round 5 of the season 4 here. Yeah, just pick slate is insane if you ever needed to run Hyper Voice over Moonblast, and I can immediately think of this in doubles. Yeah, you just get a lot of just good things going for this Pokemon. It's very standard, but they're stand in a very good way. Wish passing, heal bell. I think it gets a couple coverage moves. I think it gets one of those fairies that gets mystical fire too. If you ever had to hit a steal.
I believe so, and it finally adds a special attacker to his team because that was needed.
Much needed special attacker. I don't know if Scissor's cutting it.
Choice spec Scissor. Don't underestimate that.
Don't underestimate the specs flash cannon Caesar, bro.
Yeah, and bug buzz. That's gonna just melt people.
Let me see. I'm curious if it even has any cover. I think it's just that.
I think you're right.
Must be. Or Shadow. It might get Shadow Ball.
Oh, it might get Air Slash, actually.
What? It's my favorite bird.
Oh, you're right. Air Slash, yeah.
What?
Yep,
That's crazy.
That's it. Watch out for the Air Slash spec Caesar.
My gosh. Oh, Scizor. I thought you were talking about Sylveon.
No, just Scissor.
No. Imagine, bro.
Air Slash on Sylveon. I was like, wait, Shadow Ball? They definitely get Shadow. Anyway, yeah.
It definitely a Shadow Ball. Sylveon does.
Sylveon's a good mon. I'm gonna move on. Oh, not this cancer. I mean, it's really good. It's not cancer. Yeah, the trio in the middle of Houndstone and Roaring Moon is just gross together. Slowking, Galar, Florges, Skarmory. What's there not to like?
Yeah.
A Regenerator
this
mon.
Team is gross bulk so far.
It's very gross bulk.
And it's bulk that you can't toxic stall out because a poison type and a steel type.
So the mons are just immune.
Mark is trying to win this league.
Yeah.
With
this
team.
Doesn't Florges get does it get natural cure?
No. It gets symbiosis, I think. No. What does it get? I know it gets some ability thing.
I'm checking.
It gets Flower Veil and Symbiosis.
It does get Symbiosis.
Okay.
Yeah, those are its two abilities. Dude, Natural Cure would be crazy.
For some reason I thought it got Natural Cure. I'm glad it doesn't. So, that can at least be toxic.
I know
the other two.
Blissey and Chansey can't. Or do get it, sorry. Yeah. It's so gross. Like, Zygarde might be able to break it, but it's not going to two-shot Florges, and Florges Moonblasts. Like, I was already thinking about ways I can break this. I don't think I can.
I mean, so I will say this one thing about Skarm. Volt Switch, it's gone. Like, it's 70 speed F, 65 HP. It's not taking a special fire or electric move.
But if it just hard switches into Slowking Galar, that can tank special hits.
A special hit Slowking, yeah. I know, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's ways to win, but I think this is definitely still super solid.
This is a hard team to face.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to facing this if I ever have to. I'm going to move on
so
I don't have to look at this anymore.
You know what does pretty well here so far? Your Tauros Blaze. That did well against that team.
It's not terrible either yet. Alright, Dusclops Cobalion. Adding a steel type.
So Cobalion, I picked because I figured steel type is going to be kind of a thing I should have, right? But then also, you'll notice 91 HP, 129 defense. This thing is a monster on the physical side.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have your attacking stats aren't that great, but you're not. I feel like you're not using this for that. You're using it to pivot. And you're using it to maybe set rock. And then you have 108 speed too, which is always nice.
Yes, nice pivot chip damage.
Exactly, yeah. This thing gets Volt Switch, by the way, so you can just run that.
Rocks and Volt Switch, yeah.
Yeah, you can do Volt Switch. It gets you can go for a couple flinches on a couple of chip flinches with Iron Head. Since you're that fast, you can do some fun stuff with this mon. And because of that monstrous physical defense, Rocky Helmet is a nice item on it, too.
Yeah, and though 90 attack and special attack isn't too high, it's not too low either, so this...
Right, you can do a little bit of damage with that.
Yeah, like, close combat can take out things that are, like, lower on health.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. You can definitely hit some good close combats. You can hit some Iron Head flinch cheese. You can do some fun stuff with this mon.
Yeah, Cobalion's really good.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Cobalion.
There was just a lot of fun stuff that I saw with this mon, so I figured this would be a fun one to pick.
Right on.
Yeah, I like the way your team's shaping up here.
Me too. Yeah. I'm a fan of the team even without the sun or the rain for support and walking wake. I think everything by itself works so well together so far. This was an interesting pick because I don't know the mon very well. Arboliva, is that how you pronounce it? Arboliva?
Arboliva is what I usually say.
Arboliva goes for the Seattle Onyx. Another C tier pick going. I think it's the second one of the draft, if I'm not mistaken, after Jolteon. Just stat wise, pretty solid. Don't know too much to say about this. It gets a unique ability in Seed Power. Is that right?
Seed Sower.
Seeds. Okay.
After it's hit, it will set grassy terrain.
Right. And it has to be a physical side, right? Or can it be any hit?
Shit, I don't know. I'm gonna look that up.
I think I remember being physical only. I could be completely wrong. Might just be an
attack.
attack.
No, it's any attack.
Okay.
Yeah,
wow.
just if it's hit by an attack. So not quite as good as like Rillaboom's ability, but still
right. But for
ability.
a C tier, that's pretty solid.
C tier is pretty solid. Yeah, on the trend again. Cadillacs with his very strong.
And it can have
fix.
Harvest, which can be fun.
And it's a normal type, so you can just switch into Shadow Balls for free, which is always nice.
Oh my gosh, I don't like how the more I look at Cadillacs' team, the better it gets. Because I was kind of doubting this team. Not gonna lie.
With that special bulk, it also gets Mirror Coat.
That's not bad.
Oh, I didn't even know about that. That's kind of shiest.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a little bit worried now. I was kind of down thinking Cadillacs' draft so far, but Raikou goes for
There's the Raikou.
There's the Raikou
the
I
coveted
mentioned.
Raikou, the one that everyone's missing, and Aaron sweeps it up. Another special
for
attacker.
some reason has Scald.
It scalds from the thundercloud. That's why.
Hot rainwater. Yeah. I'm happy to see a couple special attackers on this draft.
Yeah, I really like this team, though. As I said, I'm kind of biased because I did make some suggestions.
I will say another good thing, a thing I like about Raikou at the moment is its one weakness to ground pairs with Rillaboom well, and is a special pivot that cores with Latias a tiny bit.
Plus Latias is also immune to ground. So.
So like Latias can baton pass, and Raikou can Volt Switch into Latias if it's expecting a ground type attack.
And the fact that it gets Scald, it can hit ground types pretty hard.
Yeah, and looking at Rillaboom and Grassy Terrain again, so like this joint's probably living an EQ if it's on terrain.
Yeah, not bad stats at all for living super effective hits.
Yeah, you can probably, like, with the terrain up, with the half power EQs, you probably take one, honestly.
Probably, I wouldn't be surprised. Water Grounds.
Special side, you take whatever, because 190 is good.
Yeah. There's the Water Grounder we talked about earlier, the flip turn version of Seismitoad, Swampert.
Yep, Swampert is just a great mon.
Yeah, better physical attack or offensive stats in general, really, than Seismitoad. A little bit slower, but you're gaining a very, very I'll say annoying mon. It's not like stally annoying, but it's it can be tough to kill.
This joint basically, you take Seismitoad, you sacrifice like a little speed, and you gain literally everything else. You gain better moves, you gain better offense, you gain better defense.
Even its special attack isn't much worse than Seismitoad's. You could still click a special attack if you really needed to.
You can click Scald on this thing.
Yeah.
Be a bulky flip turn user with Scald, Stealth Rocks, and flip turn. Maybe Toxic.
And it gets Toxic still, so yeah.
Mon that Toxic would be common on, yeah. I like how it pairs with a lot of his team so far too. A couple quad weaknesses I'm starting to see. So synergetically, starting to see something there. A little fortunate that Arcanine is not resistant entirely to grass for that kind of synergy, but you still get that.
That's what Jirachi's for.
That's what Jirachi's for. Resisting grass and wishing.
Resisting like everything.
Yeah, true. Eh? Yeah, I'm a fan. Copperajah, last Pokemon to be picked in round 5. What do we think about this?
I think it's
an interesting one.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. I just think it's a weird Pokemon. I've faced it, but I've never used it,
I
so I
love this
don't have too
Pokemon.
much to say.
That is some bulk. I'll tell you that much.
I like this Pokemon as a C tier. If this is a Pokemon that if I had the chance to draft it and I needed a Steel type, I would draft it in C tier, 100% of the
Yeah,
time.
as a C tier, it's really good because it gets sheer force too.
Sheer
Like,
force and
Yeah,
base
this-
130 attack.
This thing's damage output is crazy.
Yeah, slap a life orb on it and Iron Head, I guess.
Yeah.
Iron
Yeah.
Head, Rock Slide, Play Rough, you name
Power
it,
Whip,
bro.
I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Earthquake
think
for sure.
Earthquake. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's not
This
sheer
thing-
force boosted, but still.
Yeah. It's a
this
havoc
thing is
coverage.
a monster for C tier.
It is. Another self-S user, Jord.
Yeah,
Potentially.
I would definitely use it as self-vested.
The only concern I have regarding this mon is like it is really slow and it's not like that bulky.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much its HP is what makes it
HP.
bulky.
Yeah, it gets sneezed
Yeah.
on by fighting or fire type attack or ground type attack. Yeah. Another fun round, I'd say. I think a lot of what was picked here, to go on made the comment that you made earlier in an earlier round, Jord. Everything in this round was a very valuable pick for the round.
Yeah, I really like this round too. I
Yeah.
think all the
Yeah.
teams are shaping up pretty well.
I wasn't sold on Cadillac as our believer, but I'm a believer now.
I like that pick.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, it's definitely an interesting niche mon that has like some cool niches that make it pretty valuable.
Favorite Pokemon of this round for me, I mean, I'll have bias towards Seismitoad all the time, but either Seismitoad or Cobalion for me would probably be my top two, if not Donphan.
Yeah,
Actually,
I was gonna
might
say
be
my
Porygon
favorite
too.
pick this round has to be like, for me it's Donphan or Pert or Koba. It's one of the three,
Donphan.
honestly.
Donphan, Pertukoba,
No,
there.
I swear I'm not biased. I swear I'm not biased.
For me, I'm biased. It's Raikou because I suggested that to Dexter. I kept being like, Raikou gets these moves. It's a really good electric type.
For B tier too, he got slid down to B this season.
Yeah, because he was looking for an electric type for all the type coverage.
Yeah,
And that was my suggestion there.
solid mon. No, this is a very solid round. A lot of things being, again, a lot of shape being brought to these two drafts so far. I'm very excited for this pick. Skeledirge.
Ooh,
London
alright.
Drapions. I nasty.
I'm actually surprised it took this long to get drafted.
I am too. Because I think a lot of people were scared to draft it in A tier, I think is what a lot of it was.
I don't know. Torch
Yeah.
Song is just so good, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's
I
bulky
think
and
people
it
were
keeps
looking for
them-
more offensive presence in their A tier pick, but this thing is like, this is a good mon right here.
This is a very
Yeah,
good
you're-
one.
Yeah, like special attack is pretty decent, and you got Torch Song to guaranteed boost it off 80 base power,
Yeah.
unaware, so you can switch in on any setup and just end it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this and Quaquaval are two Pokemon that I think are really underrated.
Gen 9 starters are just shiest.
Gen 9
honestly.
starters are they're fire. I'm glad that they
Yeah.
didn't get like the Embor effect where, there's a lot of hype around another. Well, okay, there's not much hype around firefightings anymore, but like a Pokemon that was looked at as very good at the time, and then as the meta developed, we see
It was
Embor.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hasn't happened with any of these three, bro.
No.
Just had to check. I'm surprised no one drafted Quaquaval.
No,
that
no one drafted
It's
Quackable.
That's
a
crazy.
really good Pokemon.
Aqua Step
That-
on Moxie.
Yeah, Aqua Step, Moxie, Choice
I have had
Band.
some
if
fun
they
with
don't
that on
have
ladder, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Skeledirge get used. I think it's a lot more versatile than people let on, and I guess I'm the prime example of that because I underrate this mon in A tier, but I think it might very well be worthy of A tier. We'll have to see how.
This is another mon I'd love to slap an Assault Vest on and just spam Torch Song.
My God,
Yeah,
another
you
self
could do that.
You
You
could.
could also do like the Wisp. You could also do the Wisp Spadef EV slack off joint.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it gets Slack Off? I
It
actually
does get
didn't
Slack
Yeah,
know
it
Off.
does
that.
get that.
Okay.
It's like
yeah,
better
that's a
Infernape.
strong mon.
Or better Chandelure, I guess, since this Ghost.
This
You
team
do like
has
Will-O-Wisp,
insane
Hex,
offensive power.
and then
in
Torch
general.
Yeah.
and Slack.
A lot of versatility in that team too. Like no bonds locked into a role so far, I don't think. Speaking of offense, this team. You got Annihilate, Arcanine,
Yeah.
Swampert, Jirachi, Greninja, and now Noivern.
This might be the biggest loser of the no Terra thing, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no Boom Burst.
No Terra normal Boom Burst.
Yeah.
Kind of sad.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I
Although
do
Boom
love
Burst,
Noivern,
by the way,
though.
still does more damage than Stab Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty silly to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, stab, move, nah, Boom Burst. Yeah, so Noivern. We think about Noivern, we think of, a dragon type with a high base speed. You don't see a whole lot of those other than Dragapult. You see.
You want to know something funny about Noivern?
What's that?
I once played in a tournament, and I got second, and I was using Noivern as a Greninja killer.
Really?
Ooh.
Yeah, because it was
Okay.
in this is like a Gen 6 format, and you'll notice 123, 1 speed point faster.
Ah, yes.
It is a
So
good
I was
killer.
I was doing a U-turn out of a Greninja, bring in the Noivern type joint.
Gee.
Yeah, I love Noivern.
Me too.
I really like its design, but the fact that it
Yeah,
doesn't even
I love this Pokemon. I have a
the fact that
shiny
it
one
doesn't
in
pass
game.
100 special attack is its one biggest downside.
Yeah.
It's only got base 97.
What it
I feel
gets
like
in speed.
I feel like they could have given it a little bit more.
Yeah, what it lacks in
Yeah.
speed, it could have been given special, or what it got in speed, it could have. It's a little bit lacking in special attack. Like if they just gave it maybe 5 or 10 base speed. Well, maybe 10 base speed more. A little bit more of a prevalent force there, but no slouch. It gets, I think, good abilities to make up for it in Frisk and Infiltrator.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Infiltrator's fun. Why no Punk Rock?
Why no Punk
And
Rock? Oh, God.
Frisk with U-turn for just scouting their items is useful
Right?
too.
It's not a bad lead.
Yeah.
Fast U-turn, Frisk. Good mon. Another good mon gets picked here by the Errands. Another round 6 beast, Primarina.
Ooh, alright.
I like this now. I've always liked it, but even more so with Flip Turn. Water Fairy, very strong offensive typing. Pretty
this
bulky
is
mon in
Flip Turn?
general. Yep, it gets Flip Turn. Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, on a mon with base 126 special attack too, this Pokemon's a beast.
Yeah.
I'm liking this draft's speed tiers right now.
This thing with Liquid Voice, Hyper Voice, nuking stuff from orbit, I'm telling you.
Yeah, this is a scary mon offensively, and it's got excellent special bulk.
And you can throat spray this joint.
Oh yeah, throat spray. Yeah, this is a really good Pokemon.
This is a fun one right here.
Yeah, so far I really like Dexter's team.
Dexter's team is, at this point, my favorite. At this point, the Primarina made it my favorite.
This Pokemon is a little bit soft on the physical side, not gonna lie, but
you can still, you can almost, if with investment, you can almost alleviate that though, given that it's base 80 and base 74. It's not terrible. It's
yeah, you can definitely work around it.
Yeah, Water
And-
Fairy's
and
not
with things
terribly,
like
yeah.
Water Fairy's a great, yeah.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think. I guess you're worried about some what are you really worried about? I guess Rillaboom Woodhammers or something.
Yeah, physical
I
poison
guess you're
types.
worried about really hard grass moves.
Kartanas.
Carton. Yeah, that's the one. Although that can that switch in?
No.
No.
It probably dies
Yeah,
at 2
I was gonna
blasts.
say that probably can't even switch in.
Ooh, fun mon. I like this pick from Cadillac's Haxorus.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Hax.
this is one of my favorite
Alright.
dragon types to use behind. I think I like Noivern a little bit more just because I'm a speed guy. Yeah, base 147 attack, definitely not a slouch. Base 97 speed could be faster, but I think the trade-off's fine. Gets access to Dragon Dance if you need to, Sword Stance if you want to wall break. Gets access to First Impression now, which I thought was a pretty fun ad.
Ooh, that's crazy.
Yeah, want to hit a grass type really hard.
I didn't even know it got first impression. That's nutty with
First impression off that
147
attack.
attack.
Jeez.
Yeah.
A priority move on a base 147 attack. A bug type move.
And it's like a 90 base power priority move too.
Yeah, 80 or 90, I think. Yeah, must be. Yeah, very strong mon. only got one typing is a blessing and a curse. I personally like my dragons to be off the ground, but when the Pokemon's not going to live and attack versus the dragon, then it doesn't matter.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it gets Mold Breaker, love that ability. It gets Unnerve, can be useful. Yeah, it's got a lot of
I think
utility.
Mold Breaker is just usually far superior, though.
Yeah, you can Earthquake Rotom beats.
Yep, that's a notable use for it, for sure.
Sorry, Tox. Moving on to your next pick, Dusclops, is Landorus Incarnate, Sandforce. What are your...
So, Landorus Incarnate. Wait, so is Sheerforce banned?
Yes.
Is that what? Okay, got you. All right, so I picked. So that doesn't really change why I picked this at all. I didn't know that, but like that doesn't change what I have to say very much because I didn't pick this for offense, believe it or not. I picked this because I needed two things. When I was looking at my team in round 5, and I was like, I should have a ground type, and I should have a way to get up defog.
Yeah.
And look who it is. Here it is.
Lando
This thing does both.
I also love it because not only is it a ground type for an electric immunity, but it's a flying type for a ground immunity.
Two very prominent
right, you got the
in
two
draft.
immunities. And then I can defog with it, I can taunt with it, it has a lot of great utility. Because all the great utility you see on Lando T, this gets all of that.
Yep.
And it doesn't have the best move pool like for coverage, but it can be physical or special with those stats.
Sludge Wave, Superpower, Earth Power.
Yeah, and honestly, all you really need is because I don't want to use this as pure offense. I'm going for like a more of a utility set, and all you really need is ground, and then you can do poison to hit grass types, and that's about all you need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick for your team.
Yeah, I think it was pretty much like it filled the roles I was thinking about, that I needed, and I was like, yeah, this is a good pick for me.
I will say I was overlooking the Tauros Blaze pick. I was just gonna say it does fill a nice speed tier gap. Gives you one more thing that's above base 100 speed, while also kind of keeping in good enough reach with Cobalion. But exactly. I forgot about Tauros a little bit because it does sort of stack, I guess, a little bit in the 100 range, but there are two Pokemon that have entirely different roles, and I don't think them out too much. The only thing that they really share is the water.
Yeah, Tauros is definitely going to be doing a very different role than Lando here.
Absolutely, yeah. And now we see some offense on Mark finally. Oh my god, it's the miracle. Lopunny Mega.
Uh-oh.
So everything's getting tied together here. You have the defensive backbone. Now it's time to add the offensive pieces. So a very good
one of the top tier furries.
One of the top tier. Yes, one of the top tier furries. They're gonna say threats, not furries.
I caught a little Pokemon. You want to know what Pokemon I caught, Batman?
Oh god.
I caught a Lopunny.
Lopunny. Yeah, offensively pairs very nicely with Roy Moon.
Yeah, it's too bad that return is not allowed. If return were allowed for stab, it's insane.
Oh yeah, that's an owl.
But the coverage with the trade-off it gets,
does this not get does it get double edge?
Yes.
It gets facade still too, so even if it gets burnt, it'll hit like a truck.
Yeah, burnt to parrot,
yeah. And then scrappy, so even ghost types aren't safe from that.
Yeah. There's a Dragon Pole Dancer.
Just fighting normal without ghosts being immune is a really strong type combo.
Right.
Oh yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, a lot to be said about how scary this Pokemon is. I think it got a couple more coverage moves too. If I'm not mistaken, might have Ice Spinner maybe. It got something.
It gets U-turn, by the way.
It does get U-turn, so it gives a lot more offensive synergy, I guess, with the draft. I
feel like, hang on, let me fact check this, but I want to say triple axle.
Yes, that's what it was. It was triple axle. Yeah, I knew it was an ice move. I just couldn't remember. Crap.
Yeah, because I used this.
That's like a good one too.
Yeah, there was another Mega that I'm really surprised didn't get drafted with this. Like these two. It's the one that I'm thinking of. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Mega Medicham should have been drafted. It gets Trailblaze.
You were
Whoa,
thinking of
oh.
taking that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's shice. That should have been drafted.
Yeah, I had it on my plan, but then as soon as Dragon Ball got picked, I was scrambling, so couldn't fit it on. But I'm excited for this pick. I loved this Pokemon as soon as I used it in a playthrough. Espathra.
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga or Cher.
Or that makes sense.
But yeah, Espathra. What more to say other than speed boost, calm mind?
I think
sword power.
I think it losing Terra kind of hurts it a little bit here.
Does. So I think it makes sense for it to be maybe a little bit less considered to be an S tier, even though it was banned to Ubers in ladder format. I think in draft where you can expect it and you don't have to try to predict a Terra. Yeah, at least in this season's format. So I can definitely see it being a strong
said,
one. Yeah,
it's still really strong. Like, speed boost stored power is still insane.
Lacking in the defenses, but yeah, you can do so much offensively to threaten everything.
And if you run, I forget what its unique move is called, like
Lumina
Crash, yeah.
Lumina, yeah. So you could click that, and nothing can really switch into that other than Dark because you're giving the Spadef drop when you hit them.
Exactly. So
yeah, and even if a resist comes in, you can hit them with coverage, and they're probably dead to it.
Yeah. So with Lumina Crash, this is a glass cannon, and it's a glass cannon with speed boost. So that's a very scary combination.
Yeah.
Moving on to something that will abuse that later on, Ditto.
Yep.
Yeah, there he is.
Another kind of emergency type pick. I think just that's kind of what Ditto is just an emergency pick. I've drafted it as an emergency pick before, so I'm not knocking it on anybody's draft. It's just, it kind of just plays that role. It's one of those things that kind of like Savali, it's a little bit of matchup checkmon. Or a Pokemon that's like
Mon is just a get out of jail free card right here.
Get a jail free card. So if you ever
any team that has a powerful setup, Mon, you just bring Ditto.
If you're goobed on setup, you just bring this in, ungoob.
You bring in the goob. Yeah.
And you not only do you unscrew yourself, but you might just screw your opponent by doing that.
Exactly. There's not really much to talk about with Ditto because you can't talk about stats because they're going to change to whatever it changes into.
Yeah, the only stat that matters is
those
HP.
Will also change into whatever it turns into.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sadly, its HP is not good, and that's the only stat that matters.
So yeah,
you just max invest it and you go.
Yeah.
I picked Keldeo for my. So another kind of stacked typing. I have 2 fairies and 2 waters by this point in the draft. I really think I needed an offensive water though, and to get one like Keldeo, I think Keldeo is a little bit more valuable in A tier than a lot of people let on or realize because you have the ability to flip turn. You have, above average stats in the offensive side of things. You have a move that ignores stat changes in Secret Sword. You have all the coverage you'd ever need really in water fighting and icy wind. A lot of things.
This gets Icy Wind?
It does. And unfortunately didn't get Ice Beam, but it might have lost it, but in the format of this league,
deck, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, in the format of this league, Gen 8 cut moves were allowed. Or slash
Doesn't
Gen 7.
Doesn't this get Air Slash too?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, so you got a full spec set if you chose to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, you can run this thing specs, you can run Leftovers, you run Scarf, you could run it Life Orb, you could do a lot of different things with this Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Keldeo is a great Pokemon.
Yeah, not to mention Justify it if you catch someone trying to click Pursuit, haha.
Or Knockoff.
Or Knockoff. Yeah, so catch a lot of things off guard. It's just, it used to be S tier in Gen 7, or considered a potential S tier in Gen 7. I think it's definitely worse than A tier in Gen 9. Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit, it has become a little bit predictable, and it won't be like coming in every matchup. It's not a Pokemon that I plan to use in more than 5 games, but we'll see how it goes. I think it's just really solid. Mega Steelix. Black Bolt picks his first steel type. He has 2 grounds and 2 steels at this point, but I will kind of spoil everyone that this team has made some severe changes by the end. You might have remembered at the beginning of the draft we had talked about rain, so I'll just kind of leave things there. But Mega Steelix goes.
This thing is Wow. Look at that defense.
Yeah, and look at that body press. I really think
Oh,
this
this
is
thing gets
worthy.
body press, yeah.
I
It
was
does.
saying I think this definitely deserves to be Mega 2. I don't think we should have left it in Mega 3. Not that
I
it's going to
still
be that
don't
broken.
think so, but I still think it's a Mega 3, but I do like Mega Steelix. The defense is crazy, and you can just slap like iron defense on it to get an even stronger body press.
Yeah, and
don't
your
need to.
special defense is like workable.
Exactly.
It's not terrible by any means.
Yeah, it's not like Mega Agrons. I think Mega Agrons might be a little bit worse.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like 80, which is like not really that great.
Mhm.
But 95 is workable for sure.
Yeah, and 125 attack is pretty good.
That's like very good, I'd say.
Yeah.
Like super usable attack, and then obviously comically high defense there. What is the maximum stat for that? I'm curious.
Like,
let me check
with the
that
investment, I
out.
think it's like 520. I feel like it's like 520 something.
Nope, it is 614.
That
Oh
is
my
not
goodness.
allowed. Stop
That
it.
is 614.
Yeah, so if you just want max defense, max HP, and spam body press, nothing on the physical side really hurts you much.
Yeah, no. Even super effective moves aren't hitting you too hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you could tank more than one close combat from powerful
From, like-
Pokemon.
From certain mons, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a mon that I'm a fan of in its tier. Gives I think at this stage where Black Bolt has 2 S tiers, it gives him a little bit more free pick room to play with, where it makes his free picks possible because otherwise he wouldn't be able to afford 2 D tiers. So this gives the opportunity to afford 2 D tiers, given that he used 2 of his free slots for S tiers. But yeah, I'm excited to see how those go. As we see, Omar picks up Lycanroc Dusk, so the first Lycanroc form to be drafted. I think this one is another one of those picks where it's very underwhelmed, based on the fact that everyone looks at its stats and says, "Oh, it's frail, not going to do much for me." But you find a switch for it. I'd like you to try to find a switch into this Pokemon because Tough Claws
It's a
exists.
fast rock type, too. Most rock types don't have that much
Exactly.
speed.
Rock and ground types are so hard to find in the speed tier. And having one
Yeah,
that has
that is true.
yeah, like having one that has its ability helping it offensively like that is I'm a
Yeah.
fan.
I think it's funny that two of the best fast rock types both have tough claws.
Yeah. Aerodactyl Mega.
This one and Marrow.
Oh, Marrow. Wait, which one?
Mega Aerodactyl.
Oh, Mega Arrow, yeah.
Yeah, M Arrow.
Oh, I get it, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, my brain just went to Marowak, and I'm like, what?
That's what I did.
Yeah, no.
I thought you said Marrow, like the water mouse.
Yeah, Meryl. Yeah, Meryl. My favorite.
My
tough
favorite
claw
tough
Meryl,
claws.
my favorite rock type.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I give my rock type a floatstone and it loves it.
Sorry, they say that in Radical Red Showdown. They abbreviate it M Arrow, and it's like Marrow. But yeah, my bad. Sorry for the confusion.
Oh no, no worries. But yeah, Pokemon that gets very strong attack after Tough Claws gets a lot of move pool options. I think it gets Play Rough. You get a priority move and Excel Rock to make
You get
use of that.
CC,
Close combat now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
and you got Accelerock, which is rock type priority is pretty good. Not gonna lie.
it is. It's something that we were missing until Gen 7.
7, yeah.
Yeah.
I will say with this team so far, other than Tapu Koko, it really doesn't appreciate water types. Like I guess
And
Rotom
even
Heat's
Coco
good.
doesn't like taking too much damage from an offensive water type.
Yeah. So that's the biggest threat, especially because most water types can also learn Ice Beam, so Garchomp doesn't want to take that.
Yeah.
I am such a fan of whenever I see one of the new Pokemon get picked. The last round
got
6 pick
Lokix.
is Low Kicks, and after this, for anyone still watching, we're gonna take maybe a 5 or 10 minute break just so that the people who are helping me along with this can stretch their legs. I'm gonna get a drink of water, but just to forewarn everybody before we get through the analysis of Low Kicks. I think this mon's very fun and has some potential to it because it's got pretty good speed, pretty above average attack. Gets access to things like
Yeah.
first impression,
And
lunge, dark type
tinted
attacks.
lens priority at the end of the day is just crazy.
Tinted. I've used Noctowl, believe it or not, in draft league. It was a 12v12 draft league. Tinted lens at Noctowl. Yeah, it was something that caught a lot of people off guard because not a lot of steel types are well known for their special defense. So I'd slap a choice mix on Tinted lens at Noctowl and just spam Hurricane, and it honestly did some things.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess steel types aren't taken too kindly to that.
Yeah, tinted lens is such a powerful ability.
And putting it on a mon that has like first impression, sucker punch, leech life, all this stuff is gonna be really good, I think.
Yeah, this mon, it's squishy, but it can deal quite a lot of damage.
This thing, like, so I play a ton on the ladder just during my free time, and I've made some awesome fun plays with this thing.
Yeah, I actually don't know its moveset well. I mentioned before, I haven't played too much Showdown ladder stuff since Gen 6.
Not since, yeah.
So here's everything you need to know. First impression, sucker punch, axe kick, which is a new 120 base power fighting move.
Oh.
That's it. Those are the three.
Does it get U-turn?
Yeah, it does actually get U-turn too.
Okay, so then that's good.
Yeah, and then that's your fourth slot usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, very excited to see this mon being used. Any mon that's new, I'm really excited to use. I'm not going to hold any grudges towards any Pokemon that I might dislike a little bit more that's new. But yeah, this is the end of our midway point round. I think there's a lot of value given that the fact that it's round 6. Like a lot of Pokemon that are in tiers that might have potentially allowed them to go a little bit earlier on in the draft. Like you see Keldeo is gone, Espathra in A tier. You have Mega Lopunny, which made it all the way to round 6. You have
that's crazy to me.
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't get drafted earlier.
Lando I, which is overlooked in A tier going in this round. You have Primarina, which I believe is B tier, which is a good value pick again for the Arons. I think that might be my favorite pick of this round. Outside of maybe
I'm gonna have to agree with that, honestly.
Yeah, if not,
if I'm not wrong, though, a lot of people haven't drafted their megas yet.
It hasn't seemed like it. No,
it's only like half so far.
Yeah. I have to look back to confirm, but yeah, 2 going this round, so might start seeing a trend of more megas getting picked in the next round. But for anyone watching, yeah, we're just gonna take a quick 5 or 10 minute break here. Just stretch our legs and get back and rolling here once we're back.
All right.
I'll come back and say I'll be bringing my phone with me to get water. So if anyone says anything in chat, I'll happily answer any comments or questions or any messages that you guys say.
Okay, I'm just gonna grab something to eat quickly. Then I'll be right back.
Right on. Me too. How's everyone going who's still around? Just stepped out to grab some water.
Ballin'.
Welcome, welcome. Is that Mr. Grimes?
It is indeed me.
Yo, what's going on?
Oh, Mr. Grimes.
Hello.
We've been missing you. We were looking for you to give some feedback on your picks.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I have none.
You have no feedback on yours?
Not really.
Oh, that's alright.
I didn't really pick any kind of. I did not try at least to pick any synergy.
Oh,
I
you're
just kind
good.
of stuck to what I know. Because
Dang, you were just kind of picking Pokemon?
You're just
I mean,
yeah,
you're picking what you
I-
think
I
you
was
thought
just-
what Cameron Grimes would like.
I was just filling out speed and types
You're good, man.
mostly.
and that's valid. That's valid. And
Well,
At least
that's
you
why I
put in
like
the
that.
effort to do that. Like a lot of people don't. So
there's a good chance that that'll work out for you. I mean, you picked some cool stuff.
Oh no, it won't.
I think you will.
I
Especially-
think you can. I think you'll have some success.
Especially after your grace period stuff, like the two things that I'm thinking of that pair really well together are your Mega and Melmetal. Like just having that thing that can switch into fire type attacks specially and also still be a threat by itself and be a setup threat at that, you're gonna be good. You're gonna be
Also, that
mowing teams
psychic
down.
type I picked up.
I can't remember what one that was, not gonna lie, but don't tell me. I want to make it a surprise for everyone watching because I think people are gonna be curious to see what your team ends up like.
I also
maybe.
like I like the general use picks, like the Ditto and the Cell Valley.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, I know people were wondering why I got Jolteon so early.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just knew it was fast, and to be honest, I knew you liked it.
me?
Yeah, I know
you.
you have a tendency to pick it, and I wanted to use it for one.
Yeah, you picked it right before I
Oh.
picked my electric type too, so I might have thought about it then, but I really wanted a steel type that made sense in electric terrain or grassy terrain, or it made the most sense. I will say.
I was
So,
what is Magnezone doing grassy?
I don't know. It's physically bulky enough to where earthquakes might not automatically break it.
Fair.
It's grounded
And
electric
I imagine-
type. Yeah.
I imagine if you really wanted to, you could do like grassy seed body press stuff with it.
Jesus, I haven't thought about that, but it does get body press. Electric type with body press, so if I wanted to, yeah, that's an option. I never thought about that. I just revealed what the next pick was the first one. Actually, I'm just going to continue because it's been almost 10 minutes anyway.
All right.
Yeah. First pick of the second half of the draft. So you might have remembered
Mega.
last round, yeah, a bug type was picked, and now we got another bug type, but one that covers a couple different roles like speed tiers and I don't know, just more of a glass cannon, if you will. Low
This-
kicks does
and-
it too, but just not as well.
And when we say cannon with this thing, we mean cannon. Look at that attack.
Darn.
We got adaptability on it.
Yeah, adaptability. Those two things by themselves are great,
You got
but put together.
yeah. You got this. This thing's turning U-turn into a kill move.
Yeah. You can kill two Hoopa and Bounds with one Mega Beedrill. Maybe even
I'm
three.
back to see one of my favorite megas.
Yeah,
I
that's the
just
first
wanna
pick
talk
of the second
about-
half. Yeah.
The
Yeah,
one
the-
time I drafted.
The only issue this
Mega.
thing really has is that it gets gooped by any priority move,
It
Physical
does, but
except Mach Punch, I guess.
I plan on bringing Bandit E-Speed against him on Zygarde. No, I'm just
don't
kidding.
give away your strats.
I mean...
Yeah, don't say your strats on stream, bro.
Sorry, what were you going to say, TSG, about your time you drafted Mega B?
I drafted this thing once, and I think I was fighting you, and
Yes, I remember this.
like the only counter, the really good counter you had to Mega B was Swampert, so I decided to run a mixed set and had Giga Drain on it.
Yes, I remember this.
Off
Oh my
15
god.
special attack.
Didn't you beat me that game?
Yes. No, I lost.
Oh, okay.
How much would that even do to Swampert?
I'm calcing
Like-
that. That's funny.
I
Out
think
of the max, I think it did 60%.
That's better than I thought, actually.
yeah, considering.
But
Dagster
I'm
says
guessing
we
you
should.
didn't go.
Dagster
Wait,
says
did
we
you
should.
go
all...
like hasty or something?
Oh, yeah, did you go hasty on B drill? Hasty
yeah,
nature.
I think it was minus defense.
Okay.
It was not minus special attack. That was for sure. I'm really interested in what
yeah,
Daxter has
you
to
were
say,
max special attack.
Oh, max special attack too.
Imagine. I don't know,
Nice.
maybe it was. Daxter says we should all drop our picks for an entire team of Dunsparces.
Oh, I agree.
Agree.
I love Dunsparce.
Yeah, as long
Best
as you drop,
Pokemon.
if you agree to drop your Ursaluna, Aaron, I will. But yeah, Mega Beedrill, adaptability, gets U-turn. I'm pretty sure it gets knockoff too.
I guess Pursuit.
Yeah, Pursuit, it gets Bell Stinger if you want to make it even more broken.
It gets both sets of spikes.
Yeah, Toxic Spikes and
it
Spikes.
gets- I believe
Oh,
it gets
wait, yeah,
Sword
this-
Dance too, so if
Yeah.
you predict them to switch, you could set up and then not much wants to take a +2 attack.
Very scary.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
even
Sword
even if
Stance
you got a
and the Bell
pivot
Stinger.
after the Swords Dance, +2 adaptability U-turn. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes. All right, moving
I'm
on.
sure this thing gets agility too.
Well, Jord, you asked for the megas. Here they are. Mega
They're
Pidgeot.
all coming out now.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like this one.
I
like
wanted
one.
this. I wanted this on my first draft plan was Dragapult. I was going to do Dragapult, Togekiss, Bulu, Mega Pidgeot, Vaporeon, and a couple other things. And now it's not here. And Bronzong.
This Pokemon does not have a normal move to use, to my knowledge, except like
Hyper Beam.
Hyper Beam.
I thought I got Hyper Voice for some reason, but maybe I'm
It
wrong.
does not
No.
have Hyper Voice,
That's a shame.
but
yeah, so
you know
I
what it
love
does
the
have to
look
make
of
up for it? No
Hyper-
Guard Hurricane.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I love the look of it, but it just doesn't have coverage as its biggest
Yeah.
drawback.
U-turn,
Man,
Heat
you
Wave,
should
and Hurricane.
You should see like
I'm pretty
ROM
sure
hacks.
this
Like some
thing-
ROM
does it
hacks of
get-
this. Some ROM hacks
does it
give
get
this joint like
Parablast?
Thunder Focus Blast.
Oh, that's busted.
Oh, it's cracked.
Yeah, I
Wouldn't
love
Mega
this Mega, but I
Pidgeot-
do think it's one of the weaker Megas just due to its move pool.
Yeah, just because of it has exactly Heat Wave and Hurricane and nothing else.
Yeah, Hyper Beam if you really want to miss your next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Oh, no.
Doesn't it get Terra Blast?
Oh, does it get Terra Blast?
can't Terra
no,
Mega.
because it's and it can't run Terra
Yeah,
Blast
but it
because that's a
wouldn't-
Gen 9 move, and this isn't in Gen 9.
Oh, you mean They didn't add Pidgey in Gen 9? That's... Aw,
No.
man. Pidgey's
Hey,
everyone's
wait, I see
favorite.
what you're
Oh.
saying. Like you could use Terra Blast like without Terra as a normal stab,
Yeah,
but yeah, it's
The-
not unfortunately in the
Is it-
game.
That's a shame. Ah, Bronzong.
Yeah.
I just
Maybe
talked about this.
DLC Copium.
oh, I would love that.
Bronzong just got picked. Added another
Bronzong.
dual typing. Oh, wait, this is the third steal. Okay, so this is the part of the rebuild for Black Bolt is in the middle of the draft. So what he's doing is trying to establish his draft now so that he can set himself up for grace period later. So that's why you see a couple dual typings here. The source of
Oh,
this for me right now is King Gambit
Yeah,
and
it actually
Dragapult.
turns into a mono steel team.
Yeah,
Did Black Bolt take over a team mid-draft?
he did. I failed to mention
Yeah.
that earlier. I was thinking about mentioning it, but I figured I'd just go with the theme of... that's why you saw me
Oh,
change
so
it.
he.
Yeah.
So he's just like repositioning here
Yeah,
from-
this is his
from this
rebuild.
point on.
So I'm
I like Bronzong though.
I'm going to go ahead and say a little bit of a spoiler again. I thought from the very get-go of this draft, the centerpiece was Dragapult King Gambit as an offensive core. It ended up not being after the grace period because what Black Bolt ended up doing was dropping King Gambit and just focusing a little bit more centered around the rain side of things. And in order to do
Because
that,
so far this team looks like a rain team, but doesn't really have a rain setter.
yeah. And so, unfortunately, due to the fact that King Gambit was worth so many points, it kind of disallowed him to perform that rebuild to his liking, unless he dropped one of the S tiers. And if you're gonna have a rain team, why not? Why would you drop Torn, right? And Dragapult's gonna get picked up by somebody else if you drop that. So if you don't want to face that, why would you drop that? So King Gambit made the most sense. It was just a little bit of a downer to see Dragapult and King Gambit not on the same team together, because I think that would have been so nuts.
It would have been, but Dragapult on a rain team is really good too, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it gets pump, right? And thunder.
It does get Hydro Pump.
Thunder.
Yeah, it does get Hydro Pump.
Oh, it does get Hydro Pump?
Yep.
Yeah, so
if
that's
not
really
Surf.
That's pretty shice.
It might get Surf. I think it gets Hydro Pump.
So it definitely gets Surf.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I saw that in VGC. It would be Pult Surf into
Gastrodon?
Colossal.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be like a physical Pult, but still with Surf to get the Colossal going.
Gotcha. Okay. So this Bronzong. Now I love Bronzong. I think Bronzong is one of the best slow tier seers I've ever added to your team. It's one of those C tiers that fits on every draft. Very bulky, has a lot of versatility, gets access to rocks. It's a Levitate Mon, so it's a steel that doesn't get automatically checked by ground types. It gets Grass Knot to hit the ground types too. I'm pretty sure it gets Ice Spinner.
You could also run Heat Proof on it instead of Levitate.
Gets Heat Proof.
And then notably, also, this is like one of the Trick Room Pokemon, so there's that.
Yeah. One of the mons that abuses its own Trick Room and sets Trick Room very reliably with its bulk.
Honestly, this team looks like it could have a mode where it plays Trick Room.
Yeah.
Yeah, currently with Steelix and Donphan.
With Steelix and Donphan?
It could. I think you might drop
And if they
Donphan
kept King Gambit, I think it's slow enough. I don't actually know King Gambit's speed.
I think it's base 85.
Well, he dropped Gambit, right?
Yeah, but he also dropped Donphan.
Oh, no!
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it'd be Steelix and Bronzong so far.
Oh, King Gambit has base 50 speed.
Steelix still plays really good in Trick Room.
Oh,
probably, right?
Yeah. And if not, you can run Dragon Dance 3 times and hopefully outspeed a base 120.
Yeah, King Gambit's only base 50. Yeah, that's a great Trick Room mon too.
Yeah, so yeah, a couple of good synergize things here. I mean, Bronzong in the rain too, you can't be mad at that either.
Bronzong just plays really nicely with a lot of things.
Yeah,
honestly.
It does. Like, it's one of those Pokemon that literally fits with every draft. It's so good. Yeah, it gets Ice Spinner now, which I think is pretty niche. I don't want it hitting my Zygarde. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can use that to take out like Chomps and like you said, Zygarde.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm a fan of Bronzong. Always will be. Always have been. Moving on to me. It's me. Colossal. I kind of am in the effect where personally I'm gonna be a little bit biased because of my draft. I don't like Magnezone and I don't like Colossal very much, but they fit my draft well. I needed a rocker. I desperately needed a rocker that wasn't Dancy. I got one. I desperately needed a fire type to resist certain typings. I got one. I desperately needed a flying resist. I got one. That was that stage of the draft where I was at. I didn't want to get a D tier fire, so I drafted Colossal.
Yeah, I find Colossal hard to use in singles, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm being totally honest, this Pokemon is like, I don't know. There's not a whole lot I feel like it can do that terribly well because its offenses aren't that great and its typing is just defensively not awesome. But like you said, there were certain niches you needed on your draft. It filled the niches, and so it's like, you know, I think it'll work pretty decently for you.
Mm-hmm. And another thing to say, even though I'm again stacking other typing, it doesn't share common weaknesses with Dancy. Dancy's weak to steel, and Colossal's neutral to it.
Right.
They're both weak to water.
Yeah,
and a potential set you can run is even like a flame body set, so you can cripple that steel for the rest of the game.
A physical steel, yeah.
Although Steam Engine?
Steam Engine triggers from fire moves as well, right?
It does, yeah.
It
fire
does.
and water.
Yeah, because you could
fire.
like beta fire move with like Bulu or Magnezone, switch into that to get the speed boost.
Hey, Dustclops, do you want to use Raging Bull on my Colossal, please? Hey.
Well, I have Earthquake though. But I have CC though.
Balloon. Oh wait, no, I can't balloon because
Yeah,
it'll
but
break
why
it
would
with
you
my-
want to close combat at Tapu Bulu?
Oh, I thought we were talking about Magnezone. I'll CC the
Oh, I thought we were
Magnezone.
talking about Colossal.
Well, to switch Colossal in.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
we're
I
talking
see.
about Pokemon?
I guess. I don't know. Maybe we should talk about wrestling.
Yes.
Well, speaking of wrestling, you're next. Toadscruel. You want to talk to us about Toadscruel?
It sucks.
What do you mean? It's definitely not that bad. It gets Mycelium Lights' unique ability. It gets access to, I'm pretty
It's
sure...
literally a nerf.
Julian might kind of hinders it more than it actually helps it.
Yeah.
Doesn't it get access to
at this
3
point-
hazards?
At this point, I knew I really.
Except-
No, I
guess
don't
what?
think so.
Mycelium Might gives negative priority, so hazards go up last.
Ah. Okay.
That's why it sucks.
At this point, I needed a grass type. I needed a ground type. And
Yeah.
at this point, I also realized I had no Gen 9 Pokemon. So I
Gotcha.
wanted
Honestly,
to pick one up.
That's not too bad though.
So,
It's
A set
mostly
I
just-
like with this
ability.
is like an Assault Vest kind of thing, like Earth Power, Giga Drain, Knock, Rapid Spin, or
That's
something.
not bad. Yeah. Another rapid spinner or another form of removal to pair with Sylvalium and Antibodies, which are both pretty reliable, but just to have that little extra, like just to, in case you can't run either of those with Defog in the matchup, it's nice to have another one.
Another way
Yeah.
to use it too is send it in against something that can't deal with it, so you predict the switch and click Spore.
One
Then
thing, yeah,
Mycelium Might doesn't
You could
really
do that
hinder
too,
it.
yeah.
One thing I'll say about Toadscruel is that given its speed tier and the fact that it baits on all fire types, having the ground type stab is pretty nice because you're kind of. My Colossal's gonna eat an Earth Power.
You're not like, yeah. This is one of the faster ground types that exists.
Yeah, again with the ground and rock
The thing is,
trend.
the only reason I picked this because I got cold feet on drafting Flygon, and looking back on it, Flygon would have been so much better on my team than
I
Toadscruel
don't
would have.
think this is too bad though.
I think this is pretty all right. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
definitely not a top tier Pokemon, but it is pretty good.
Is it? It's
I
B
just
tier.
thought-
Yeah, it's B tier. Yeah.
I especially thought for B2, it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I could see this being C
I
tier,
think it
but
was
I
D.
do think
It-
that it does fit the roles you need on your team right now.
I just thought it fit in the roles, fit in typings, and
Yeah.
I didn't really have any good ideas of what I wanted from B tier.
There we go.
Does this thing get Sludge?
It doesn't get Sludge, but it gets Sludge Bomb.
Or Sludge? Yeah, that's what I mean. Sludge Bomb. Yeah, because that'd be pretty good. Yeah, you know,
It gets
beat your other
rapid
grass
spin
types.
too.
It does get some pretty good coverage.
I'm.
It gets
Ex-
knockoff. It gets
Cannon.
Mirror Coat for
It's
special
Dazzling Gleam,
attackers.
Earth Power, Flash Cannon.
I'm excited to
Wait,
see
Dazzling Gleam?
this.
That's kind of shies.
Evil picked Mega Ampharos, and this was
Ooh,
this
nice.
used to be a team that was very physically offensive, and now it's turning into very much especially offensive one because Espathra and Sylveon were the prior 2 picks. So
And we got this absolute monster of a special attacker.
yeah,
This is a really good bulky offensive team.
yeah, this is kind of along the trend of what Dusclops' draft is turning into, is bulky offense, but a little
Somewhat.
bit slower, I'd say.
And Dagster seems
Yeah.
gonna be
very
honest,
bulky
it
offense too.
straight
Yeah.
up just looks like an Aspen team.
Aaron's team. Which one?
This one,
This
because it's just
This mon right
bulky
here?
offense.
True.
this thing, like, so you're always going last pretty much, but you take a hit and you hit back harder. You got D-Pulse, Thunderbolt. You could probably, so like, I guess you could probably Cotton Guard if you really wanted
Could
to.
you imagine if Mega Ampharos got analytic?
Dude.
I totally
Oh
forgot about
no.
I totally forgot about Bulu Cadillacs. Bulu exists for Toadscruel. Yeah.
Not a Sludge Bomb, by the way.
Yeah, not a
but-
Sludge Bomb from Toadscruel. It's not
no,
gonna
it doesn't
appreciate
get that.
Oh, definitely not.
No.
No.
They won't. TSG.
They may
wouldn't.
get Poison Sting. They may get Poison Sting. I may bring
Poison Sting.
Poison Sting.
Poison's, yes, the best move.
I'll bring Max Spidef Assault Vest. Or no, I'll bring Max Defense just for the Poison Sting. But anyway,
I'm
I didn't
actually
realize how
planning on bringing
bulky.
physical Jolty on at some point.
Oh my god, pin missile! I didn't realize how bulky Mega Ampharos actually was. I figured it was a lot more frail on
Yeah.
the physical side,
I-
but yeah,
I didn't figure that out either. That's crazy.
this is a mon that
And
gets
that's why
overlooked
I
for its
like
speed
it.
tier.
Yeah,
This thing
it's
got
very-
Cotton Guard, by the way.
Yeah, I love Cotton Guard on it.
Everything.
Same with
Everybody
Mega
wants.
Altaria with Cotton Guard.
Yeah, everybody wants a fast electric type, so that's why people overlook this, I guess. But I'm one of those people, so I didn't realize how bulky it was.
Yeah, I mean, your electric type doesn't have to be fast, I feel like. If
Yes,
it's
it
gonna be
does.
this
No, I'm just
bulky
kidding.
and have if it's gonna be this bulky and have that much damage output,
Yeah, as long as you can live a hit, you
I guess, eh?
yeah.
don't need.
And I think this
speed.
thing lives hits.
Ah, here we go. Houndstone support, Gigalith.
It also gets healed.
Uh-oh.
Something else now.
So now we have both abilities that Houndstone can use accounted for.
It just
in terms
sets
of
up
being
sand and
support.
explodes.
It pretty much, this is what Gigalith does. It sets up sand, sets up rocks, and explodes.
Yeah.
You know, it's a mon in sand that's a rock type and it gets the SPDF boost, and it's physically bulky and it's physically offensive. It's a really good
135
mon for
is
C.
crazy.
It's
That's a lot of attack.
It's a really good mon for C tier, and honestly, by itself, it doesn't have to be a sand setter without, like, with a sand abuser. It can be good by itself. So
And if you don't care about rocks, I always love Assault Vest. This is another mon for it.
Oh my god,
with
Assault
those
Vest
stats.
Gigalith, yeah.
Yeah, Assault Vest Gigalith probably goes pretty crazy, honestly.
Yeah, because you set up the sand too, which gives you an additional SPDF boost.
Yeah, and Trick
This
Room
thing is-
Abuser for Slow King.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if Slowking wants to set up Trick Room,
Yeah.
this thing could go ham.
Yeah, so I'm liking this pick. I mean, outside of even Houndstone being benefited off of it, I like this pick for this team.
Yeah, and then it synergizes with Skarm because if you're baiting ground move, you can just go to Skarm.
Or fire type
free.
move for Skarm, you go into Gigalith.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And notably, Skarm was also like not damaged by Sandstorm.
Yep, true. Couple of good hazard setters there with synergy to pair with everything else that has synergy. And there's your Tangrowth that you were alluding to earlier.
Also,
Tangrowth, here he is. All right, so this guy's a lot of fun to use, honestly. You know, you have two abilities, although you're always going, or I think you have three, but you're always going regen over the others, I think.
I think it's for Generator, Chlorophyll, and Pick
Leaf
Pot?
Guard, I
Leaf
think.
Guard.
Yeah, I think you always go regen. Chlorophyll is an option, but like regen is a better option. And
Sunsweeper.
And so the thing about this thing is that's a lot of HP, and that's a lot of defense.
Oh my god, it is.
So yeah, and then you see the offenses are pretty good too,
yeah,
And its coverage.
yeah.
and it has crazy coverage. Yeah, like you got besides your grass stabs, you got earthquake, you got knock, you got a poison move. I think that's just about everything.
Sludge
you need.
Bomb.
Rock slide.
Oh, does
Rock
it get poison
slides
jab?
too.
Fuck.
Honestly, like so, what I'm most
Both
familiar with
attack
doing with
stats
this
are
thing.
also very respectable.
I almost always go Assault Vest and like, you know, just on whatever coverage I think is best. Usually,
It's
You
really
know.
just a grassy Melmetal if you think about it.
It's weak to
generates.
fire, yeah. Oh my god, if they gave Melmetal
Has
a generator,
special
oh my
defense.
god.
Both slow.
so this thing regens and
Oh, imagine if they gave
just-
Melmetal
it just
analytics.
keeps coming back,
I don't need
and that's why I think it's a great pick because it's an unkillable mon that can keep knocking your opponents.
Doesn't it get Focus Blast too?
Believe so. I can fact check that,
yes,
but
it
I
does.
think
Oh my lord.
yeah.
I'm a
Yeah,
fan of
this-
Tangrowth. I honestly like it better than Amoongus personally. But I mean,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking,
Amoongus
and that's
is
kind
better.
of why I
Good
made the
stamp.
changes I did.
I think Amoongus is better when it's paired with something like Slowbro.
Yeah, but in a vacuum, I just like this better.
Yeah, I'd say. Alright. Cadillacs, picking a mon that doesn't get seen very often, Mantine.
Ooh.
So I think this mon got
I mean-
access to Flip Turn in the most recent update that it got. I might be mistaken.
That is some SPDF.
No, it
I
does
was
not
just
have
looking at
footprint.
Tangrowth. Can I point out one really weird move it has?
What?
It learns Aerial Ace.
It's my favorite
Why?
bird.
I don't know why, but it's there if you ever want it.
I want to run it with a Z-move
I mean,
so I can
so
see the
does-
animation of it flying.
So does
Yet
Diglett.
another option, I suppose.
Diglett also learns aerially, so.
Take out your brooding.
God.
Oh my god, Manton gets Earthquake. And
Yeah.
Dunk Shot.
It gets
What?
Curse too if you want to run Curse.
It gets Signal Beam, Seed Bomb, Rock Slide, Rock Blast.
I'm just
Yeah, with
saying.
That's
Signal
40
beam,
attack,
though, I
guys.
think that
y'all,
is-
y'all forgetting 40 attack, bro.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying.
think
Iron
Seed
Man.
Bomb was
Hold
cut
on, no,
from
hold
Gen
on,
eight,
hold
though, so it won't be in this league.
Curse and Roost and 2 attacks. Don't knock it.
I'll knock it. 40 attack.
Nah, mate.
Dexter
2
makes
curses.
a very good point. They
Oh.
need to make
It
Woman
gets
time.
String Shot.
Woman time.
Woman time.
Oh, here's Woman time, Clodsire. This mon got overlooked. I think it's definitely deserving of higher tier.
What
This-
tier was it in?
I
It's
This
in
thing is like,
B tier.
Oh yeah, it's a really
Why
good
is it
B
in
tier.
B
I
tier?
don't think it's worth A tier though.
Oh, look at that
honestly.
stats though, and it gets water absorb and
And
unaware.
and unaware.
Like, you're basically bulkier Quagsire with poison types, so you can't be poisoned, and water absorb, so you can't get hit by water. Like you have one week,
In exchange,
2
though, you
weaknesses.
do have a lot more weaknesses.
Do you-
Ground, Psychic, Ice.
Oh, I guess ice, yeah,
Yeah, it
Yeah,
does
you're
have
weak to
quite a bit
ice,
of
you're weak to ground,
weaknesses.
you're weak to psychic.
and ice, and that's it, isn't it?
And if you're unaware, you're weak to water.
Yeah, true. Okay. If you're not thinking about one ability, yeah. But yeah, you get toxic spikes. You get a bulky recover
Wait, why does this
user.
thing get Mega Horn?
It's got a horn in its back.
Yeah, those little
Oh,
round parts on its back come out like horns. It's kind of weird.
I don't think anybody has ever run Megahorn on this thing.
yeah.
it also gets Double Kick.
Well, there's a hoop on bound, so
Yeah, the hoop on down counter right here.
they just run papaya or what is the Payapa berry? Is that the one that resists?
Payapa, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you run a Payapa berry with Mega Horn, and haha, you got
Actually,
a hoop on
No,
down
wait,
counter.
that Payapa's like the ghost one. I think it's the Amgana berry.
Oh, also, this thing gets curse. Curse
Yeah.
recover.
It's a
It
better
does get
curse user than
cursed.
Mantine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just
so, unlike
woman's
Mantan,
time.
I would actually
The
say
physical
curse
prowess
on
of
this is not
Mankind.
a horrible option.
Oh, there's the snowflake we were alluding to earlier. Cryogonal. One of the 2 freeze dries users has been drafted.
Oh,
So
hey, I was memeing about this guy earlier.
they heard that you were rolling up with Walking Wake, and they're like, let me draft one of the freeze dry users.
There's
One of-
so
One of
many
the
free try users.
two.
Right?
I think this draft needed a remover, and it got it this round. It's a very prominent heavy duty boots user. It's got very high special defense stat. Shares no common
That is
weakness.
crazy special bulk. I didn't even know that. Jeez.
Yeah, it shares no common weaknesses with Noivern, which is also his other possible remover other than Rock. Sorry,
Is it not levitate?
it is Levitate.
It does get Levitate.
That's pretty cool. I mean, having levitate is always nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's an
I'm very
interesting.
fond of
Pokemon.
Cryogonal. I've used it a lot.
Yeah, I've used
You can
it.
also get past its defenses because it does get acid armor.
Yeah, I think I've used it in one of the drafts I was in.
And this thing spins, right?
It does spin.
It gets Rapid Spin and Defog.
Oh,
Wait,
it
it
gets
gets
both.
defog?
Oh, that's shice.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell?
This thing is juiced.
Yeah,
I
it's,
love Cryogonal
it is
so
very
Yeah.
one-dimensional though.
Offensively, you just click ice move,
Yeah.
but does it even have something else like maybe Shadow Ball? But like,
I think
gets
it gets
Solar
Shadow
Beam.
Ball.
okay, so like, yeah, but still, it's not bad.
It does not
Being
get
able-
Shadow Ball, but it does get Signal Beam.
Oh, Signal
Oh, yeah.
Beam, nice.
But Signal
And
Beam
Flash
sadly didn't make it from Gen 7 to Gen 8.
Yeah,
so
so
it's
Jolteon
not allowed
won't
in
get
the
access to it either.
We got Mamo Sweeney.
Yeah.
It also
Manny
gets
is
Ancient
here.
Power and Chilling Water. Oh, okay.
Oh, it gets chilling water now?
Oh, that's kind of good actually.
Yeah, Mammothswine on a very offensive team already.
Mamo Sweeney right here.
Another ice type. We haven't seen a lot of ice types so far.
Ice Ground, really
Ice
good
Ground is
typing.
very good typing. Yeah, you're immediately checking the flying type coverage with ice. You're immediately getting something that hits grass type super effectively in ice.
I forget what it was, but one of the lists earlier on, I was looking at and I was like, "Huh, this kind of gets hosed by Ice Ground." And here's Ice Ground.
Yeah, like it has enough physical attack to break bulky waters. Most of them, some of them. You have a rock type. You have the potential for some shenanigans with Endeavor and Ice Shard. It's got everything that you need at minimum and more.
Yeah.
Like you don't need a huge amount of coverage on this.
Yeah, you got
But I
like
could just easily slap a choice scarf on it.
Exactly.
you can
choice
scarf. This
bandit.
is like one of the easiest scarf mons ever.
Yeah, base 80 is a pretty good speed tier for that.
That's like the perfect scarf tier IMO.
Yeah.
Also,
Not much
it
to be
gets
said about
thick
Mammoth Shrine. Gets thick fat, yeah. Yeah.
And it also gets oblivious, so you can't intim. Or taunt, by the way.
Ooh, yeah, so that's pretty good.
You can stealth rock for free if you run oblivious. Yeah, I like Mammoth Swine.
Stealth rock for free, can't be intimed.
The metaphor has not changed at all. It's still
I think it's
Mammoth
knocked
Swine.
too, right?
I think so.
This thing is pretty shice, bro.
Yeah, knock off is there.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah.
This is a fun round too. Everything that was drafted was relatively strong. Like Bronzong, Clodsire, and Tangrowth are all amazing. Mammoth Swine as well. Gakelith as well. Like, lots of stuff.
Yeah.
Beedrill.
Lots of really, really strong stuff here.
I'm just happy someone took Mega Beedrill. I love that Pokemon.
I think the last time I drafted Mega Beedrill, I drafted it with Hoopa.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was the first time I drafted both those Pokemon, and they were together, and I went like 2 and 6. Yeah, I like Mega Beedrill on Froggerman's team. Alright, more offense. Dragalge. It's defensive, but it's offensive. It gets adaptability.
Oh, well, yeah, you could do offense here.
Yeah, so...
But, like, that's a lot of Spadef, too.
It's one of the few dragon types that's weak to ground. Not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. It gives what iNasty's draft really needed, a grounded poison type to sponge Toxic Spike users, because I felt like his team was a little bit weak to Toxic Spikes up until that point. The only thing kind of crutching him up at that moment was Togekiss with Defog.
I will say about this thing, so I have a lot of experience as like a Nuzlocker, and Dragalge has so many resistances. This thing is shiced in Nuzlocks because you can switch it into like anything.
Yeah, poison.
Yeah, it's just when it comes to
fire,
competitive play, Earthquake is one of the most common moves.
Yeah.
So that's the one problem with it.
So while that does suck, you resist Fire, Water, Grass, Electric. You resist fighting. Let's see what else. You resist poison. You resist a bunch of moves.
Yeah,
Bug,
it is really good.
You resist bug. That's like 7 resistances right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus the great Spadaf and adaptability on 97 special attacks pretty good.
97 doesn't sound like a lot, but adaptability on that, it's you can't sleep on that.
Yeah, don't catch yourself sleeping against Dragalge and Mammoth Swine from the previous round.
He come out sludge waving.
Klefki. We see Klefki. This is one that I like. I like Klefki. In singles, it's a little bit difficult, but
this Pokemon is funny to me because it's an example of like you can have like really bad stats and still be like a pretty great Pokemon.
Annoying and great, yeah. It gets foul.
Yeah, because its stats are like not the greatest, but it Fairy Steel Prankster,
Yeah.
Enough said.
I like Fairy Steel typing. I miss Megamawile a lot.
Fairy Steel is arguably the best typing possible.
I like Poison Dark more. That's personal preference, though.
I feel like Fairy Steel has better offense than that.
Tank.
I used to run... I like Pure Steel.
Yeah, Fairy Steel.
This thing gets up a free layer of hazards guaranteed.
Yeah,
right
spikes, Prankster spikes. Yeah. I don't know if it gets much.
Well, does that still work
coverage.
on? Never mind.
You can also just paralyze whatever you want with this.
Thunderwave.
Yeah, or run like light. Doesn't it get light screen reflect, and you could give it like clay?
It does.
It does.
You can give it clay. You can do that.
It's also not that easy just to switch a dark type in on it because they'd have to be wary of its fairy stats.
Yeah, exactly.
Not very solid.
Not to mention, not to mention the hazards aren't blocked anyway because they don't directly target the dark type.
Yeah, and it gets foul play,
Oh,
doesn't it?
also gets default.
Foul play.
Yeah,
Doesn't it? I think it does.
it does give
I'm
up.
pretty
Yeah,
sure it
yeah.
does. Yeah.
It does get
I
foul
didn't
play.
even-
I ran it.
And defog. What? Wait, how long does it have defog?
There's one person in this call that would very much wish to talk about this pick.
This is the best Pokemon.
Oh yeah, real good. 90 attack.
This
real
is
great.
just better Urshifu. I've swept whole teams with this thing. I love Scrafty.
It has
Better
3
Urshifu.
really good abilities too.
Yeah, because even with Shed Skin, if you come up against a stall team, you keep setting up dragon dances while they try like statusing.
While they try to wisp you or like.
Yeah, that's what
Also,
I
you
did.
can run-
I kept dragon dancing. They wisped me with Mega Sableye, and I just kept dragon dancing until the burn went away, and I swept.
Yeah.
Also with
Okay.
Shed Skin, you can
see
just
it. I see it.
keep clicking rest.
Yeah, and you could have it really bulky offense with like Assault Vest and Intimidate. So now just it doesn't really take much damage on the physical or special sides.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Okay. I was making fun of it, but I respect it.
No,
I see the
I got
vision.
this to kill leader in a league.
Yes, he did. I can vouch.
I think that was an Uber's league too. Oh wait, no, not it was a Mega's league.
It was 2 seasons ago, I
Yeah.
think.
Anyway, Scrafty's just fun to use. It's got a really great move pool with like Drain Punch, Ice Punch, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Knockoff, Iron
you have
Head,
full coverage
Poison
on this
Jab.
joint.
Like I
And
don't know.
then
It's just
you have
great.
like.
Sorry.
Don't you have like CC or something? Like a really strong fighting move just in case?
Yep, it's got close combat.
get close
I like
combo.
Drain Punch because it's more of a bulky offense, and if you set up Dragon
Yeah.
Dances and then heal.
In general, I would agree Drain Punch is better on this.
It gets
Yeah, plus you
super
could
long.
do things like Leftovers is obviously really good, but due to its bulk, you can run Rocky Helmet or Assault Vest as well.
Yeah.
Or kind of
I-
screw with people and run Red Card.
Red card, huh?
Yeah. As long as you're not hit by a fairy type, they hit you, they get forced out, and then you just
Yeah,
do
this one
shenanigans.
suffers from fairy types existing, but aside from that,
Yep, but it does get Iron Head and Poison Jab, so if you've set up enough speed to outspeed the...
yeah,
Come take a
that's
burr.
true too. Yeah.
Nice Coco. Does it live at +2 poison jab? Camrupt Mega. I'm gonna disappoint a lot of viewers who are big Mega Camrupt fans, if there are any. No, I think a lot of people are like, I think it's like a fan pick. Unfortunately, the
That's
Seattle
Mega
Onyx opted to
inexistent.
drop this Pokemon Grace Period. I'm fairly certain. Yes, they did. I remember what Mega they picked up, but this mon
It's over.
would have been a amazing Trick Room abuser. I have fought Mega Camrupt in Trick Room before, and it wasn't fun to switch into. It was in Gen 7 and we didn't have Z moves. Not saying that would automatically help against Mega Camrupt, but there was a lot more thinking required in prep for things like Mega Camrupt and Trick Room.
It also
You go,
now
like-
gets Trailblaze.
You get up the Trick Room, you go Eruption, you win.
That's
Pretty
pretty much
much,
it, yeah. I had Pyukumuku in a draft as my water type. That was my only thing I had that resisted, or it could at least potentially take 2 hits comfortably, because I have recovery. I had to bring Spadef Pyukumuku in Trick Room with Recover, and just spam Recover every turn that Camrupt chose to attack. And that was my way of beating Camrupt, because then after that, I could take 1 hit and Mirror Coat.
What if he EQ'd you?
Oh, he didn't bring EQ. But yeah, if he did,
What if he broke out the EQ?
if he brought EQ, he would have had to bring a little bit of attack. Well, maybe not. He's base 120 attack. I don't know. I would have had to calculate. But if I was max HP and with leftovers,
But if you're TR, if you're doing a TR Mega Camera upstate, you could probably afford to just do max attack, max special attack.
I guess.
Instead of EQ, doesn't it get Earth Power?
It does.
It does get Earth Power.
I think you're saying in case I was Spadef Pyukumuku.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I was just thinking instead of having to run mixed, can erupt.
Yeah, no. I
Like
was
Earth
saying
Power was
sometimes
two-shotting
people
Pyukumuku,
want to
but
run mixed.
I think Earth Power probably still would have done more if he was like modest, or like not modest, but like quiet nature, and then a max
Quiet,
attack
yeah.
as well. Like it probably still would have done more to Pyukumuku if it was Spadef because of the special attack stat it has. Maybe, I don't know. I'll have to check.
Though it is 120 attack as well. So.
Yeah, so it could be.
120
But,
is not bad.
yeah, it's above average, way above average.
Yeah, that's way above average.
I like this
That's
pick
also
given
good
your
for-
team, Dustclops. Duraludon, I like this pick for your team.
Yeah, I thought Duraludon would be a pretty fun one. I do recognize that there are 2 steel types, but honestly, I was kind of in need of a little bit of special attacking power,
Yeah.
and I figured a steel dragon with pretty decent coverage and
Yeah.
workable speed, definitely workable physical defense. I thought it would be a pretty okay pick here.
Yeah. I guess,
Yeah, I like the pick.
it's Body Press, Thunderbolt, Fire Blast, I'm pretty sure. Of course, it's Dual Stabs.
Dark Pulse, by the way.
Dark
No
Pulse,
Fire
by
Blast.
the way. Take
You got-
advantage of resisting
You got
Psychic.
Draco or D Pulse, whichever.
Yeah, I like Duraludon. I just don't know if it's a mon I'd draft because I am weird with dragons. I like my dragons
It's one I've
fast.
never tried out.
Yeah, same.
So the way my draft is now, like obviously there's Wake on this version of it, but the way it is now, this is my only dragon, and I wanted to have one.
There you go. I like the thing I could have potentially seen with yours, not to say that would be better or worse, just an option. Like if you were looking for a dragon bad, is you could have dropped Duraludon and Landorus and picked a Flygon in a free tier slot, but if you had a draft plan preemptively set, then
Personally, I like this better than Flygon.
yeah, I kind of like Duraludon on this draft. Because
Flygon
it gives you
is
a more reliable
Flygon is.
rocker.
Flygon as a whole is just kind of underwhelming to me.
Yeah, and are
It's
you
really frail.
aren't your only weaknesses fighting and ground?
That's right.
And Aerodactyl resists both those as a rocker? Oh no, it doesn't resist fighting. Okay, sorry.
It doesn't resist fighting, but it is immune to ground.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a little bit of synergy there. Or could be room for synergy, especially where one of them special
And
one
Lando
is visible.
resists fighting.
Yeah.
Lando's immune to ground resist fighting.
But it doesn't get recovery. That's why I was kind of on the thing of. Well, I guess it doesn't matter.
Tangrowth resists ground and fighting.
Oh, Moongus. Well, actually, it doesn't resist fighting. But...
Tang doesn't resist it, but it takes it for
Oh,
sure.
for some reason I thought
It's
grass
fine.
resisted fighting. I guess I just.
Oh,
I
yeah, it's one
forget
of those
type
weird
matchups
ones.
sometimes.
Yeah, there's so many. I still don't know all the bug ones.
Gastrodon.
Gastrodon. Yeah, I hate Mark right now.
Yeah, that team is not fun to face.
I hate Mark right now. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that.
I'm looking at this like there's no like before he picked after Gigalith, I was like there's no way he could make this stallier. Not stallier, but just
And here's
defensively
Gastrodon.
synergetic.
It is quite stally, I'd say.
Okay, it's Stolly. I'll say it. I'll be mean. It's Stolly.
And the thing is, he could leave Houndstone in the back and just sweep with it in the end if you whittle through
He
it.
can't lose.
Stall.
He can't lose because he can't get outstalled, and then Houndstone crutches up if he does.
Yeah.
Looking at this, I think, yeah, it's definitely a spooky team, but I think there's things you can do about it. I think Lele handles a few of these joints
like
pretty good.
forfeit.
Yeah, that's the one way to deal with
give
this team.
Oh, you want to save your mentality for the rest of the regular season? Just forfeit. But yeah, anyway, Gastrodon, good mon, Stealth Rocks, Recover, Storm
One
Drain,
weakness.
one weakness in Grass. Water grounds are amazing.
Just all of them really.
Yeah. I used this mon in the Doubles League last season, and I'm
This
excited to
Pokemon?
see this.
Also good screenshot.
Yeah.
This Pokemon is broken.
Samurott Hisui.
This thing is shite. This thing is awesome.
I like this mon.
It's really good.
I like
Yeah,
I
that
haven't
it's-
used
Just
it,
being
but
able
I've
to
faced it a
actively
couple
set
times.
spikes is busted.
Yeah.
Like not having to take a passive turn to do it, not being able to be taunted out of it.
Samurott needed love and it got it.
Due to its speed, I've only ever seen it run scarfed.
Really? I see like everything on this.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played too much Gen 9,
I
so
see
the only matches I've played were against scarfed ones.
I'm like 1600s on ladder, and I see like assault vest, I see sash, and I see scarf. Those are the big three.
Sash is something
Okay.
I can see
Oh.
using a lot of.
Yeah, this mod is just pretty good as a whole. Just
It
because
is.
of that move, just because Ceaseless Edge is just awesome.
that
Sharpness
move
is
is
a
crazy
fantastic
good.
ability.
What's the name of the ability called? The one that helps your slashing
Sharpness.
moves?
Yeah,
Sharpness.
sharpness is really
Sharpness, yeah.
Yeah,
Because that makes
it's a
Smokeman like
free
delayed
choice
good.
band on all your slashing moves.
Mhm.
good. Yeah. I really
The
like
sharpness make
Cleavor
Glade
with
better than Gardevoir.
You could argue it, yeah.
Yeah, because now a Galade's running around with 100 plus base power moves. Like
That's
all of
scary.
them are like 130.
Yeah, and Sword Stance exists. Woo!
Yep.
Yeah, I'm personally very biased towards Samurott Hisui. I think it's a fun one.
This is a great mon right here.
Cinchino from
So I will
Cameron
say one
Grimestock.
thing. I have one question about Samurott. What the hell is that doing in C tier?
Well, we all overlooked it.
Yeah, no one suggested to change it.
You're a poopy head.
Yeah, I know what I'm suggesting next season. Jeez.
Base Samurott's in D, so I guess people were kind of scared to bump it up to 2 tiers above.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And
Cinchino.
Gino though. This
This
one's fun.
I don't know a whole lot about Cinchino, Mr. Grimes, so can you tell me about it?
It's fast.
It is.
It's
I know a
skilling.
lot about Gino.
It's fast and it gets skilling. That's
It's
Yep.
fast
Yeah.
and skill link.
And you can
That's
give
the
it
whole
like
thing.
King's Rock
It's
for the
fast.
flinch.
you just throw a King's Rock on there and tail slap it.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
You can, yeah, King's Rock is a strategy for sure. Cause like that's a 125 base power move, that tail slap.
Yeah, does it get beat up as well?
Beat up
No.
doesn't work
No.
with skill link.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Well, no, I know it
Yeah,
doesn't
'cause
work
it's
with
based
skill
on
link,
your
but it works
priority
with...
Pokemon rather than being a
In
2 to 5
doubles.
hit.
Yeah.
It gets Bullet Seed, Rock Blast, Triple Axle, and
It
tail
gets
slap.
triple out. Oh my god,
That's all you
bruh.
need. By the
thing
way,
I was thinking
triple
about
axle
beat
works a
up
little
is for
differently for
King's
skill
Rock.
linkers. Only one accuracy check.
Cinchino. Just sitting there
So you
dragging
hit,
a bit like,
you
hey,
hit one,
what's
you hit
up?
all 3.
Yeah, the thing I was thinking about beat up though is for King's Rock you hit 6 times instead of 5.
Oh, true. Yes.
Lol, I dropped it.
I keep forgetting the grace period exists. Because I didn't drop anything for my team, so I was assuming, like, going through this draft stream, assuming that everyone has their team, but I keep forgetting, yeah.
I changed I made minor changes in grace period.
Yeah, it's a fast U-turn mon
I just
for
really
your team
wasn't-
too, Mr. GSG.
Oh, that's true. This is U-turn.
I think you were kind of, one thing you were lacking up until this point, before you dropped it, is a fast U-turn Pokemon, because right now your fastest base speed tier for a U-turn Pokemon that wasn't Gardevoir Teleport was Silvally with base 95.
The only reason I picked it up is because it was the best Pokemon between 100 and 130 speed that I could pick up at the time. And then eventually I did find something else and picked it up during grace period.
Right.
Also because it kind of paired up better with Melmetal in a way. And I just, once again, I was familiar with Shinsino and I've always wanted to use it. But then I ended up
Alex
having
was
to
saying
drop
about
it.
Samurott, by the way, in chat, he was saying that he ran Focus Sash and Assault Vest on Samurott before.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dagster. So we've all been talking about every round how Dagster has had a very amazing draft so far. He never got sniped once. His plan was always the same from pick 1 to pick 12.
A bit of deciding stuff as he went.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't communicate my
Certain-
plans because I didn't want to get sniped, but I didn't get sniped either. So
Jeez.
Yeah,
I didn't get sniped because I had no plans ever.
I only got
It's
sniped.
it's
at
nice when it works
Dragapult.
out, you know.
Swallow. I picked Swallow. Thinking of
It's a
this.
funny facade bird.
Yeah, thinking with this mon, I needed to fill speed tier really bad above Diance's, because I was struggling to find things that were synergetic with my team that were above base 110 speed. Like, I didn't want my drop to be very average speed. I wanted it to have options. So I'll always have a gap between Swallow and Diancie going forward in this draft, but I now have finally gotten an option where I can say, okay, this is going to be outspeeding things. I'm not going to have the worry of, okay, I'm going to get outsped by this Pokemon. All my team's going to get outsped. I have Swellow, so I can outspeed certain Pokemon with Swellow. That was the thinking. And I needed
Right.
yeah, flying and normal.
I mean, you're still worried about a couple mons, to be fair.
Yeah.
You're still worried about Pult. You're still worried about, like, I don't know, like some stuff.
Yeah, there's something.
It also gets pursuit.
Yeah, it's an
Oh, it
interesting
does?
one. Yeah, this thing gets pursuit, yeah.
Yes, it does get pursuit.
That was another thing I was missing was a pursuit user.
Interesting.
I thought... Anyway, there's a mon on my draft plan that I haven't picked yet that I thought had pursuit, but doesn't. So I was happy to learn that this did. Alright, I don't have much more to say about this Pokemon other than the fact that Specs Boom Burst. Yeah. Black Bolt.
Yeah, that too. You could do the Flame Orb Guts, or you could do the Specs Boomers.
Yeah.
There's
Black
the
Bolt.
rain.
There's the rain, or we were all waiting for.
frog.
Politoed. I like Politoed. It's got a little bit more well-roundedness in its stats than Pelipper. Whoops.
Plus, it doesn't just die to a Thunderbolt.
That's it. So you have access to things like Encore. You know, it's toxic. You've got. I don't entirely know what Politoed does because I personally like Pelipper more, where it's got the guaranteed recovery and it cores a lot better with steel types.
It enters the field and sets rain. That's what Politoed does.
Yeah. So that's
it does nothing else but set up rain.
So
It
we're
really can't do anything else.
looking at
I guess it
something
can
to
click
support
Scald,
Torn.
but like,
It also gets Seismic Toss. You could have fun with Parasong. If you want to psych somebody out, you can click Belly Drum.
You could always just give it Toxic, too.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you could always just do the Bulky Water, Scald, Ice Beam, Toxic, Protect.
Yeah.
If you want to try to trap something, you can Whirlpool.
So it's a bit
Oh, yeah.
lackluster of a bulky water, but it does what the Milotic Mirage needed to do.
It sets rain. That's what makes it not
It
lackluster.
sounds rain.
It also gets Hypnosis.
Does it
Oh,
get reflected
You mean
light?
Hypnomis?
Quillfish.
Light screen? I think it does
Okay.
get light screen, Jord.
Yeah, because that's something you could run on Politoed as well.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't get Light Screen.
I will say at this point when I was watching Omar draft, after I saw, I mean, I was kind of, it was all kind of snowballing from in my head after I saw a couple dual typings getting picked. I was kind of wondering where this team was going, but Quillfish fills some roles.
I thought you were going to say, but everything revolves around Quillfish.
But then Quillfish becomes the centerpiece. Yeah.
Yeah, this
His
guy,
whole
I mean,
team makes sense now that
not
he
so
has
bad.
Quillfish.
I mean, Quillfish is a good mon, and I think what this does for the Ontario Obstagoons is it provides a grounded poison, which was otherwise needed because everything got hit by spikes.
Physical Venom.
It provides a water type.
Water type grounded
That was
poison.
not a thing on this team before.
Yeah, Utility Mon gets Thunderwave, gets Spikes, gets Toxic Spikes, gets I think it gets Flip Turn.
Taunt too, right?
Taunt, yep.
Intim.
No Flip Turn.
Intimidate. Does not get Flip Turn, okay. Destiny Bond.
Does it get knockoff? I'm pretty sure it gets Sucker Punch, but I don't know about knockoff.
It does not get Knockoff. It does not get Sucker Punch.
That's a
For
shame.
some reason, I thought it did.
It gets Taunt. It gets Throat Chop. Toxic
I
Spikes.
guess Throat Chop.
It
I was-
does
Why
get
does
Throat
it
Chop.
get throat chop but not knock?
Well,
I was gonna say if this
He
team
likes
didn't
to
need a
play
water
games.
type, Quillfish Hisui might have been fun. Because you can run Eviolite
oh
on
yeah,
that.
at least that can use a Violet. Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets Destiny Bond though.
Yeah. I'm
Could
not
be
shit
fun.
talking Coalfish though. I think Coalfish is a good mon.
This thing gets a lot of
It-
good, like, fun status
It also
moves.
gets haze.
He gets Haze, yeah.
Haze is very
Excadrill
good.
gets picked finally. I was surprised that this didn't get picked earlier.
Yeah, this is really late in the draft for
Mm.
Excadrill to get
Yeah.
picked.
Yeah,
The team needed a steal in the ground.
This mon is like, I mean, it's Excadrill.
It's always going to be good.
Yeah.
It's the Pompadour mole.
You got Stealth Rock, RapidSpin.jpg. It's your OG. Mold Breaker. This mon outside of sand by itself is good.
Earthquake is great. For
I think on a
Rotoms.
team that isn't using sand, Mold Breaker's the way to go.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot he does have a ground type with Seismitoad. I overlooked that. But yeah, still doesn't share a common weakness with this other ground type.
But now he has a real ground type.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, he needed a fairy resist, offensive one. Can be offensive one, sorry. B-Drill was not a fairy resist until...
Yeah, no.
No, not at all.
That's not a really anything resist.
Oh yeah, just for the fun of it, I did calculate how many Hoopas B-Drill could kill in one shot, and the answer is 4 with U-turn.
Oh
Jeez.
my god.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so... Excadrill is, you know, like, it was kind of the staple piece of a lot of ladders for a while, and sand teams, of course, always had Excadrill as one of their abusers.
Yeah.
When Gen
You don't even
5
need
OU
sand
was
with it,
actually
though,
used
honestly.
more on rain teams. It was a stable of rain teams in Gen 5.
Really?
Excadrill.
Yeah, because the other common, well, the most dominant weather in Gen 1 OU was sand. So rain teams would bring Excadrill to punish people bringing Tyranitar because it worked well in rain and also in the sand because they would
Oh, that's
still
kinda
throw.
sick.
I don't know if it had.
That's
Yeah, I don't know.
hilarious.
I don't know if it would still have if it had Sand Rush or Sand Force back then. But if they had
It
Excadrill
definitely
on their
did, 'cause
team,
those are not hidden.
yeah, because
Mold Breaker was the hidden.
it could just have or you could just send in Excadrill and they couldn't put in Tyranitar to set up sand.
There we go. That is
Yeah.
round... Oh, what round are we on? This is round 8.
8?
Yeah, the end of round 8.
8.
Scrafty's the best pick.
Yep, my completely unbiased choice there is.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it's Samurott Hisui is my favorite pick.
Okay, I can see that one.
That thing is cracked.
For me, it's probably yeah, Scrafty or maybe Samurott, maybe Gastrodon 2.
Excadrill, Scrafty, and Samurott are the ones I'd say.
Excadrill, that's fair too.
I really like Camerupt, even though he doesn't have it anymore. I just really like the Pokemon.
All right, we're gonna jump right into the last 75% of this draft here. Round 9. First pick
The last
is
25.
no. Is this round 9? No, this is round 9. Yes.
Yeah.
Azelf. I love this mon. I really wanted to fit it on any of my draft plans because it's an offensive rocker, has lots of coverage, very fast U-turner.
This thing can wreck stall if it's allowed to.
Exactly.
My
Taunt.
favorite part of Azelf is just that it learns Explosion for some reason. Look at those soulless eyes as they come and kamikaze bomb you.
Exactly.
The being of emotion has no emotion as it kills itself.
This thing is the being of willpower. Mesprit's the being of emotion, actually.
Got it. Let me have my memes.
Yeah, I call Mesprit Emotion whenever I draft it. It's its nickname. Yeah, I love this mon. I used it in draft once. I can't remember what the team composition was like, but basically it did what it needed to. It could be Scarf Bandit, Specs, Focus Sash. It could be a lot of things. Just well-rounded offensively.
This Pokemon's fun because it is one of the rare solutions to the old to the old Scarm Pex. Because Psychic Flamethrower, you can taunt a Chansey or a Blissey. You know, Ferrothorn gets Flamethrowered. A lot of Stall monsters get wrecked by that thing.
Yeah,
It
Azelf
also
is
gets
so
tricked.
good.
This was a pick that I was very pleased to see for the draft Omar has. I think a bulky grass type that can pivot is amazing on a team like Omar's. Serena gets drafted. Amazing defenses, amazing attack stat given that it's a C tier Pokemon. Just below average speed, but given the speed tiers that Omar already has, it fits pretty well. It's just below Rotom Heats.
Doesn't it get rapid spin as
It can
well?
spin,
It gets
yeah.
rapid spin.
It also gets Trailblaze.
It gets
Oh.
Does it? Wow.
Stab Trailblaze, by the way.
Yeah. It gets lots of coverage moves, triple axle, play rough.
Doesn't it get like HJK or something?
It does get high jump kick.
It does.
That's
And
crazy.
once it boosts
Zen
its speed, you can't hit it with priority if you're running the one ability.
Queenly Majesty, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. Dazzling, or it's Queenly Majesty on this.
Yeah, dazzling on Bruxish. Yeah.
Also, not that this thing could live a hit, but it does get punishment, and it could be the best Espartha counter.
Welcome to the chat, Black Bolt. We were just finished talking about your last pick. We're just about to hop into your round 9 pick here in a bit. Right after Omar's, actually. Yeah, I'm a fan of Serena. I think it's a good Assault Vest user. I think it's an alright Rocky Helmet user if you want to do something that route. Leftovers, it's a mon that can use Synthesis. A lot of mons I find that are grass types that aren't like Serena can't really benefit from Synthesis because they're a little bit more frail. I think Serena's a good exception to that. It's very well-rounded mon.
Honestly, I'm gonna be for real. Like, if you really want to do the mogul move, you'll probably get away with banding this thing against like slow mons wall breaking.
Yeah, banded. Yeah, I can see it.
120 is definitely enough attack for that.
I think base 72 is not bad for scarfing either.
Or life orb, then you get the Trailblaze off.
All right, Black Bolt. Decidueye. I will say we have 2 coaches in here besides myself that have been talking about the picks, and if you wanted to join the call and talk about your Decidueye pick, feel free, but there's no pressure. I am a fan of it. I think it gives you typing coverage that you needed, and it's a grass type that isn't Ludicolo that will benefit from having the rain up.
I just really like Decidueye. One of my favorite Gen 7 designs.
Honestly, like, Grass Ghost, Shice typing.
Yeah.
You'd love to join the call, but
it also gets
your job, Pokemon.
Yeah.
Leave work, Pokemon.
Quit your job, Cadillacs, and be a member of League Staff for the Draft League. Come on. I'm just kidding.
The unpaid member.
The unpaid member that does paid work. You did the coding for the seat for prior seasons.
Becky Dewey, kind of a fun mon, not gonna lie.
Yeah. You got Spirit Shackle to trap things in. U-turn, you get some coverage moves. I'm fairly certain it gets a fighting type coverage move if I'm not mistaken, so if you ever need to hit a steel type, you could.
It gets
Too bad this isn't Radical Red, so no 1,000 arrows.
Yeah. Yeah, it's another one of those grass types that's very versatile, very well-rounded stat-wise.
It gets low sweep.
Low sweep, okay. Yeah, nothing really to say bad about this Pokemon.
Speed, not a bad tech.
Yeah, it's fairly well-rounded.
Bulky, somewhat bulky, and you can run like Swords Dance Synthesis.
Mm-hmm. Here was the Pokemon that I was alluding to that I thought got Pursuit, but doesn't, is Skuntank. I was really sad to find out that this Dark type did not get Pursuit.
The Fartmon.
But I will never say no to Pepe. He's one of my favorite Pokemon, if not my favorite Pokemon.
Lol, it is his flamethrower.
What is this flamethrower?
I once got...
It does get Pursuit.
What, really? No way.
Why?
Yeah. It was like the main Pursuit abuser in Gen 4.
Oh. I thought I got Pursuit taken away. Pursuit. That's lovely.
But since Pursuit's
Fire
allowed, even if it's been
that's
taken
why it
away,
gets
you can
flamethrower.
use it in that text.
Tank still gets Pursuit. What you mean?
I don't know why I thought it didn't. I must have had it in the wrong thing.
Hello?
You must have been checking it somewhere, because like it does get Pursuit.
Okay,
yeah,
right
I was
on.
just checking it. In Gen 7, it got Pursuit, and that would...
Good, I'm glad I have a Dark type with
taken out
Pursuit.
in Gen 8.
It also now gets Trailblaze.
Oh, I did not know that. I'm gonna sweep with Skuntank now. Trailblaze
This is
Astral.
supposed to be your favorite Pokemon, Ashton. How do I know more about this thing than you do?
You're on Showdown on water. Yeah, so it filled a speed tier that I needed filled above Bulu and below Keldeo. I'm gonna fill that gap a little bit better here in a bit. But yeah, it gives me typings I need. A grounded poison type because my team was also very weak to Toxic Spikes outside of Mega Dancy. And yeah, it's just Mon I will never not say no to considering because I love it, and it once killed a Mega Heracross, a Skarmory, and a Tabulele all in the same game. So
jeez,
yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I love it.
Remind me sometime, tell you about the time I killed a Zekrom and a Genesect with a Muck.
A Zekrom and a Genesect with a Muck.
Yep.
Was it a curse set?
It was not.
Oh,
it was a Toxic Stall.
Oh my god.
With a flamethrower on there.
Toxic Stall and Fire
I just
Punch,
have to bring up killing Single Strike Urshifu with Scrafty that was nicknamed Discount Urshifu. That was my favorite moment.
That was a moment and a half.
I think Scrafty was considered D tier that league.
That's shice, bro.
I feel embarrassed at my craziest sweeping forward.
I love this Mon, bro.
This Mon was overlooked. I think this Mon belongs in C tier, personally.
Yeah, I think it's a really good D tier.
Oh yeah, it is crazy value in D tier. Why is it in D tier?
It was in D tier. I can tell you exactly why.
This is
because
the one time I felt sniped because I wanted this.
In the Uber season, there fucking why? Anyway, this Pokemon wasn't D tier in the Ubers League because there was tiers up until E tier, just to account for the extra tiers for the really good Ubers and the not so good Ubers. So this was slotted down, and then whenever slotted back up, it was completely overlooked by me and then everyone else. Because whenever I was formatting the tier list for this season, I was changing the tierings of Mons back, and I completely forgot about Toxicroak, and there it sat, and nobody said a thing, including myself.
It was funny. I actually did not think of picking up this Pokemon until you messaged me saying, hey, are you going to get Skuntank? Like, no, I want Venomoth, and then I started looking at other poison types in D tier.
Yeah, you said Venomoth!
Oh my god. Toxicroak is in D tier.
Yeah, Toxicroak is probably one of the best D tiers.
Oh, it's gotta be. It's gotta be. But yeah, much to say about Toxicroak. Very good setup potential, very good move pool, pretty fast.
Focus Sash, Sword Stance, Sucker Punch, boom.
Pretty much. Lilligan Hisui gets picked, and this is a Pokemon that I would be scared to draft personally, just given the fact that it's all reliant on hustle, but very threatening in the right situation.
I don't know about relying on hustle.
Oh, you have to. Well, the accuracy.
Well, you can just run Chlorophyll, no?
Rely on hustle. Yeah, Chlorophyll, Sunsweeper.
I guess, but I guess what I meant is in Evil's case on his draft. If you're drafting it for a grass type,
even then you can just run Chlorophyll. Like, you don't have to give yourself the accuracy drop.
See. The thing is, with me, I'd be so pissed if I had to run an ability for no reason. Like, if I had 3.
And then you can.
I would not run Hustle. Plus, you get Victory Dance as its move, which is just, like, physical Quiver Dance.
True.
Yeah. And then, hang on. Let me move pool check real quick.
Yeah, I was super happy that Evil drafted 2 Hisuian forms, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, where there's a Victory Dance into close combat, I don't think you necessarily need the hustle boost per se.
That's fair.
And it gets Axe Kick if you want to run that instead of close combat. You do lose a bit of accuracy there, but no defense drop.
Mark closes out his C tiers with Rotom Mo.
Plus, that joint can confuse, I think, right?
Yeah.
I think on a team
but
like
you hurt
Mark's,
yourself.
On a team like Mark's, Rotom forward makes a lot of sense. And it fills the typings I needed to fill.
Yeah. Personally, I don't know. This Mon is kind of dog, but it fits here.
Yeah.
It covers what he needs.
Yeah, it's in the same realm as Rotom, but like Rotom Heat, but just, different typing.
Nah, it's not in the same realm as Rotom Heat. This thing's worse.
How come?
Fire's just better than grass.
I think Rotom Fan with Air Balloon is the way to go.
Yeah, but you don't need to run boots on Rotom Mo as much as heat.
I mean, I guess that's true.
And
Electric Fire is nice coverage though.
Yeah. Yeah, so Rotom Mo, you get utility with that. Defog, he fills the speed tier.
It gets Trick.
Willow, can run Shadow Ball if you need it to. It's got a little bit of coverage, but the Rotom forms aren't entirely useful in the coverage category. But Rotom Mo does what Mark needs it to do on his draft.
Yeah, it gets that electric and grass typings both filled in.
Yeah. Another grass type going this round. Lots of grass types going in these past couple rounds. Delmise gets picked. And Dustclops, you want to tell us about that Pokemon?
Ooh, yeah, so Delmise. This one is a fun one. So I was like, I wanted to have a rapid spinner that, a way to remove hazards that wasn't like a flying type per se. Like, Blando, Defog, Arrow. I don't know if that gets Defog, but
Yes.
and so I was looking for a spinner in my C tier slot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I stumbled upon Delmise. I was like, this thing is pretty bulky.
Yeah.
And it has like good attack. I didn't realize it was 131. Jeez.
131.
That is actually crazy attack, not gonna lie. But yeah, so I was just kind of thinking, yeah, it's a spinner, it's a ghost type. It can spin block as well as spin for me.
Spin blocking spinner.
Yeah, and then it can just deal like ridiculous damage to switch-ins too.
It's Nuck and Futz.
All of those things just kind of combined together to make a Mon that I was kind of feeling. I was like, yeah, this is a good thing for me to pick up. And plus 3 stabs, by the way. Forgot to mention that.
Yeah, Steelworker.
Yeah, 3 stabs is nice.
All right, Cadillacs getting another water type here. He goes for Quagsire. So both Quagsire forms have now been drafted. Unaware.
Actually, there's only one Quagsire, and the other one is Clodsire.
I know, but you know what I mean. Both of the derpy face. I call the Quagsire forms the derpy face forms.
This guy though, his stats on paper look terrible, but they are not that bad.
Yeah, they're not bad.
Quagsire is honestly a pretty
I
decent
thought this
Pokemon.
thing went really late.
Me too.
Yeah, I could see that. This Mon has walled many a Pokemon that I've thrown at it.
I will say, I feel like... No, I won't say it. Actually, no. It's a bad point. I was going to say... Okay, I'm just going to say it anyway. I was going to say, it feels like this was a pick that Cadillacs made as a snipe pick. I don't know. He might have gotten sniped before picking this up.
I mean...
I don't know. I like
But
Quagsire.
either way,
I know Cadillacs have sniped a lot. He was telling me his draft plan during the thing.
this thing is pretty shiced, and I think it kind of does some good work for his team. I think an Unaware is a good thing.
Yeah, it's never a bad.
Yeah,
thing.
Unaware is such a useful ability.
I think, yeah, because, like, get out of jail free card against the setup.
Unless
Assuming you're not
that
just gonna
setup
do it
is
anyway.
superior.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess if it's contrary superior, it's not get out of jail free against that, but anything else?
It's just go to jail card.
Go to jail card. Aaron's picking up what I think is a very
The other freeze dryer.
useful D tier. Articuno. I think it is a very good D tier.
Yeah, for D tier, this is a great pick.
Very,
Obviously,
very good
Ice
D tier.
Flying is, like, horrible typing, but everything else about this Mon is pretty good, pretty usable.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, like, it's one of those things where it's like you're kind of forced to lock yourself into being a boots item.
Yeah, you can't afford to use anything else on this.
Yeah, unless you're... Yeah. Like, if your
I
goal
don't
is
think
to
there's
be
an unless.
bulky...
I think you just boot.
Yeah, if your goal is to be
Yeah,
bulky...
unless your
another
opponent
freeze.
doesn't really have many rock setters, but that's the only time.
I don't think that's really the case for most of us, though. So
Yeah,
I think,
I think you need boots.
So yeah, it gets...
It's also one of the freeze dry Pokemon.
Yeah, one of the freeze-dry Pokemon gets access to
It's the other
Defog
one.
and Roots, Roost.
Another freeze dry Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't know what it gets for coverage, but I don't know if it's I can't imagine it would be anything more than
It can click
Flying,
Hurricane.
ice, normal,
Ice, normal,
ghost,
flying, ghost.
fighting,
Shit.
Fighting? What does it get fighting?
dragon. It gets rock
It
smash.
gets extra sensory. It gets signal
Ancient
beam,
power, air slap.
which won't be in. Gets U-turn. That's not bad.
Yeah. Pivoting Mon. So U-turn Roost Defog is what I'm hearing.
It gets bubble beam.
It gets mud slap. Shiest ground coverage, guys.
Ancient power, get the Omni boost.
It gets
Yeah.
twister.
Rock smash, guys. Rock smash.
Rock smash.
Twister.
Who needs Hurricane when you can click Gust?
Yeah.
A sunny day for some
I'm
reason.
clicking Gust more than Air Slash because Air Slash has a 5% chance to miss.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Um.
Actually, no, I'm just going balls to the wall and clicking sheer cold.
Ooh.
Oh, never mind. He gets a water gun.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I like this mon. I think it's got a lot of value in D tier. Very good stats, well rounded. Mega Audino from Pallet Town Plague.
That's a surprising pick. I
Interesting.
actually like Mega Audino with those stats,
Me
though,
too.
because yeah, it is kind of like Cresselia.
It's the more offensive Mega Audino because it gets Calm Mind. Better, a little bit better defenses. It's like a bulky offensive Pokemon.
It's
Yeah.
a really good Pokemon. It just does not fit Tox as a player at all.
Yeah, Tox is a very offensive guy.
I am
Honestly,
very curious as to how he uses this thing because
I
this is not a Tox Pokemon.
I will say I think he's also fallen into the syndrome of I need to pick a Mega 3 and this is what I have to fill because it fills my typings that I'm missing. Because he picked 2 S tiers, so it's another one of those situations. But I do think
Honestly,
it's
I
not
don't
terrible
think
on
it's
his
too
draft.
bad though.
No, yeah, I'm not saying this is a bad pick for his team. I just I think if he had his way, might not have picked Mega Audino. But it's a good one.
Yeah.
I personally like it. It's got fire type coverage,
He said
electric
his
type coverage,
entire
ghost type coverage, psychic type coverage.
he said his entire draft fell apart when he lost Ursa Luna. So he really didn't know what he wanted. He was just picking things.
He had what I had.
this thing's coverage is actually pretty shiced. I'm not gonna lie. Like
It's really good. It's just
you got flamethrower,
It's
you got
not
ice beam, you got
long,
thunderbolt.
and
Does it get
Well.
Seismic Toss?
You also just have like 80 special attack. So
No.
there's that.
No Seismic Toss? That's too bad. But yeah, it's pretty good because yeah, Calm Mind with 80 special attack.
Calm Mind can be Wish
And that's
Passer.
all. Yeah,
Yeah,
Wish
after a
Passer.
couple Calm Minds, you're doing some
Okay.
damage.
It does core with Jirachi. Because Jirachi is weak to Ghost, it's a normal type. Audino's weak to Poison and Steel. Jirachi is immune to those. Or / resist them. Okay, so there's a little bit more to unpack here. Yeah, wow. Tox, you're gonna have fun
I
with
think
this.
Mega Audino is a very underrated Pokemon because people think of it as a joke Mega, but you look at its moves, like it's really not that bad.
it needs
Nasty in the
Calm
London.
Mind to get going
I'm
offensively,
surprised
but
this
it's
one
still a
got
good
picked so
Pokemon.
late compared to
Yeah.
the other EVs.
Nasty
Yeah,
and the London
Umbreon's so
Drapion
good.
just broke his trend. A lot of potentially offensive Pokemon than Umbreon.
This thing is like the stall god
What are
right
you
here.
talking about?
Yeah, I guess Skeledirge and Togekiss aren't always offensive. But
This is
yeah,
another
Umbreon
Witch
itself
Passer.
does
You got
get
2
Calm
now.
Mind.
I despise that he just drafted this with Wish Passing Core with Togekiss.
Yeah, there's
It also
2 Wish Passers here.
It gets Pursue.
Yeah, the good Pursuit user.
And Foul Play,
And
so you
it
don't
gets-
really need offense.
It gets Workup.
Oh, give it that sweeping
It gets-
ability.
Absolutely.
Pursuit sweep.
Pursuit Sweep.
Trying to say it can't be offensive. There is a Gen 2 Chansey set that took off where it would just spam Curse and then Double Edge, Soft Boiled, and Healing Bell, whatever move
Healing
it gets
Wish?
to get rid of its status.
Oh,
No, Healing Bell. Just
oh,
your
Heal
status.
Bell,
No,
yeah.
Refresh. That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, Refresh.
Refresh. And like it was one of the best sets in UU and Gen 2 because after one curse, nothing could kill Chansey, and you wouldn't think of Chansey as a physical sweeper. But it was like one of the best Pokemon in the tier because of that set.
Okay.
Right on.
Yeah, that tracks.
Just
Yeah.
saying.
Umbreon, well known for being a
Work
Wish
up.
Passer, gets a lot of
Work up Umbreon.
utility. Yeah,
Well known for just not dying.
well known for just not dying. Yeah, if you want to kill it, you're gonna have to go through 2 Wish users now. And here
Yeah,
is our round
this thing
9.
stays alive forever, bruh.
Yeah, round 9 coverage here. My favorite pick of this draft, or of this round, it would have to be between Toxicroak and Articuno, personally.
Toxicroak, yeah.
For me, it might be
think for me
Umbreon because I'm surprised it hasn't gone earlier.
I think for me it's Toxicroak or Azelf or Delmise.
Ina's doing a very good job of taking advantage of his position in this draft, I'd say. Like, he's getting a lot of value each round, given that he's the last pick of the first round. You know what I mean? Like, he's never not had a value pick. This is going to be a fun round. I'm just going to say that for anyone watching. The tides are going to shift. Heliolisk. This is going to kick off for round 10.
4 hours into the stream. It's just now getting
Helio. This thing is fun.
Yeah. Dry skin. You're immune to water type attacks. You are doing more in the sun. You have an immunity to ghost. You are above base 100, so a fast electric type, above average speed tier.
No boom burst though.
No boom burst, unfortunately, but
Not like those loser Mega Amphiroses out there.
good value electric type.
Bring back, or no, Radical Red Boom Burst. Radical Red Boom Burst Heliolisk. Let's go.
I don't know. Does anyone else have any more points about Heliolisk?
Not really. It's a Pokemon I've never used.
Fast.
Yeah, I don't know.
This thing does have solar power, so
Yeah.
I will say this actually has an ability to benefit it in any weather except hail.
It's true.
Dry skin and rain, solar power and sun, and Sandvale and sand.
Well, it can't run Sandvale.
Yeah,
because
Can't run Sandvale, but still, sun or rain, still pretty good.
Pretty good. More common weather.
Discount Wake.
Arguably, it could be a good
Electric type.
partner after Wake.
What'd you say?
I said it could be a good partner for Wake. Because I've
Yeah,
actually seen
it could
I've
pair
seen
pretty
a
well with it.
summer rain team where the guy picked both Pelipper and Torkoal onto his team, and he had a summer rain team. And this was one of the Pokemon on there.
Wow. So this
And
is
he,
That's
like,
That's
he
really
smashed
cool, actually.
this is a Pokemon I had to clarify with Tox as to what he actually meant, because I'm pretty sure.
it. What's crazy is Jax was the one who ran that summer rain team.
This
Really?
is
And he
crazy
fucking
right
smashed
here.
Glimmet,
He smashed it.
Glimmet, bruh.
the first
I
little cup
I know exactly
Pokemon,
why you picked it.
Toxic Debris.
Yep. That's the only reason you would
He
pick
said
this.
he couldn't afford.
Yeah, I guess you put a sash on it, and
well-
then they have to hit you twice.
It
Yeah.
does have 105 special attack.
Yeah,
It
so you
does.
can get a good hit off.
Look at the
before
other stats,
then.
bro. I don't think the special attack matters.
Hop and Eviolite,
about
you'll
bite
be
your
fine.
tongue?
Just don't get earthquaked.
Trigger.
Man, you can't get hit with anything you're weak
Psyshock.
to, even with
No.
Eevio.
That's why I say you just put a sash on it. They have to hit you
That way you
twice
get
to
the
kill
double
you, and
toxic
you
spikes.
True.
get one hit off.
True.
And
Yeah,
it spits
toxic
out toxic
debris.
debris.
Yeah, it gets access to its own hazards. So if you wanted to stack a hazard with toxic spikes, you can run Stealth Rock. You can run regular spikes. I'm fairly certain it gets.
In before you get surging strikes and get none.
Yeah, I'm gonna lead Glimmet. Surging strikes.
Hey,
yeah, it's a Glimmet.
Do multi-hit
It
moves
doesn't get
trigger
that,
the ability each hit?
It does trigger each hit, so
Oh, so it doesn't
the
matter.
two still would go up. It just couldn't do anything after.
Yeah.
It doesn't get access to that signature move that Glamora has, though. I don't know what it's called.
Mortal Spin.
Yeah, that's it. It doesn't get it.
Minecraft.
That's too bad. But as a D tier, it's honestly not. It's
Dagster.
not the worst.
Dagster sticking on the trends of picking very, very valuable D tiers. Knuckle Stack. I love
You got
this pick.
Minecraft over here.
Yeah, Minecraft Pig is a really good Pokemon.
This mon with an Eviolite is nuts.
Yeah, I
If
could
there
see
was
that.
allowed
100
this to be
defense.
one of the best Terra abusers.
Yeah,
And then
with Salt
this thing
Tier,
is
Knuckle
good
Stack is
bulkier, right?
insane.
Yeah.
Good.
It does everything that Garganacl does, and it's honestly a little bit bulkier, I think. I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure it's a little bulkier.
HP is a lot lower.
'Cause you could Terra fighting body press on this thing,
yeah, if it was a Terra League,
and
it's
it gets
pretty
iron
good.
defense.
But yeah, just slapping Eviolite on it, like this is a bulky mon, and you just Salt Cure body press shenanigans.
Exactly.
Set up
Yeah.
Stealth Rock.
This
that's
does the
it.
exact same thing
Iron defense
Garganacl
is
does, it's just D tier,
The
and you
Iron
have to run
Defense,
Eviolite.
Recover.
Like, you're only missing on leftovers.
Also,
That's it.
It's a rain
And you're
and
missing
sun
out on
fit
40
is-
base HP, but
Yeah, but yeah, it makes up for the EV light, really. Next off, we got Cadillac's Spite Ops. This is a mod I didn't think was going to get drafted.
this is an interesting
Underrated.
Yeah,
This
I
thing
don't
kinda
know what
sucks.
it does.
It's underrated. It gets stakeout, so first impression hits hard.
Does it get anything else besides first impression,
sticky
priority-wise? Like, does it get
gets,
Sucker Punch?
It gets
It gets
Silk Trap,
full
which
wing
is also
beated.
good. It does get Sucker Punch. It gets Trailblaze. It gets U-Turn. It gets Taunt. It gets Toxic Spikes.
Base
Throat
35
Chop.
speed. Ugh.
It gets normal spikes. It gets Lunge, Leech Life.
it gets
It's-
taunted and can't use any of that.
True. I
then
don't
it
know what
just
it does.
U-turns
I
up,
haven't
yeah.
seen it get used
Okay.
before.
It's very underrated, I think.
What's the Silk
thing just has
move you
no
said it got,
stats.
TSG?
Silk Trap.
Silk Trap, what's that do?
It's Protect, but when you get, it's like King Shield with speed.
Oh, cool.
Okay, that's kind of sick.
Except
too
it's so
slow to really
slow that
do
even after doing a
Yeah.
minus
I
one.
was gonna say, it's so slow that it's gonna have to be a base 50 mod for that to have any effect.
Yeah, because if this was just a little faster, I feel like that would be really nice for it.
Well, it just clicks.
Unfortunately,
it clicks Silk
35
Trap,
is
then
really
it clicks,
slow.
it clicks Silk Trap, then Memento, and then there you go.
If it gets the memento off before it gets broken, it's sat, like, you know?
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
if it's Silk Trapping turn 1, then he's not
Oh,
gonna
yes,
get
I guess
back
I see what you
anything.
mean. Yeah, it gets knocked down to Sash after you Silk Trap. I see, okay. Excelgor for Dustclops.
Yeah.
Nyum.
So this one, I was kind of like,
It's
well,
fast,
I'm gonna have to pick a
and
D
it clicks
tier, huh?
Dark Buzz.
This was another mon that probably should have been C tier, maybe,
Yeah, I would agree
Yeah.
with that.
with the
'Cause I was-
Toxicroak.
I was browsing through the D tier. I was like, damn, there's just nothing. And then I saw this, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'm picking that.
You
Like, it
want to
was
know
a
my
no-brainer
favorite way
pick.
to use this? Really fast Final Gambit user.
Scarf,
XX
Scarf
Final
Gambit.
Gambit user XX. Right,
Yeah, this
Dexter?
thing can do that. It also gets like a lot of hazards, including webs. Yeah.
Oh, wait, it
that's-
gets webs? I didn't know that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this thing gets webs.
No,
Are you sure?
Wait, it
No, it
doesn't?
I don't think it
No.
does.
it did at one point, but I think it lost webs. No, it doesn't get webs.
Thank God.
Oh, it doesn't get webs? I thought it
Yeah.
did, but anyway. Either way, you still got both spikes,
It's bad. It
And
doesn't
you're-
get webs. It gets
still like blazing fast.
It gets Drain Punch and Curse. I'm just saying.
Run max speed and then lower your speed. Woo!
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
No,
Yeah.
agility curse. So you curse twice and then do agility to get it back.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
But-
Excelgor, Bug Buzz,
yeah, this thing,
shenanigans.
it
Final
Giga
Gambit
Drains too,
shenanigans. Giga Drain,
does Giga
shenanigans. Focus Blast too, right?
Get
Oh
me
yeah, it does get
first.
focus blast, sludge bomb.
Me
Yeah,
first.
Giga
Yeah,
Drain could make it counter like rock ground types.
Yeah.
Yeah. That honestly, Excelgor maybe should have been C tier.
Merc
Yeah,
picks
I think it
Rapidash.
could have been C tier, but it's a really good value D tier.
Bojack, hey.
Bojack, yeah.
Bojack got picked.
Bojack
Mark
is
got a
bad.
fire type.
Honestly,
It's Rapidash.
I don't
It
see
certainly
with
is a
these
fire type.
stats. But I guess it is
It
a
gets
D tier.
Baton
so-
Pass.
It gets Baton Pass, you said?
It does
Everything
get
gets Baton Pass.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
Yeah,
Does not literally every single mon get Baton
no,
Pass?
no.
No, not all of them, but a lot of them.
Magikarp.
Carp.
Okay, yeah.
Unknown,
Unknown.
Ditto.
Wimpod.
Besides the ones that learn nothing. Like nothing.
Bulbasaur. Burmy.
Oh, Bulbasaur doesn't get it?
No. Charizard.
Baton Pass.
Charizard.
You mean Charizard?
Charizard.
Chorizo?
Chorizo?
Churros. Yeah, it's a mon. I mean, it gets, you know, Flare Blitz, Wild Charge,
I wonder if anybody
high
picked up
horsepower.
Charizard.
I think it might
Oh, I
get Sword
forgot about
Stance too.
It does. With those stats, I honestly don't think it's too bad of a Pokemon.
No, it's not terrible.
Like for D tier, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
like,
one of the better. Is Magmortar in D tier?
It's in C, I think.
yeah, no
Or is-
shot.
Okay. Okay.
Um,
Then yeah, I can understand why
Is this thing
Rapidash.
Trailblaze?
It's,
Or no, it's Flame Charge.
yeah, I guess I'm charge.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, it's a pretty
I
good
got
mon.
Trailblaze.
It gets Morning Sun, so it can recover if it needs to.
Honestly, you could probably orb this and then Flame Charge and then Flame Charge, Flare Blitz, high horsepower, something else.
it gets bide.
Ooh, no,
Everyone
way.
loves Bide.
Oh yeah.
That shit crazy.
Another electric
Echo
type for the
Voice.
Vietnamese Venomoths in Electros, although it's not necessarily an electric type in terms if you think about its typing, because it's not weak to anything, because it has Levitate.
Mold Breaker EQ.
I love Electros because it gets
Mycelium
U-turn and
Might.
Volt Switch, and it gets knockoff.
This thing gets like every move under the sun, bro.
It pretty much does.
Flamethrower.
It gets Fire Punch as well if you want to run physical.
It gets Flamethrower, it gets
Body
Drain
Press,
Punch, it gets Coil.
Acrobatics, close.
Am I
combat,
wrong? Doesn't it get
Crunch, Dragon Ball,
Gunk Shot?
Drain Punch. Yeah, it gets Gunk Shot,
It gets
Giga
Poison
Drain,
Jab.
Iron Tail, Knockoff, Liquidation, Outrage, Power Up Punch, Rock Slide,
Why does it
Stomping
get Outrage?
Power, Throat Shot,
This thing learns every move, bro.
U-Turn, Wild Charge, Zen Headbutt.
My lord. Yeah, I like this one. It's Salt Fest user free, Jord.
Yeah, this is
Airy
the
Head.
easiest to sell best of your life right here.
It is.
You can also do like leftovers coil stuff.
Lots of utility, yep. Lots of
Cut.
setup potential.
Bulldoze.
Bulldoze is not
Bulldoze
bad.
is good.
Electros is just a really good
Right.
Pokemon.
It's solid.
all around.
This Pokemon's just fun.
I think it's a good emergency electric type if you're needing one, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like one of those mons that fits on every team, kind of like that kind of thing. Charizard for Mr. Grimes. D tier Charizard, as far as I know.
Chorizo. Nice.
Yeah, I love Chorizo. It's not great, but it's there.
It's a fire type.
Yeah, I like Charizard. It's just not that strong.
These boots were made for
Yeah.
Charizard, and that's just what they'll do.
Biggest problem: fire and flying is a pretty weak defensive typing, and it's only got 100 speed.
Yeah.
Although
Doesn't
100
help
speed's
that
above
there's a
average.
priority rock move
Oh,
in
no.
this draft.
Yeah,
I think Charizard's underrated in D. I'll say that.
yeah. It like as a D tier, it's quite good, but as a Pokemon,
As
I wish
a
it were
D
better because it's
Yeah.
such an iconic one.
Yeah, true.
It gets whole.
That's why they made Mega Charizard.
Yeah, I
That's why
wasn't
they made
going on by
Yeah,
like its place in the draft. I was more going on
And Leon.
in general. I
Beautiful
wish it were
champion
better.
with Charizard. This Zard was made from Vulcan.
I think it's funny how Charizard is like a terrible like PU Pokemon, and then its two Megas are like the premier physical and special fire type respectively in the metas that they're in.
I also love how it's a bottom tier Pokemon, yet it's also like one of the most iconic Pokemon mascots.
Yeah, like most of the most iconic Pokemon are just like down there, except Greninja, I guess.
Yeah.
Pikachu is dog.
Pikachu, if it were faster, it could be good because of Light Ball, but yeah.
Because
it's
of
just
Light
not
Ball, but
fast
it's
enough.
base 90. That's just not cutting it.
Yeah. Anyway, I like Charizard for a D tier pick. It gets you the
Yeah.
fire type and a ground immunity.
Yeah, I mean it's certainly not terrible. There's worse things you could pick in D tier for sure.
Like
Yeah.
Drift
It's
Blim,
much
it's so
better.
bad. I was
Hey, it
stoked to
has
get
3
this.
immunities. It can't be that bad.
I was stoked to get this Pokemon. Yeah, I really wanted something to make Bulu feel a little bit more purposeful, and this was it. An Unburden Sweeper. It gets a lot of fun things you can do
Sweeper?
with Calm Mind.
Those are not sweeper stats.
That is a sweeper. I have done it. You Strength Sap and Calm Mind, and that's all you need.
Oh, Strength Sap. I forgot about that one.
Yep.
Oh, I love Strength Sap Jellicent. That's one of my favorite Pokemon.
So yeah, it gets access to... It unfortunately doesn't have any really good flying stab on the special side, so you have to kind of force yourself to run Air Cutter.
You got Air Slash.
It gets Air
No?
Slash.
Really? Does it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
must have just got it, because I don't remember running it, ever.
Yeah, you
Well,
got Air Slash, which is not a whole lot better, but it has the flinch chance and like 10 more power.
Are you sure it gets flare? Are you really sure?
Yeah,
I've
it's
gone
Air
all this
Slash.
time without
I'm
running
looking at
Air
it.
Slash, unless it just got it.
It also gets Gust.
Yeah, you don't
it does
need
get
Air
Air
Slash.
Slash.
You
There
want
it
the
is.
accuracy bust.
Huh. It must be new. I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid. But, yeah, I was super stoked. I knew I needed one, and this was the one that had the typings I needed. Yeah. So, that's enough really need to say about that. Gets Will-O-Wisp, of course. Kind of make up for that lacking physical defense. Black Bolt picks Kabutops, so very much directing themselves towards the Rain route now. A very good D-tier Rain abuser as well. I think Kabutops is insanely strong.
That's a really good pick for D tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insanely strong D tier. At least if it's on a Rain team. Outside of Rain, it's not
When I was
incredible, but it's pretty
Yeah.
good still.
Yeah.
when I was considering D tier water types, Kabutops was one of the ones I was stuck between.
Right.
Dude, what if they give this joint sharpness in the Scarlet Violet DLC?
Oh, that would be so cool.
And
This thing would be cracked.
Does this thing get Shell Smash? Am I crazy?
No, just almost star, I think.
Okay. So Sword Stance is the one this thing gets. Okay.
Yeah.
This joint still gets Sword Stance though.
I'm gonna try very hard to finish this stream in 5 hours. We're encroaching on 4.5 right now, so I'm gonna try and speed
Speedrun,
through
let's
this.
go.
Yeah. Okay. Wigglytuff, the Dragon Ball counter's here. This
you get 10
one
words
is
That's about all it does though.
against Wigglytuff.
It could. It has base 85 social attack, so it can do more. But
This gets Seismic Costco, doesn't it?
yes.
Does.
So it can deal okay damage.
Yeah, it's not bad. I don't think it's
85. Look at that bulk though. 45, 50. Ugh.
But 140 HP kind of helps.
bad.
That HP doesn't save it.
Yeah, it doesn't, but somewhat.
Enamorous Therian got picked. I was excited that people started picking the forms of
Turtle.
the new genies. I wanted
Amorous T
to fit
is not
this.
Therian, it's Turtle.
I put Therian.
And Amorous
Keep
Turtle.
up- keep on the
Amorous
trend.
Turtle.
Oh, Turtle, yeah.
Yeah.
It has that little green nub that all of the Therian forms seem to have, except for Torn, which has the red nub.
Why are you looking at their nubs?
I don't know. They're very bright and bright green. But like, yeah, I want to see what these things can do. Yeah. So this was a fun round. A lot of variety in tiers outside of most of the D
There's
tiers.
a lot of Ds.
There are a lot of Ds, but there's
Wait, are
A
these not
tier.
all D except like 2?
Enamorous and Heliolisk and Electros. I think a couple months here should have been C though, so that's why I'm sort of.
Yeah, I think Excelgor certainly should have been.
Excelgor and
Yeah.
maybe Charizard.
I don't know. I think Charizard's D tier.
That's fair. And Kabutops.
I'm just saying, I have appealed to the casual Pokemon fans with the pick of Charizard.
Are we ready for
I
this
do
round?
like your pick. I've used Charizard in singles draft too. I like it. It's just stat-wise, I wish it were better. That's all.
It's underwhelming.
Ashton looking at nubs isn't allowed. Daxter says in chat.
Yeah, that's against Twitch terms of service, Ashton. You
Are
don't
y'all
wanna
ready?
get banned.
Are you ready for how the round 11 starts? It's gonna be great. Ready?
Yeah.
Oh.
Shuckle.
Oh, you don't want to fuckle with the Shuckle.
There are 3
Yeah.
bug types on this draft.
The Shuckle.
Shuckle is here, and he's ready to take
I see
lives.
4 bug types.
Yeah, there's 4.
Oh,
Galv,
Galvantula,
Lokic, Shuckle,
right.
Beedrill.
I forgot Galv. Yeah, Shuckle. It pain splits, rocks, webs, infestation to trap,
Shuckle.
and it can
Yeah, I like Shuckle.
shell smash if you want to
Contrary
boost your
shell
defenses. Yeah, contrary shell smash. Smash.
Good
I've
old
used this thing
reliable
in
Shuckle.
doubles. I've used this thing in doubles before, and I've managed to sweep 2 teams with it.
Ooh, nice.
How do you do it?
Power
Like
trick,
power trick,
power
trick
trick.
room stuff?
Yeah, power trick, trick room,
Got you.
and then follow me.
Flamigo for the Ontario Obstagoons. I think this
Funny
is a mon that
bird.
could do well.
Could do well.
Scrappy close combat.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
I think it's not bad.
Yeah, I think it's a good D tier.
Hmm.
I
You
don't
can throw
have too
a
much to
ban on
say
that.
about it as a pick, though, but I don't know much about this Pokemon other than, yeah, just scrappy close
It has
combat.
Scrappy, so you throw a band on it, you click CC.
It's literally just a
Just,
flamingo. It barely looks like a Pokemon.
Black Bolt picks Altaria, so it's no, he has Dragapult. I was gonna say it's looking at his first dragon, but
What the hell do you do with Altaria?
on a rain team, I'm not sure.
I like
This
it.
thing has
no.
Cloud 9. This works against it.
Exactly.
It's also got natural cure, though.
But it
Yeah,
has
I guess
natural
natural,
gears,
yeah.
so it can be a little bit more annoying. I think this mon's very annoying if you run it to the matchup. Like, I was team building with Dagstar at one point for a league where he drafted Altaria, and it was a very fun set with Cotton Guard, Roost, and Flamethrower, and another move for the matchup. Anyway, it was built to stall, and it was really good in the matchup.
Yeah.
And
I guess Cotton Guard, Calm Mind, and Roost, and then run like one offensive attack, and it just is really
Parasol.
bulky.
Black Bolt said, "No rain for my opponents, only me." So
Yeah,
there
if
you
they
go.
set up rain, you send out Cloud 9.
Yeah,
Get
Nom
rid of
8.
it.
It'll be my rain setter. I drafted Masharna, so I knew for a fact I was taking my S tier free pick for the last round. So the thought process was this, is that I needed a Psychic type, and there is 12 Psychic types I was looking at. I really didn't have a preference. I whittled it down to 4 at the end of the day. Masharna was the best one that was there. I don't know if I want Masharna, it's just there.
Yeah, you asked me which one you should pick, and I didn't know. I thought Musharna sounded like the best out of the
I
suggestions
will
you
say, there is one thing I see,
Gotharita.
and that is that you're at 29 base speed. So in Trick Room, you're just under speeding the 30s.
Yep. But I don't
So
have
there
any
is
other Trick
that.
Room abusers other than Colossal.
You have your
This is a
Melmetal
really
count.
bulky one.
And
Yeah, but
Magnezone.
If an opponent you're playing is throwing up Trick Room, you can use this.
I see what you mean, yeah. Samurott for Mr. Grimes.
Worries.
Yeah.
Ooh, regular Samurott.
Yes, sir.
Samurott, but yeah, this is Samurott Hisui at home, bro.
I still like this Samurott.
Yeah.
It's not as good, but it's not a bad one.
I think so. Here's my argument for why sharpness alone isn't good enough to put Samurott Hisui 2 tiers above Samurott. Their stats are the same, so Samurott can do threaten just as much.
Well, no,
But it's typing in the
Samurott
moves.
faster.
I guess,
it was
but
stronger.
is dark typing really a benefit?
It's Dark type.
Offensively with
It's
Ceaseless
15
Edge.
points faster and Ceaseless Edge.
Prankster.
Yeah,
Samurai Hisui
I guess.
is
I
much
guess
better
with
than
Prankster, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I would say
Samurott.
overall, it is
Terrible
definitely a
Pokemon. I
huge
hate
upgrade.
Samurott.
It's definitely a bigger threat, but I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm probably wrong.
Faster and stronger.
Fair. So yeah, Samurott does the same thing, just way worse.
Yeah, that's
I
unbad.
still like this
It's
pick.
not bad for a D tier.
And this one doesn't set up. This one doesn't set up spikes.
Yeah, could be an S tier as well. Or sorry, an Assault Vest user. That's what I meant to say.
I was gonna
I'm
say.
so tired. All right, moving on. Miss Magius. I like this a lot too.
Yeah, I like that.
This
Baby
Pokemon's been
Flutterman.
taking Storm since in Gen 9's been taking Storm. Having a levitating ghost type like this, ever since Gengar got Levitate taken away from it, I think this mon's kind
Ever
of been
since
replacing
Gengar
it.
forgot how to float.
He forgore, yeah. He's like, I'm slowly becoming more human. Like,
Baby Fluttermane here seems like he's going to be a pretty alright pick, in my opinion.
I
Like
think so,
Levitating Ghost, like you said.
lots of coverage, and Energy Ball, Thunderbolt, Dazzling Gleam, Dark Pulse, Salvos. Yeah, I'm excited to see how it does. Hariyama for Mark.
Hariyama. Nice.
I think that's a very valuable D tier. I think it's
I'm
D tier.
surprised no one picked Iron Hands, but someone at least picked regular
Yeah, what?
hands.
It does not get
Harimama.
default.
What to say
Yeah,
about
I love
Hariyama?
Harry
Thick
Mama.
fat. I mean, assault vest user, thick fat, decent to good coverage,
Guts,
pretty good
too.
coverage actually. Guts, yeah. Overlooked
It's
Mon.
Diamond Lord, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I think Fake Out is underrated too as
In
like
singles?
a singles.
Yeah, you can break sashes with it. Beware for Dusclops.
Yeah. So, you know why I picked this?
A third fighting. I'm
Nope.
just kidding.
I was like, damn, that Houndstone looks kind of scary.
Fair enough.
And so then I picked this.
Normal types are gonna be very nice in this league.
I don't like Beware because it reminds me of Pedo Bear.
Yeah, it does. This is a pretty fun mon, honestly though. Like, if you look at it, that's a lot of HP, that's a lot of attack, and it's fluffy. 80 defense fluffy off that HP.
I'm not
That's-
fat,
yeah.
I'm fluffy.
It's pretty good, but I don't want to let it near children.
Yeah, no, understandable. Yeah,
Here's another one you
we
don't
keep
want
it
to
on
let
the
near children.
battlefield. Keep it on the
Zoroark.
battlefield.
Zoroark Kasui gets picked. Cadillacs
Now-
was talking about how he really wanted to make a draft plan around it.
I
That's a
really
fun
like
one.
Zoroark Kasui. I still don't think it's worth an A tier.
Preach! Preach!
Yeah, I love the mom, but I don't think it's worth being 2 tiers above regular Zoroark.
Preach, sis!
This thing is kind of a huge upgrade from regular Zoroark, though.
I'm just kidding. It's pretty good.
Yes, I don't know. I think it's good. I think it's high B, but not A.
Yeah.
Like,
Because I think Zoroark
This
could
thing
be
is
low,
a
like regular
big
Zoroark could be low B,
upgrade.
but yeah, I don't know. If I think if this is A, Zoroark makes a lot more sense as low B.
No, I think regular Zoroark is like mid C.
That's fair. I think it
why
ranges
I don't
from
think
mid C to low B, but that's my
because
opinion.
yeah, this stat wise is quite good and typing wise is awesome, but it's so squishy. That's my biggest problem with
It
it.
is.
Yeah, this thing's not taking a hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Um,
only thing is playing mind games with it is
Pretty well.
fun.
But
Yeah.
I will say,
And you can do so pretty well with
if
all the
there's
immunities.
if there's bias
Yeah.
towards a coach doing well with this, it's Cadillacs. Typhlosion Hisui. So Dagster picks his first Hisui form.
This one's
It's
cool.
an interesting
I
Pokemon.
like this mon because it's a little bit faster than regular Typhlosion. You can run it scarfed with
It's slower.
Eruption
Yeah,
and
it's
Shadow
actually
Ball. Oh, is it slower?
Slower.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it's 5
Yeah, it's
speed
5
slower.
points slower, but
Oh,
it is
okay.
10 points stronger.
Hell yeah.
No, yeah.
And it's Calm Mind.
Calm Mind.
Does it get
Yeah.
Flame Charge, I think?
Yes.
Should.
I ran this on ladder for a bit with sub Calm Mind. And I would sub until I hit Blaze.
Ooh, okay.
He just wants to chill. just wants to
So
chill.
high.
It's too bad it doesn't get Flash Fire and it gets Frisk instead. Like, Frisk isn't a bad ability, but Flash Fire would have been much
I-
Fire is just better for a
Talking
mod
about
like this.
Pokemon you don't want near
personally-
children.
I personally like Frisk more in Draft League. When you don't know what type of
I
Pokemon
suppose
it
in
is.
Draft League specifically, Frisk is probably
Yeah.
better, yeah.
In all around though, I agree with Flash Fire. It gives you a fire immunity.
Also, on this being on Dagster's team with Clodsire that can set up the toxic spikes pretty easily, Infernal
And this
Parade
can
deals
spin
double
on it,
damage
yeah.
to status
Or this
condition
can spin
Pokemon.
block. I should
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Ampharos for Tox, filling up that missing electric type. So a little bit of D tiers to close things out for the Pallet Town Plague, where they drafted 2 S tiers.
Honestly, this is a pretty solid
I
D
would
tier.
pick this over Manectric or something along those lines.
Yeah, I like this pick. It's a pretty bulky electric type.
This thing is bulky for like
Mm.
a D tier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not bad, eh? There's
And
something
still,
people...
150
Bulky and it can
special
hit
attack.
like,
It's
pretty decently.
yeah.
Yeah, same thing with Mega Ampharos, gets access to Cotton Guard, not Dragon Ball Stab, and definitely not the special attack that Mega Ampharos has, but for
But
the
it's still
tier,
pretty good
it's
special
still
attack.
pretty good, yeah.
One set that I've actually played around with on this thing in like lower tiers I tried like agility life orb, and that was pretty spooky.
Okay.
I bet. Jeez. I'm a fan of Miltank from my nasty here. Gives him a bulky recover option that is normal for ghost types.
This is the anti-houndstone right here.
This is the anti-houndstone because you have a physically defensive normal type that has a recovery move. Yeah. Thick fat.
That's what this joint is right here.
Versatile
You throw this in front of the
mon.
houndstone.
I'm a fan. I like it on this team as well. I think this plus
It's
Skeledirge are gonna be
more
fat.
for Houndstone though is Shadow Ball. Oh no, it gets punishment.
You could run this with Scrappy to counter ghost types too.
Scrappy.
Oh, that's right. It does get scrappy. I am.
It does get scrappy. You
And
can
it
just
gets
body
Sap
slam.
Sipper depending on the matchup if you're scared of some grass type.
I like Miltank, yeah.
All three abilities here are pretty good.
Yeah, Miltank's a good Pokemon. Like, stat-wise, it's not incredible, but it's not too bad either.
Honestly,
But when you're specifically trying to counter specific stuff, it's actually pretty good.
I
Yeah.
pick Miltank as my favorite Pokemon in this round, honestly.
It's Typhlosion, Hisui, or Miltank for me.
Fair.
It's hard for me because I really like Kisui and Zoroark, but I still don't think it's worth an A tier pick. So I can't say it's my favorite pick here. I'll probably have to go
mine is
for
Shuckle.
Shuckle? Yeah, I like Shuckle, but I'm
Shuckle.
going to have to go with Miltank or Typhlosion
Love
as well.
Shuckle.
Right on. Shuckle. All right, last round of the draft. You might notice before I continue on with talking about the Pokemon, the top left of your screen, there will not be any teams updated. That's because I was a goof and I wanted to make sure I didn't leave any of the coaches waiting for the grace period to start. So I'm just going to cover what the teams look like after the grace period rather than cover them after round 12. So I have a slide at the end for that, so just in case anyone was curious as to why these slides are really inconsistent this round. But anyways, back to the last round. Shinotic.
I agree with Aaron here. I hate this thing. It has soulless eyes and disgusting fingers.
This Pokemon is gross. Can't stand
Yeah.
it, bro.
It disturbs me. I don't like looking at it.
Speaking again of Pokemon you don't let near children.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come to a dark corner. But yeah. Oh.
I'm the opposite. I like this Pokemon because it has a bigger sombrero than Breloom does.
I would go for, even though it's a different typing, I would go for Vileplume over this for a D tier grass
I
type.
would too. I love
Fun
Vileplume,
fact,
though.
did you know if it switches into a toxic, Vileplume can solo Calyrex Ice Rider?
Yeah, because it's soloed my
Wow.
Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, I did it. I did calcs for it one time.
You also
because I had to
soloed
do
my
it in
Solgaleo with it, you asshole.
I did. I love it so much. Vileplume's so funny.
It lives as
How
in
do you play around
Headbutt.
the Glacial Lance? What?
Strength Sap. Max HP, max defense, you
Oh.
survive, and it brings you from like 1% HP back to full health. And then you
Oh,
talk
got you.
all. It's so good. It counters pretty much every physical attack.
I respect Talk so much for this pick because he picked his mascot.
That
Coughing.
is an interesting pick.
Yeah, coughing.
I
40
like
HP.
this. Yeah.
Ugh,
Come here.
that's disgusting.
I
HP,
like
bro.
picking his mascot though. That's a cool pick.
That's
Yeah.
neat. Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
I thought about doing that, but like, no, I'm not picking Salandit.
Yeah, if I were in the
I
league,
picked
mine
mine
is
because
Magikarp,
Melmetal is
and that
straight one.
Magikarp. Mine would have been Huntail. I mean, that could have been draftable. I don't know if TSG can draft a wrestler.
Why not?
Oh, I drafted Melmetal because he's straight money.
Ah, I see. But yeah, neutralizing gas, levitate, poison type with Will-O-Wisp. Yep, you got
Dude, imagine if
Weezing.
Dag
It
picked Aeron.
Mementos.
Weezing Little Junior.
Yeah, that would be a great pick.
Imagine if Dag picked Aeron and did the Shell Bell Sturdy thing.
Well, it's a steel type. Sliggoo Hisui, another very valuable D tier mod for the Aerons.
I really like this one. I will say I suggested.
This point is
in
actually
Free
like
this is
really
good.
underrated.
Yeah, this could have been a C tier. I think
Dexter, I
because you
should
slap
have picked Aeron.
Eviolite. This has
That
so many
is-
resistances and it's got good defenses.
Yeah, this thing is an absolute tank.
Yeah, this is nuts. It might be
Yeah,
have
though
to be C tier
83
next year.
special attack isn't a lot. It still gets Draco Meteor to hit pretty hard. It gets Sap Sipper if you want a grass immunity and a potential setup on certain mons.
Personally, like, I think a 4 times resist is enough.
It is, but just in case if you want.
Oh, here
Yeah,
comes the
I
power
guess.
in the last round of the draft. Hoopa Unbound for Cadillacs and the Seattle Onyx.
Oh! AKA U-turn fodder.
Yeah.
AKA, if you live a U-turn, just kidding.
Once again, I have to mention Mega Beedrill kills 4 of these with 1 U-turn.
Oh, not the
But yeah,
bees!
this thing is a monster.
Not the bees.
Yeah, lots of coverage on this thing though. Has to be said. Lots of coverage. Is a very good scarf speed tier. Band specs, you name it. Give it a focus ash if you're worried about U-turn. It's gonna do damage.
Yeah, assuming you don't get U-turned on, this thing is instantly clicking a move and doing a ton of damage to something.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
likely gonna
Cadillacs,
die.
I saw that eject pack hyperspace fury. That was cool.
100 base power steals your item, then switches. Jesus.
That's kind of sick, actually.
Yeah, that was a really cool strat.
Last mon for Dustclops is
Stab base
Espeon.
100 U-turn.
All right, so I got 2 words for this one.
Magic Bounce.
Magic
Hell yeah. I'm
That's
surprised
it.
it lasted to the last round.
That's the whole pick. Magic
It's a whole
bounce.
joke.
Also,
Magic
that is a
bounce.
lot of special attack.
Yeah.
And pretty fast.
Calm Mind, pretty fast. Wish, if you want to get rid of that 65 base HP.
You can specs too.
He specs it, gets a little bit of
Specs
coverage.
Gleam.
Is it one of the psychics that gets Mystical Fire, or am I crazy?
I
No,
Yeah, I
it
think
gets
it's
Psychic, Gleam, Shadow Ball, Power Gem,
Okay.
or Grass Knot.
Okay. A lot of
Depending on
water,
the matchup, you might prefer one to the other.
lot of water ground types, so Grass Knight might come into play.
True, but yeah, this mon overall, I thought it was a pretty solid choice, and I thought like having the Magic Bounce would be awesome.
I agree.
I'm a fan of this pick a lot. Bouffalant. I've wanted to draft this for a long time because its stats are very good. It's a D tier with base 95 defenses, base 110 attack, base 95 HP, gets decent coverage, a unique move and head charge, very strong assault
Isn't
vest
this guy
user.
Sap Sipper?
It does get Sap Sipper. I think it might get Soundproof as well.
And
Oh,
it's
those are
like
awesome.
Afro Tauros.
Afro Tauros, yeah.
Yep, that's pretty much exactly what this joint is, and like slower, but like
Yeah, stat wise and ability wise, that's not what it is,
Yeah.
but appearance.
I
but
love this
appearance
pick.
wise, that's exactly what it is.
I
Yeah,
absolutely love this pick.
Yeah, I like this pick too. I think it's a cool mon. I've never actually seen anyone use it.
But I absolutely
Yeah, this
hate
is a
this
pretty
pick.
sick, and this is sick as a normal type, honestly. Like,
Garbator.
I love this pick. I used it once and it's so bad.
oh, this joint's awful. Oh,
No, I mean weak armor that shit though. He could
It's
be.
such a bad Pokemon, but I respect the pick.
It's literally
with the,
Gen
with the
6.
95 attack.
Yeah.
It explodes, you know. Self-destruct explodes.
You do go boom.
The boom off the 95 attack.
Like
Focus
does it?
Sash, weak armor.
Oh,
You
mango.
get toxic spikes off and then explode the next.
Yeah, I was gonna say it gets Toxic Spikes at least.
I guess
Yeah.
that's all. I guess you do got that. Surging Strike's still laughing at you though.
Nah.
True.
Kyrem for Mr. Grimes.
Oh, this thing is a beast, dude.
Yeah, I'm surprised this is a final round pick.
You put specs on
I
that,
saw it was
you kill him on.
available.
Yeah.
And
I
I needed
like
a
this
dragon.
Yeah, you need
You
a dragon.
It was either that or Dracovish.
You put the specs, you click Draco, Deadmon.
Yeah, I like this more than Dracovish because Dracovish is very reliant on Vicious Rend, whereas this can use more moves.
Yeah, this got Earth Power. This got both stabs, Earth Power. Like,
Is
I
this a
think Focus
freeze dry
Blast-
user?
Yes, that is the third
Yeah.
freeze dry user.
Oh,
Yeah,
the,
the
Oh, this is
legendary
freeze dry?
third freeze dry
the hidden
user.
third freeze dry user.
Yeah.
Speaking of mons
Oh,
that get
this
freeze
gets-
dry, Darm Galler.
Just as forgotten.
No way, this joint gets freeze dry.
Yeah, this gets freeze dry.
Oh, you going freeze
If you
dry
be dry on
off
the
that
freezers.
30?
Yeah.
This is another mon I'm surprised was a
My wake
final
is
round.
shaking in its boots.
I was
Guaranteed 3-hit KO.
I was panicking, not gonna lie. I totally forgot that 2 people didn't or still hadn't picked their S tier, and I didn't realize that Calax could have actually, like, it could have fit on his team.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that to me during the draft, being like, I want Darmgalar, but I don't know what Cadillacs is going to pick.
And he sent me like 3 mons he wanted, and I was like, okay, do I tell him that my mon is in that list? But yeah, Darmgalar mates me. I'm not mad.
Nice pick, though.
Like, I was either this or I just use it as a placeholder and drop it for Mew and free age and grace period, because Mew made it for some reason.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one picked Mew. Mew fits on every team.
Yeah.
No, Mew's dicks now, bro.
Yeah.
Why?
Its move pool got gutted.
Did it? But this is allowing...
This
I
is
guess not
Natdex.
for Natdex it didn't, but like now, in like modern competitive, it's dicks.
Okay, that's too bad.
Yeah,
Um.
it's RUBL.
Oh wow.
Really?
So things I'll say about this: it will threaten some bulky waters, which are one of the primary things that it is defensively checked
With
by.
what?
Earthquake and Stone Edge.
Yeah.
And then anyway, so just Gorilla Tactics Scarf Adamant every week.
You could even ban it if you really want the wall breaking
It
power.
relieves my prep effort, which is a nice
You're
thing.
not gonna run Zen mode on this thing at least 1 week?
Milotic,
Yeah, you need to do at least one Zen mode.
the
Yeah, you gotta
Milotic
do some
Mirage Pick
Zen
Muck.
mode too.
Oh, I'm gonna do Zen mode at least once.
Yo, it's the God Slayer himself.
Yeah,
I love Muck.
Muck was picked, but Muck alone wasn't when Pursuit was allowed.
Wait, hang on. Muckalolan was not picked?
No.
Damn.
What tier was Muckalola?
B.
B, probably.
Yeah, B.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a really good mod for D tier. I like this pick. Same things that
Yeah.
Muckalolan
What?
does.
Thing is just-
Same stats.
This joint got so much stuff.
Yeah.
This is another Mon I slap Assault Vest on all
Yeah,
the time.
me too. Me too.
Yeah, even like your stab psychics aren't killing that joint.
Yeah,
Lots of
and then it's
coverage on
got
the-
Shadow Sneak.
Lots of coverage, yeah, priority. Cricketune goes. I'm sure this is probably just for webs.
Oh, this one's dicks.
This is like
No,
worst spy
Cricketune the best because of its cry. That alone puts it in S tier.
Yeah. Sticky webs. Focus Ash.
Well,
That's it.
well,
That's the whole
I
thing.
will,
Alright, moving on.
I will say
Sorry.
it gets Sword Stance and Trailblaze.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, you're gonna trailblaze
no,
this
It
it's
has
fast speed?
Technician. It can Technician Bug Bite.
Dusclops for the final pick of the draft.
Oh.
It gets Fellstinger and Fury Cutter.
It
I feel
does.
like I should have picked this one. I'm not gonna lie.
You wanted Dusclops?
I feel like I should have got it just because that's literally my username.
Oh, yeah.
Mascot.
And it is a really good Pokemon.
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
It suffers from middle evolution HP syndrome, but aside from that,
No,
Well,
it's a good
Dust
one.
Noir
It's
also
bulkier than
suffers from
Dusclops.
Middle Evolution.
It's bulkier than Dustmore.
yeah, it also has 70 and 60 attacking stats.
It doesn't need them though if you have Pain Split and Calm Mind and Willow and I don't know if Dusclops ever used it offensively anyway.
It does get Pursuit.
You don't ever use Clops offensively, but you use Noir offensively sometimes.
And that is the draft there. I'm a huge fan of probably Mark's Boofalan, honestly. I think that was a pretty good steal. And Aaron's Legu Hisui.
Yeah, I like this Legu Hisui. I like seeing Muck get drafted.
Me too. So
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna have to cut this a little bit short. I'm gonna I'm gonna get to the end here so people can see what all the drafts look like after the grace period. So that is what we're looking at. So you might notice a couple changes to some of the drafts from what you were seeing them. A couple changes to the Ontario Obstagoons, for example, and then you see the big one, Black Bolt, changing a lot of things out for a little bit more rain-oriented draft.
Yeah, very rain-oriented team there.
So yeah,
I dropped the
I just wanna
Mungus.
say,
and
I got
picked
the
up
best psychic
Slowbro.
type.
and you got Mega Gyarados. Yep. And
I got the
Gengar.
best psychic type in the entire game.
Which
Chimegon.
Ooh, that's a good Mon. That's an
So-
awesome pick. I've never seen anyone use it. I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, thank you all for joining me for the analysis for these. Probably couldn't have done
Thanks
it
for
without you
having me.
mentally. Yeah, no.
This was fun.
I'm gonna hop off, and to anyone watching, I appreciate you for tuning in, and we'll
For
hope you follow.
almost 5 hours of this.
Yes. Oh, jeez. Thank you guys. Especially Jord. He was here from the beginning.
I had fun with it. Thanks for having me.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Me too.
I was here for the whole thing, but I didn't talk the whole time.
Right on.
I popped in after like an hour.
Hell yeah. Well, I appreciate all of you.
Yeah.
And
I had a great time.
luck to all
Thanks
you.
for having me on the stream.
yeah, good luck to everybody in the regular season. I hope you follow me. I'll be uploading more Draft League oriented content, just really battles. I might do some team building videos as well, or at least have a team builder portion before the actual battle starts in my videos. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in, and thanks for the support, and I will see you for the regular season. All right,
Oh, yeah.
Bye.
bye everybody.
Yeah. Bye bye.